Greetings and hello, everybody. Welcome to Wonderland Gaming. I am your hostess, Alice. Hello, Vin. How you doing? Um, Today I've been waiting for this for a while. I have an idea. I've had an idea for a while. I've been mulling it over in my head. Um, we are going to be playing Kerbal Space Program, and I'm going to use Chat GPT to design all of the rockets and other vehicles we will use for this task. I have not trained the AI ahead of time. I just now, literally just now, typed in what it is that it will be doing. I will read that prompt to you, and I will read to you the results of what it said. Um, I'm really excited. Now, in addition to the AI aspect of things, I really wanted to get down to brass tacks with KSP, go back to the beginning. I'm starting with a largely unmodified version of KSP. All right. I have very few mods installed, and the only mods I do have installed have nothing to do with parts or how the game plays. Look at your message in Discord. Uh-oh, is there something wrong? No, I didn't, Ari. Did I need to do that? Where would I even do that? Ari's like, wait! Hold on. Do that. Well, where? I have no idea what you're talking about. It must be a YouTube thing. Oh, no, I didn't. I have to do that in Twitch directly. Hold on. Hey, Ari wants me to update my tags in Twitch, so let me do that real quick. Get this tab so you guys don't get upset. And I'm gonna have to go to the creator dashboard or the stream summary. It's one of the two. Stream manager. Hold on. I don't think so. I can't edit my tags there. There's some limitations. I also can't edit my go live notice, or if I can, I don't know how. That's something we need to look at. Hold on. Where the fuck are my tags? Oh wait, here. All right, what do you want the tag to be, Ari? Hashtag chat GPT. I don't need the hashtag. Chat GPT. And AI gaming. All right, there it is. All right, those have been added. All right. Thank you, Ari. All right, now everything's a mess on my screen. All right, there we go. Let me get things back in order. Oh, thank you, Ari. She called me a good girl. The goodest of girls called me a good girl. That's amazing. All right. So anyway, I think this is going to be really cool. Now, in addition to all the AI coolness, we are going to get down to brass tacks. There's going to be a lot of tutorial involved in what we're doing. All right. So I am going to teach you guys the basics of spaceflight. All right. We're not going to get into a whole bunch of math. We're going to get into terms and easy to understand concepts of what it is or what it means to achieve an orbit. Why an orbit is as complicated as it is, why it requires so much power, and what is actually happening when you are weightless in orbit, because you are not weightless. All right. Anyway, I really want to get some hype around this. I am super excited for the idea. I hope you guys are as well. Ari, Sofa, do you guys see the new tags on Twitch at least? Hopefully, maybe. Or Vin, anybody at all? I'm thirsty. Oh, I gotta get paint open. We're gonna be doing paint stuff. Soupy EVAs. No, we won't be doing soupy. Well, yeah, no.
Stay hydrated. Because fuck you.
You gotta wait for the hydrate, Ari. I don't have a drink yet. Sofa's ordering me lunch. But as soon as I get it, I'll get a drink because I'm dying of thirst. You're on mobile, you don't know. That's fair. All right, I'm gonna get paint open because we're gonna be drawing. All right. You see the tags. Fan-fucking-tastic. So, there you go. All right, now, news, because I always start with news. I have some really exciting news on top of what we're doing Tuesday. So in Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 3 days, three days, three days, I'm going to be doing something really cool. I'm going to be traveling to Atlanta, which is about 2 hours south of here. And I am going to be doing my pre-operation screening slash pardon me, sorry. Screening slash designing, if you will, appointment for my top surgery. So we'll be going over screenings, and I'll be talking to them about what kind of look I want. I'm going to have to go with the sports bra and something tight-fitting. Sophia wants to try other clothes as well because she's really like hooked on that, and she knows about clothes better than I do, so I'm trusting her. So we're going to bring a couple of changes of clothes, which is probably not what they're expecting, but that's okay. And we are, yeah, and then they're going to use various inserts into the sports bra to get an idea of what I will look like post surgery, so they know which inserts to use, if that makes sense, like actual inserts to use. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. My biggest concern, you guys know me because I'm anxious and I have anxiety, and it's really rough. Hey Pajama Sam, how you doing? Yeah, so because of all of this, I've got to ruminate about something. I've got to be freaked out about something. So I don't know if you guys remember, but recently I had a relatively bad health scare where we thought there might be something wrong with my blood. We thought it might be cancer related or something else going on. And those things that were a problem were my white blood cell count and my platelet count were both elevated. And they're not supposed to be. White blood cell counts go up when you have either an infection or you have that your body's fighting, or some sort of inflammation that your body's dealing with. Because that's what white blood cells do. They hunt down sources of infection and other things that bother your body, and they suicide themselves on said infection or whatever's the cause. They kill themselves in order to combat whatever is attacking the body. So yeah. So, well, the problem is they don't want to operate on you if you have some sort of infection or something going on, right? That'd be horribly bad. Like, they get the infection all in you and kill you. They could get, that infection could spread in the hospital. They don't want that. So, one of the things I'm required to do is provide either let them do a new CBC or provide them with a CBC I've had within the last 6 months. So, I did talk to the hospital pre-screening folks about that already. They already called me on the phone and said, hey, give me all your medical history. And I did tell them about that. They are going to call the oncology office and confirm that my new normal is just I have more white blood cells than normal, right? Like outside the normal range. And she said not to worry. The nurse there said not to worry too much about it because that just happens. Some people aren't normal, right? That's why normal is a really bad word. So yeah, it's outside the normal range, and that isn't something I should worry about. And so I'm feeling a little bit better about it. As the day gets closer, I'm getting more and more nervous / excited, unless, oh my God, is something bad going to happen? But yeah, and we're going to spend a shit ton of money we don't have. We sort of have it. We sort of have it. Like, we have some money in our HSA and FSA accounts for, health. And then we have some money in savings. And the guy, you guys being generous during the previous two marathon streams really helped, and I appreciate the community so very much for that. But yeah, anyway, there's still quite a bit. It's a $12,000. If you guys want to know, it's a $12,000 surgery. It's $9,000 for the surgeon and the surgery itself and all the procedures, and then it's another $3,300 for the hospital and the anesthesiologist. So yeah, poopy stuff, and it's not covered by insurance. I tried for months and it didn't happen. So the good news is, Pajama Sam and anybody else that knows me from LibertyCon, I will have boobies for LibertyCon. We have to be careful with them because I'm having the surgery on May 18th, and it's a 6-week recovery time. And LibertyCon will be the 6th week, so I will be mostly healed, but still healing during that period of time. So there might be some tenderness still and whatnot. But anyway, that's super exciting, right? So anyway, let's get back to Kerbal Space Program, where we will be doing this tutorial. I'm going to teach you guys what it takes to get to space. All right. So let's get started. Greetings and hello, everybody. Welcome to One Online Gaming. I'm your host, Salas, and this is not KSP. This is MS Paint. You're welcome. All right. So we're going to get started with KSP and a tutorial on orbital mechanics, what it takes to get to space. Okay. We're going to start really basic and really easy. I don't want you guys getting freaked out or anything. Okay. But we're going to start with a big blue ball. And this is, for all intents and purposes, Kerbin, okay? Or Earth, whatever you want to call it, okay? Now, everybody is fairly familiar, at least I hope you are, with, let's do orange. The idea that an orbit looks, do that. An orbit looks something like this. You have a vehicle. That vehicle, we'll call it a triangle. Where's my triangle? There we go. So do that. Pick a different color. So I have a green vehicle. I have this rocket ship. Okay. And the rocket ship goes around in a circle around the orbit. And that's what an orbit is. And a lot of people have this misconception that what it takes to do this is, oh, you guys are going to love my drawing now. All right. What it takes to do this is you go up. To get up to here. And then you turn sideways and you go sideways and you spin. Right? And that is not what orbit is. That's not how you achieve an orbit, I should say. And what you have to do is look at this from the perspective of physics. Okay. We are going to pretend for all intents and purposes that Kerbin is its own system. Okay. Because the things I'm about to show you are taking place around Kerbin or Earth, but are also happening at the level of the entire Kerbal system around Kerbal, which is the sun for KSP, or our sun in the case of us. But for our purposes, can I just get something in between those two? There we go. For our purposes, we could just treat Kerbin as its own system, right? And as everybody knows, hopefully, that Kerbin, or a planet of any kind, has mass, right? This is just one big old mass of M, right? The more stuff you have, the more massive you are, right? And the more, and all stuff, all mass creates gravity. Now, we can get into Einstein's theory of relativity and how gravity actually bends space-time, and that's why you end up with masses generating gravity. But let's just pretend that we're not going to worry about any of that, and that the more massive an object is, the more gravity it influences on the things around it. Now, that includes you and I. We present mass, and therefore we have a gravitative field of our own. Now, the problem is that the object we're standing on, Earth, is so much more massive than we are that our gravitational field and the gravitational field of all of the people around us are nothing compared to this massive amount of gravitational field that represents the planet that we're standing on. So that's why you don't end up sitting there like, getting stuck to the wall or getting stuck to each other, or even if you're standing next to a huge building, you don't like float up to where the building is and get stuck to the side of it, because even though those are massive things we're talking about, they're actually statistically insignificant compared to the amount of mass that the planet has itself. No, you don't get past orbit and sink back in. So, because of this, do I have an arrow object? I do. There's an arrow object. Look at that. All right. So, we're going to do purple for gravity. So, because of this, it's a fat little thing. There we go. There. All right. Wait, what happened? Nothing happened. I tried to make something happen. Okay. Can I select this object? I cannot. How do I select the object? Select! Alright. Alright. So, I'm not going to draw all of this, but I hope you guys understand that this means that we have a field of energy, right? It's not really a field of energy, but what it is a force, right? That's what we call it in physics. We have a force that is essentially not surrounding the planet, but it is influencing everything around the planet, trying to draw things towards it. That's what we're really talking about, right? And I'm going to do this all the way around just to make everybody understand what it is we're talking about, right? Equally, relatively, all around the planet, there's an equal amount of force drawing everything around it in, right? All right. Anyway, all the way around, right? And so this is where, whatever. Pretend that arrow doesn't exist. Actually, I can make it go away. I just want... I can't do it. Can I draw a black box and then fill in the black box with black? Fill. Where's my fill button? There it is. All right. Anyway, ignore all of that that's going on. I don't know what the fuck the problem is. But, okay. So, anyway. So that's what's going on over here. Okay. Now, we independently have our handy dandy little triangle. We have a rocket. Okay. This is our rocket. I'm going to pick it up and move it. I really regret. I very much regret. All right. So we have a rocket. And the rocket has a speed, a velocity, if you will. And that is a line going like this. We have a new line here. And a new line here. This thing is going this direction. But gravity is pulling it back in this direction, as you can see here, right? Because and the mass of the craft is very small. So what ends up happening is this force of us going in this direction gets bent by the force of all of this mass of gravity. Okay? And so this straight line, because we're going in this direction, ends up looking like it ends up curving. Can I just free draw? Yeah. So it ends up looking like this instead. Right? Let's draw a triangle again. So we're actually... Oops. Anyway, so that's our craft and we're doing this. And the faster we go... Actually, what it ends up doing is if we're not going fast enough, then what ends up happening is that this curved line ends up curving harder and ends up hitting the planet. Okay? Because the force that is the speed that we're going at is not strong enough to overcome the planet's gravity. Okay? But if we go faster and faster, that arc crash, we go a little bit faster, crash, we go a little bit faster, crash, and then we go finally even faster than that, and we finally end up with enough force to go around in circles without ever actually coming back to Kerbin. Now, if we keep applying force to go faster, we will eventually elongate this and elongate it more and elongate it even more until you were able to achieve escape velocity and leave the influence of the mass that you're surrounding. Your force going in this direction or whatever direction you're choosing is so strong that not even the massive amount of force of gravity can pull you back in. So the reason why I told you all of this is because achieving orbit is not a matter of going up a lot, right? Because no amount of going up is going to, actually, it's not true. There is a force you could apply that you could finally achieve and break orbit if you just go straight the fuck up. But that would be an enormous amount of energy. It's a lot faster to go around and around and go with your direction, right? In the direction that you're traveling, and you apply force in that direction to be able to achieve this and escape out of immediate orbit. I hope that makes sense. Okay? And all of these things that we're talking about have names. For example, when you're traveling in a circle around something, actually, even if you're not going around something, if you're traveling in a direction, the direction that you're traveling is called prograde. Okay? If you travel faster in the prograde direction, you will start to be able to first achieve orbit, and then if you keep applying more force, you will leave the orbit. Okay? And then the opposite direction, right, is antigrade. Okay? I think it's antigrade. That doesn't sound right. Why does that not sound right? Hold on. What is the opposite of prograde? Retrograde. God damn it. Retrograde. I knew that. Oh, that's like the best I've written in this thing ever. Vin, I was wrong. Sorry. Ignore antigrade. Some idiot wrote this, not me. All right. So, thank you, Megan. I know. I'm sorry. I'm dumb. All right. So, what does this mean? Orbit, for our intents and purposes, equals speed. Or velocity. Okay? That's why when you hear us playing KSP all the time, we talk about a thing called delta V. So let's examine what delta means. Delta is a letter of the Greek alphabet, and physics and science and math has adopted the symbol of delta for the word change. This is just a shortcut for the word change. That's it. No more difficult than that. There's no fancy math. There's no fancy concepts. It's the word change. Right? For example, I am undergoing delta gender. I am changing from a male sex to a female sex. You don't really use it like that, but right? If I move from a sitting position to a standing position, I have applied a delta of force to do so. Now, because the gravity doesn't go away, you're just overcoming it with another force called velocity. That's what the V stands for. V is velocity. So that's why we say, how much delta V does it take to go from the surface of Kerbin to Kerbin orbit, right? And there's a handy dandy delta V chart because you could sit there and do the math. There is math. Kerbin has a certain amount of mass. There's a certain amount of gravity being applied because of that. Gravity is a force. We've talked about that. Velocity is another force. If velocity is acting in a direction other than gravity, it is acting against gravity, and it cancels or subtracts from the amount of gravity. But the gravity doesn't go away. What is happening?
Hug?
No, I don't want a wet hug. What's wrong? Oh, God, no. No, please. Oh, no. I'm teaching people things. What? I know.
Okay.
It's much fun for this is better.
Fucking tight.
No, this is better.
Okay.
Better. Orbit equals speed. Typing. Orbit equals speed. All right. So anyway.
Next time, let's make a PowerPoint. Professional.
No, this is great. All right. So Megan, you are correct. Yes, we'll talk about that in a minute because you are not weightless. What is weight? First of all, weight is a term in physics, and it isn't what you think it is. Weight is the effect of mass within a gravitational field, which is represented by G. Okay? Now, if you are sitting here in near Earth orbit or near Kerbin orbit, you still have mass and you still have gravity affecting you. You are not weightless. By definition, you are not weightless. But what you are doing is going really fucking fast, and you're going so fast that you are constantly falling. You ever been in free fall? You've been on a roller coaster, right? Let's get a new canvas. Alice needs a new canvas. All right. You ever been on a roller coaster, guys? Right? And you're going up and up and up and up and up and up and up. And as you're going up, you're feeling like this, right? Because gravity is trying to pull you back down, right? You go up and up and up and up and up and up, and then you hit right about here. And all of a sudden, all of this stuff that's pushing you this way goes, wait a minute, you're at equilibrium, so you just feel normal, right? But then you start to come down. And this moment when you're coming down, you go, whoa, and you feel that feeling in your tummy, and your arms go up, you start screaming and all of that, but you get that feeling of, oh shit, I'm weightless. You're not weightless. You still have mass pulling you back down, but you're going in the down direction, the direction it wants you to go in. So instead of it pulling you down, you're going with it. So you feel weightless, even though you're not. Oh, Megan. This will happen. I promise you. We're going to go on a roller coaster together. Okay? All right? I promise. Okay. I hate roller coasters. I'm terrified of heights. Actually, Everybody's like, Alice, you're terrified of heights. I'm not terrified of heights. I'm terrified of falling. And more specifically, falling is fine. It's the sudden stop at the end that's the problem. Okay? So anyway, so being in orbit is like being on this part of the roller coaster all the time. All the time. Because again, you're a circle and you're going a circle around the circle and you're trying to fall, but you're going so fast that you're not falling. So you float around. And like, oh, look, I'm weightless. You're not. You're not. Because you're still within the gravitational field of this object. Okay? Now, let's say that we leave the orbit of Kerbin entirely, or Earth. Okay? We need new again. All right. So you're like, all right, there's the sun, and there's Mercury, and there's Venus, and there's Earth, and there's Mars, and there's fucking Jupiter. It's not that big, but you know what I mean, and blah, 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 blah. And actually what I should have done is, where's my eraser? Actually, I have a better idea. We'll just do this. Right? And then you get the fill tool and you go yellow. Yellow, no? Fill tool? Can't do the fill tool. It won't let me. Well, fuck you. Anyway, this entire thing, we'll make it red. This entire thing, all of this is the sun, and all of these things are the planets. If you leave Earth orbit, you're like, woohoo! I'm a little triangle and I've left Earth orbit. I'm sitting over here. Right? Yay! Look at what I did. Guess what? You're still in a gravitational field and you still have mass. You're just now orbiting. Oops. Now you're just in orbit around a much larger object, the sun. Nope, that's not it either. Now you're just in orbit around this fucking thing. Right? And what's interesting about that is you still have a tremendous amount of velocity relative to the sun. A tremendous amount. And you're like, wow, that's awesome. I'm going so fast. Yes. And all you need to do is apply a little bit more in order to increase your velocity and increase your orbit until you hit Mars. You just go a little bit faster because you want to go out. Because remember, the more velocity you have, the greater your orbit. The less velocity you have, the smaller your orbit. If you shrink your velocity enough, you'll crash back to Earth, unless you've already escaped its influence. If you have already increased its influence, how do you think you get to Mercury or Venus? Anybody other than Megan who already knows the answer, can you tell me, if I increase my velocity to get to Mars, how do you think I get to Mercury or Venus? What would I need to do? Anybody at all? Vin, you're out there, I know. I know I'm correct. I'm an astrophysicist. I know. What you do is, what was the question again? If you increase your velocity, in other words, increase force in the direction of prograde to get to Mars from Earth, what do you have to do to go from Earth to Venus or Mercury? Ari's a smart cookie. She'll get this. Hell, she may even already know. Let's give someone else a chance, Megan. Because I know you know. Why do I say Megan? I know your name is Megan. I'm just Megan. I don't know. All right. So you increase speed or apply force in the prograde direction in order to get to Mars. So to go inwards into the solar system, to the closer to the sun, you slow down. So you apply direction in the retrograde direction. You slow down. If you slow down enough, you'll end up hitting Venus or Mercury. And if you could slow down even more, you'll crash into the sun. But I need you to understand something. The delta V required... What, honey? Sophie goes, I knew the answer. I just couldn't answer. So the amount of force required to go from Earth orbit into the sun is tremendous. A lot of people are like, we have a garbage problem on Earth. Why don't we just launch it into space and throw it into the sun? Because we would need to use so much energy to get from here to here that it would bankrupt all of the countries in the world today. Every single one of them does not have enough money to be able to launch something that does that. Because it requires fuel. And fuel requires mass. And that's one of our challenges. Let's take a new one last drawing, and then we'll get to actually doing cool stuff. Okay? So we've learned a big new term, delta V. Right? And so let's say we are sitting on our launch pad. Nope. Let's do it right this time. We're sitting on our launch pad, and we have a rocket. That's not how rockets are drawn, Alice. It's still not how rockets are drawn. Right? This is our rocket. City of the gantry. Making sure it doesn't fall the fuck over. Okay? It's our rocket. Our rocket. Okay? Now, we have a massive, just this huge, we're going to represent the size of an arrow to represent gravity. Okay? And we're going to call this G. That is the force. That is the force of Earth's gravity on an object. That's what 1G is. Okay? Now, what we need to do is apply force here until our force is larger. That's not an arrow, Alice. More rockets. What do rockets contain? Fuel of some sort, and an engine to put force out the back to make you go up. Why do you put it out the back to go up? That doesn't make any sense, but it does, because Isaac Newton told us that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So we throw shit out the back, so we go forward really fast. Right? Incidentally, that's why it's not enough to just put a nuclear reactor on a rocket and go, why aren't you going anywhere? Because you haven't applied force anywhere. You have a fuck ton of energy, but you're not doing anything with it. You just have a sitting there humming. La 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 la. But I need to throw force in a direction so I can go in the opposite direction. Got a poot to scoot. Exactly right. Exactly right, Ari. What about the sun probe? That took a lot of energy, but it still isn't going to hit the sun at all. It doesn't have the gumption. When we're done with the sun probe, it will just sit there in that orbit forever. It has no place to go. It's a good question, Ari. But it took us a lot to get there. Notice we've only done one. But it still doesn't have enough delta V to get onto the surface of the sun. It's not. Okay, let me be fair. If the minds of the world, or even one country, really put their minds to it, they could do it. They could land something or crash something into the sun. But, I mean, you're going to spend billions, right? You're going to spend billions doing that on a launch vehicle to do it, and then getting it there, right? So anyway, everything about rocketry is delta V, but that's not enough. What I'm demonstrating here is that we have two forces. We have gravity, and we have this thing that we haven't named. We're going to call this T for thrust. And that brings us to our next big thing. Something called TWR. I can have all of the delta V in the world, but if my thrust, the force at which I'm pushing that out, doesn't exceed gravity, then I'm not going anywhere. I'm just spending a lot of energy sitting still. Okay? This is thrust to weight ratio. What is weight? We talked about this before. Weight is the force of gravity on a mass. So my thrust must overcome the weight of the object that I'm doing. And we need the thrust to weight ratio to be greater than 1. It has to be greater than 1. If it equals 1.0, you're sitting still. You are hovering, essentially. You are putting as much thrust as the force that you're trying to overcome. Ideally, when you launch a rocket, you want a delta V of 1.6 to 1. Oops. Ignore that. 1.9. Okay? These are the two main things that I look at when I'm building a rocket. Delta V and thrust to weight ratio. Any questions on what I've done so far? No questions? Excellent, excellent, excellent. All right. I'm going to show you guys something. Somebody has done all the math for us. Oh my God, this is much more complicated than I wanted to show you. Hold on. KSP Delta V map. Let's go there. Stop it. All right, so here's our Delta V map. I've showed you guys this before. Here's Kerbin. Okay? It looks like a subway map. Okay? So here's Kerbin. It takes 3,400 meters per second of Delta V to go from Kerbin into Kerbin orbit. Okay? It will take an additional 860 delta V to go from there, from orbit around Kerbin, to meet the Mun. Not to land on it, just to go right by it and then come back down. From there, it would take another 310 delta V to actually change that into an orbit around the Mun. And these are minimums. You could spend more. And it takes another 580 above that to land on the surface of Mun. For a total of 5,150 to land. And then guess what? You're going to need to get off of Mun. It'll take 580 delta V to go from the surface of Mun to create an orbit around Mun. Another 310 to escape Mun's influence and re-enter the influence of Kerbin. And what's funny is that's all you need. You don't need the 860 and the 3,400 to come back. You don't want to orbit Kerbin again. You want to land on Kerbin. It only takes this much. A little shy of 9,000 delta V. Now, that's if you fly it perfectly. Alice doesn't fly shit perfectly. Does not fly shit perfectly. Okay? Because I'm a human pilot. I don't have computers helping me. For the most part. Does all this make sense? All right, let's get to the cool stuff. If you have any questions, let me know. There's questions. Because this is hard. I didn't understand this. I'm a smart girl, and I didn't understand this. I'd have it explained to me. Because it doesn't make sense. You're like, I'm going up, and then I want to go sideways. No, you're not. You're just going fast. That's what you want. You don't want up. You want fast. Okay? All right. So let's go to ChatGPT. So I gave ChatGPT a prompt. I said, we're going to play a game, you and I. This is for my Twitch stream, so be aware your responses will be viewed by others online. I'm going to play Kerbal Space Program, KSP. You'll be playing the role of a chief engineer, and I will play the roles of both mission control, aftermath, review board, and we'll also be piloting any craft we designed. I will present you, the chief engineer, with various missions, and you will use the parts available to us in KSP to design a vehicle to accomplish the tasks I present. You will need to be familiar with the parts unlocked for each mission. If you choose parts we do not have, I will do my best to improvise, which will likely cause failure of the mission. And of course, in ChatGPT fashion, it tells me how awesome I am because I came up with this idea, whatever. But here's the meat of it. As chief engineer, I will be responsible for designing a spacecraft using only the parts you currently have unlocked, explaining the vehicle architecture, stages, engines, fuel, control, giving assembly instructions in the VAB or the SPH, whether these things. Kerbal Space Program has 2 locations where you can build launch vehicles, or any vehicle at all. There's the VAB, which is designed for rockets. That is the Vehicle Assembly Building. And it has real-world analogs at NASA. There is a VAB at NASA. And the SPH is the spaceplane hangar, which is where you are supposed to design other vehicles. You could use either during any, like, it doesn't really matter. They both fulfill the same function. You could design a rocket in the SPH. It wouldn't break anything. Or you could design a vehicle in the VAB. It wouldn't break anything. But what it does do is, when you tell it I'm ready to launch, it will place a plane on the runway from the SPH. It'll place a rocket from the VAB onto the launching pad. So if you want something to drive around, you probably don't want to be at the landing pad, or to fly around because you need to take off. So that's the main difference. ChatGPT will also provide launch and flight guidance. It will also perform post-mission engineering analysis if something explodes, which in KSP it will. I will act as mission control, assign missions. I will pilot flying the craft, and I will do the aftermath review board, judging by engineering decisions. I thought it had made it. Today I learned that the majority of sun probes are sitting at L1 between the sun and the Earth. 1% of the distance between the sun and Earth from Earth. Correct, Ari. Do you know why they're sitting at L1 and what L1 means? I told husband you were bullying me by not letting me answer. He won't defend me. Megan, I promise I'll let you answer. Actually, you can answer what I just asked. What is L1 and why is it important? And why does it have a number next to it? What does L stand for, first of all? It's really fascinating from a space point of view. Lagrange point! Yes, why is it important, though? Yeah, I thought PSP had reached its destination. This is what it looks like, by the way. Why are the L points important? As you can see, there's 5 of them. L1 is the first stable point or Lagrange point. Correct. So, we talk about forces of gravity, right? Let's blow this up. Can I blow this up more? Yeah. No, I can't. Just made the damn thing smaller. Click on it. Click on it. Click on it! Thank you. All right. So, this is a mass that has gravity. This is a mass that has more gravity. All right? The Lagrange points are the points at which the force of gravity between Earth, or any two bodies is what it is, but Earth and the sun in this case, equalize. So L1, you're being pulled by the Earth about as hard as you're being pulled by the sun. This is all math where that happens. And it's a great place to park things because they don't require a lot of maintenance over time. Once you get there, you kind of float there, and you will float there with no effort on your part, 5 ever. Barring in a perfect world. You still occasionally need to use adjustments to make sure you stay at the Lagrange point. But it's interesting because if you look at the Lagrange points for Earth, between the Earth and the sun, or any other two large bodies, you will find a large number of masses, comets, or failed comets, I should say, asteroids, no meteors, because a meteor is just an asteroid that's entered Earth's atmosphere. So that, by definition, it's not the thing. But you'll find masses there. For a long time now, for a couple of months, I believe, we've had a second moon. It's just an asteroid that's sharing our orbit, just chilling, because it's sitting at a Lagrange point. Eventually, it'll leave. We have a couple of masses sitting at L5, I think. I think they're behind us. I don't think we have any at L4. But we have a couple at L5. And they'll sit there for a couple of years, but they aren't actually exactly in L5. And so they'll float here for a little bit, and then their wobble will be just enough that they'll get flung out somewhere else. Go this way, go this way. Yeah. Yes, where gravity is balancing centrifugal force. Correct. So that's why we put some probes here. Because one, we're not fucking around with the Earth. If we're orbiting the Earth, then like a good chunk of the time, Earth is in the way. We're trying to look at the damn sun, and this huge object comes in the way for a while, and then it goes away, right? Huge object comes in the way for like hours. Or the moon gets in the way for hours. You sit here, guess what? Earth will never be in the way because you're looking this direction, not that direction, right? Now, it takes quite a bit of delta V to get here. But once you're here, you're there. You're chilling. Right? So that's why L1 is important. And by the way, there are Lagrange points between any two masses. Any two. So, Earth and Sun has one. Earth and Moon has Lagrange points. Jupiter and the Sun have Lagrange points. And I need to be clear. You have Lagrange points in between any two masses that are orbiting each other. It's an orbital mechanics thing. So it's not like you and your tea kettle have a Lagrange point. Like, you're not in orbit of each other. Okay? All right, anyway. Continuing with ChatGPT. Information that ChatGPT needs before each mission. The mission objective. I'm going to tell it what it needs to do. That's okay. We could do that. It wants to know the unlocked tech and available parts. I can give it a screenshot of the tech tree. I can give it a list of unlocked engines, tanks, pods, decouplers, or the career mode tier level. I'll just give it a screenshot of the tech tree. Okay. Game settings. Are we in career, science, or sandbox? I can do this at the beginning because we will always be in career. Reentry heating is on or off. It will be on. Comnet will be required. DLC parts are available. We have Making History and Breaking Ground. And are there any mission constraints? Do I have budget limits? Kerbal safety optional. A reusable vehicle required. That's a great idea. Hey, ChatGPT, I don't want you to just create a vehicle that goes into orbit. I want you to create a reusable vehicle that goes into orbit. I don't want Saturn V. I don't want Artemis II. I want the space shuttle. Those are very, very, very different engineering challenges. Single launch only. Again, going back to the space shuttle. Another one, single stage to orbit. I don't want to drop stages all over the fucking place. I just want to go there and come back in one space plane. That's another engineering challenge. Why do we stage? And can anybody tell me why we stage rockets when we're going up? I hope you know what I mean by staging. I might need to get paint back out. Right? We started with a big ass rocket. Thanks, kid. Appreciate it. All right, hold on a second, folks. Very good, Megan. That's exactly right. So, you have these stages. Most of these stages have some sort of engine on them. This one may or may not. We'll say it does for now. Okay? And all of this is filled with fuel. All of this is fuel. This is all fuel. This is all fuel. This has people on it. Not fuel. Right? This has people. Okay. So, you need all of this mass to get up there. Each of these each of these stages represent an amount of delta V. Well, here's the thing. What was important? Delta V and thrust to weight ratio. As we drain the fuel out of this, the mass of this stage one, mass of the stage changes. It gets lower until it empties. And then there's no more fuel in it. But it's still there. It still has mass, right? Because it's made of metal and it has all the rocket engine parts in it. It's just dead weight. You're now carrying this empty dead weight here for no reason. It's terrible. Get rid of it. You don't need it. And so you get rid of it. You cut it off right here. And then this stage launches, right? And it expends all its fuel. And then you get rid of it. Right? So that's what that's about. Oh, look, we have a bot on the stream. Mustafa, can you get that when you get a chance? I know you're busy. If you're too busy, it's fine. It'll just sit there. I can't wait for the day that I get a viewer on Twitch or on Kick that isn't a bot. That would be my favorite. So that's why we stage. Staging is critically important. There's a burger in here. I thought I wasn't getting a burger. All right. What else does it want? How it will deliver designs. Aircraft I design will include a name, a purpose, a breakdown of stages, a parts list, assembly instructions, staging order, flight profile. Wow. Really? That's awesome. We'll talk about a gravity turn later. Staging times. Wow. Orbital burn. That's amazing. Abort or failure notes, because this is Kerbal. I love that. If you like, I can also add in-universe engineer dialogue. Yes. Mission patch ideas. Failure investigations. Ridiculous but functional Kerbal engineering. Example, mission control. The boosters are rated for at least 3 explosions. We only need 1 launch. I'm all about it. Chief engineer ready. Mission control. Please provide the mission, the unlocked parts, and the tech tier, and any constraints. Then I will begin vehicle design review 001. Kerbals are standing by. Engineering departments has duct tape ready. That is fan-fucking-tastic. I hope it keeps the personality about it alive. Because that is really cool. Are you guys excited? I'm really excited to see how ChatGPT does. Now, I did do a tiny bit of testing earlier. I happen to know that ChatGPT is at least aware of the parts within Kerbal Space Program and can at least design a thing that goes up and comes back down. We did do that much. All right, so let's start the game. We're going to start a new game. It's going to be a career mode. Our flag is going to be Bloopzilla. And the save, so that is one of the mods that I have in the game. I have a very, very few mods in the game. We're not really going to talk a whole lot about modding the game, but the only mods I have installed are a couple of mods designed to make the game look better. And I have another mod that allows me to change the name of Kerbals, and that's it. So, for the most part, this is stock KSP. If you want to learn how to launch a vessel in KSP and get started all the way up to getting a rocket into orbit, this is the tutorial you want to watch, okay? So we're going to call this... So we're going to call this the Wonderland AI Space Admin. So this would be called WASA instead of NASA. Okay? All right. By the way, bonus. Can anybody tell me what NASA stands for? All right. Anybody know what NASA stands for? Don't look it up. No? All right. I'll tell you. It's the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Think about that name for a minute. National. All right, so it's about the U.S. Oh, there you go. I knew Megan would get it. Yep. So let's take this step by step. National. All right, so it's a branch of the U.S. government. Fair enough. Aeronautics. What does that sound like? It doesn't sound like rockets to me, does it? It's not. It's about shit going on. It's about traveling through the air. Above the ground, generally. And also space administration. So NASA's role isn't just going to the moon or, you know, going to the, putting the satellites in orbit or, going to, the International Space Station. It's not what NASA's role is. It's part of it. But they do a lot more. They've spent a ton of money on research. As one example, they have joined up with DARPA, which is the research portion of the U.S. military, to find out how to develop a plane, not a rocket, an airplane that can go faster to the speed of sound, but minimize the impact of breaking the sound barrier. No sonic boom. Sonic booms are destructive. You sonic boom over a low enough over a city, you'll destroy all the windows in every building. It's not very conducive to commercial flight, for example. It's also noisy as fuck. Right? So yeah. Anyway. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do custom. We're going to allow revert. Actually, we're going to start on hard. We are going to allow reverting. We are going to allow quick loading because I'm not a monster. We're not going to allow missing crew respawn. We're not going to auto hire members before flight. If I don't put the right people on board, then we just don't get to do that part of the mission. No entry purchase required on research. What does this mean? When you unlock something in the tech tree, do you have to pay money in order to be able to obtain whatever parts are available there? We're not going to do that. It's a little hard. We do not have indestructible facilities. We will not include the stock vehicles. We will persist the inventory, Kerbal inventory loadout. We will allow the other launch sites. Reentry heating will be at 100%. Resource abundance, I'm going to put to 100% just for my own sanity. We will enable the comm network. What does that mean? The comm network is the network of things that allows us to communicate with Kerbin. So, for us always to be able to communicate with Kerbin, we need to have satellites in orbit around Kerbin so that when we're trying to talk to ground control, and ground control happens to be on the other side of Kerbin from where we're standing, we wouldn't normally be able to talk to them. We'll have to put satellites in place to be able to make sure we can do that. 500,000 starting funds. No starting science. No reputation. Science rewards will be at 100%. 100% fund rewards. 100% reputation rewards. That's fine for penalties. That's fine for penalties. All right. Move. All right. So I'm going to take a screenshot of this. Huh. That's a problem. God damn it. All right. Actually, before we do this, cancel. There's settings in here somewhere. Back. Settings. All right. I had to put it into, I don't like putting it into not full screen mode, but is what it is. All right. All right, so apply, accept. Let's go back. We'll have to turn this off later because it cuts off the bottom of the screen and that can cause problems. All right. All right, good. It kept most of our stuff. Do that and that. Hey, welcome back. Sorry, I'm just trying to set all of the settings, and then I need ChatGPT know what the settings are. All right. There we go. All right. Let me get you screenshots of our settings. All right, so there's one. All right, advanced. We will enable Kerbal experience. They will level up immediately. The other option is they have to come back to Kerbin to level up, and that's just annoying for no reason. We will have pressure limits on parts. We will have G-force limits on parts. We have G-force limits on Kerbals. Kerbals can get knocked out if they have too much G-force. Buildings take full damage from hitting them. So don't hit the damn buildings. Enable stats upgrades for some old parts when new technology is researched. Sure. We have ComNet, so we will require signal for control. What does that mean? That means that if we don't have a Kerbal on a vessel, but we do have like some sort of automated autopilot, for example, it'll have to have some sort of signal from command from ground control in order to be able to control the vessel. Plasma blackout will interfere with ComNet when we're in when you know when you're seeing like you go into re-entry and you have the fire all around. It's called plasma, and plasma interferes with communications. We will experience the same thing. We will not have a range modifier. God damn it. I really wish they'd let us type this number in. All right, I'm going to leave it at 1.01. That's fine. We will have extra ground stations. What does that mean? So, on Earth, you have extra ground stations, right? It isn't just Mission Control in Houston, right? There's places in California. There's places in Florida, you know, Cape Canaveral. There's places in Australia. There's places all over the world that work with NASA for ground communications. I'm live on YouTube. I can't, Megan. Psycho! You missed my tutorial on going into orbit, but it's okay. We'll still go over the basic concepts. Basically, you just missed the core concepts. Specifically of what orbit is. Hawaii. Yep. Exactly, Megan. Yep. Yeah, Vandenberg is what I meant when I was saying California. I'm assuming that's what you mean by VA. We have sites in Japan. There's all kinds of places. I even think Kadena does tracking. Alaska does. Anyway. So yeah. So Psycho, you missed kind of the orbital mechanics part, but I can catch you up on anything you're missing. I really had Psycho as in mind because KSP has always been something he's been interested in. But it's hard. And it's like, it's a game, but it's a simulator. And because of that, it can be challenging, right? And somebody taught me how to do it. Like, Psycho's smart. He is. But it's not like you're taught orbital mechanics even in high school physics. We're just not. All right. So I'm just getting screenshots of all of the settings that were set up so that ChatGPT is aware of what they are, so that it can be aware of them. Don't need to worry about that or this. All right. All right. So I said, please begin. Before we begin, let me get you screenshots of our settings. Mission Control, Chief Engineer, reviewing program configuration now. I love it. Based on your screenshots, here are the operational constraints our engineering team must design around. Flight safety and player control, reverting flights enabled, quick loading enabled. Engineering interpretation, we are allowed to conduct prototype launches and simulations. Yes! Good job, ChatGPT. Catastrophic explosions will be classified as valuable engineering data. Yes! Oh my god, that's amazing! Missing crews do not respawn. Kerbals can be permanently lost. Expect the Aftermath Review Board to be extremely hostile if Jeb dies. I have a comment to ChatGPT about that. Uncrewed testing for new launch vehicles whenever possible. Physics and difficulty environment. Reentry heating 100% full difficulty. Engineering implications. Orbital return vehicles must include heat shields. Yes, you must. Ballistic reentry profiles recommended early career. Yes. Resource abundance 50%. Engineering implications. Mining operations later in the program will be less productive. Oh shit. I didn't want that. Let me fix that. Where is that set? There. All right. That's hilarious. All right, let's go back. Dunkaroos! Oh my god. That's amazing. I've never even heard of them since I was young. All right. Anyway, engineering implications, mining operations later in the program will be less productive. Long-term colonization or refueling infrastructure will require larger drills and more units. Comnet enabled. Signal required for control enabled. Meaning, probe cores require antenna coverage. Yes, they do. Remote spacecraft can lose control if signal drops. Correct. Reentry communication loss. Yes. No probe control during high-speed atmospheric entry. Correct. Satellites will become strategically important. Correct. Deep space probes require relay networks. Correct. Yes, ChatGPT knows. Kerbal physical limits, part pressure limits enabled, meaning high aerodynamic loads can rip rockets apart. Correct. Engineering implications, gradual gravity turns. Avoid excessive speed below 10 kilometers altitude. Correct. Part G-force limits enabled, meaning excessive acceleration can break components. Engineering recommendation, avoid greater than 20 meters per second squared early stage acceleration. This is limiting TWR. We talked about that. If your TWR gets too high, you become too flexible. And that's bad. You become unstable. Every plane or anything moving through aerodynamic space, i.e. our air, has a level of instability. Now, for commercial airliners, you want low levels of instability, right? Because you don't want your passengers getting thrown all around the cockpit. You just want to go from point A to point B safely and as safely as possible. Now, a jet fighter does not want to be unstable because the more stable it is, the harder it is to turn the damn thing, and the less maneuverable you are. Jet fighters want to be maneuverable. So jet fighters are constantly being designed to hover on a line between just unstable enough to be able to move really fast and outmaneuver your opponent. And so that's good. And on the bad end is, oh shit, we're out of control and we're crashing. Right? There's a very fine line there, and they hover as close to that line as possible. Anyway, Kerbal G-force limits enabled, meaning Kerbals can pass out or die from excessive G-forces. Correct. Engineering recommendations, keep crew launches under 6 to 8 Gs sustained. Correct. Career economy, starting funds 500,000. Engineering reaction, mission control, we are rich. Yes! Oh my god, that's amazing. This allows aggressive early R&D, multiple prototype rockets, satellite programs early. Yes! You understand me, ChatGPT. Science rewards, 100% of standard science progression. Funds penalties, 200%. Failure costs double penalties. Engineering implications, contract failures will hurt. Only accept contracts we are certain we can complete. Reputation penalties. All right. Technology and progression. Kerbal experience is enabled. Kerbals level up from missions. They will level up immediately. No need to return to Kerbin. Huge advantage for long duration missions. Correct. Part upgrades. Later tech nodes will upgrade existing parts. Correct. Comnet additional settings. Extra ground stations enabled. Network will be more forgiving early game. Correct. It won't matter. Early, we will develop satellites that will enhance our comm network pretty early. Engineering summary. Mission control is configured a moderately realistic but forgiving program. Hard systems enabled, safety nets. Engineering conclusion. We can design serious spacecraft, but we must respect aerodynamics, heating, and communication networks. Correct. That's exactly what I wanted. Chief engineer request. Mission control, please provide current tech tree unlocks. Screenshot of the R&D building or tech nodes. First mission objective. Examples. First Kerbin orbit, suborbital science, early satellite network, Mun flyby. Once I have the available parts, I will design rocket program vehicle 001. The engineering team is ready. The launch pad is probably safe. Probably. I love the fact that it's sticking with the personality. Psycho, this is exactly what we were talking about. Where it picked up on the personality somehow. We were looking at different AI tools that would be better at picking up the spirit of what it is to be a Kerbal. Because they're kind of crazy little green dudes. They just are. They're just kind of insane. And ChatGPT somehow has picked up on that and is sticking with it. Subtle BDSM public signals is really funny. Oh my god. The launch pad is probably safe. Probably. It's probably safe. All right. So thank you, ChatGPT. All right. So, all right. So these look good, but I need to tell it, a minor correction. Oh, actually, I should say, hold on. Let's talk to the chief engineer. Engineer, this is the flight oversight committee. I don't know how to spell committee, apparently. Just a couple of updates to the above information. First of all, we have decided that resources will be 100% available, not 50%. Additionally, Jeb Kerman is wanted in wanted for wanton. That's not, no. Yeah. Wanton destruction in multiple countries. As such, his reputation has seriously decreased. Our new star pilot will be Alice Kerman. There we go. Stupler, how you doing? Stupler, absolutely. I will get you there. All right, Chief Engineer responding to Flight Oversight Committee. Acknowledged. Engineering has updated the program parameters. Resource abundance 100%. Engineering impact has significantly improved future missions planning. Advantages include all of these things. And engineering note on mission control. Minimus surface refueling operations will now be highly attractive later in the program due to its extremely low gravity. This change makes a Minimus fuel station strategy one of our long-term goals. This is actually something that I've seen before and I've never actually done. You set up a fuel station on Minimus, and basically you can refuel some of your deep space vessels on their way out of Kerbin orbit or Kerbin influence. So if you're going to deep space, like out to Joule, which is the Jupiter analog, it'll be interesting. Crew assignment update. Jebediah Kerman status grounded indefinitely. Charges include unauthorized booster staging, atmospheric litho braking. This is crashing, by the way. Litho means ground. Atmospheric litho braking is you hit the ground. That is fucking hilarious. Testing whether parachutes work after landing and, quote, science, unquote. The engineering department will not comment further. Holy shit. This is great. This is so much better than I thought it would be. Primary flight pilot, Alice Kerman, lead test pilot. Engineering assessment. Alice will be assigned to high-risk prototype launches, orbital qualification flights, and Mun Minimus landing missions. Crew safety protocols will be strongly suggested. Engineering operational plan. Our early program will likely proceed through these phases. Yeah, it's really wanting to get to like what we're going to do. I understand why it's doing that. Engineering standing by. Mission control, please provide current technology tree up unlocks. First contract or mission objective. Once received, engineering will begin designing launch vehicle KSP-01, Alice's first ride. We will attempt to keep explosion probability below 60%. Engineering out. Holy shit. I want to use science in my real life. Yes. We're playing a GURPS campaign with Mad Scientist and Psycho and Sofa Queen. Charles T. Dow, which a lot of you guys don't know, but that's Mad Scientist's life partner. And also Pedanticus. And in GURPS, GURPS has realistic modes of play and cinematic is what they call modes of play. One of the skills that is available is science, which is all of the science skills in one skill. And it's kind of funny. All right. So we have fixed this. Let's go ahead and accept this. So we have our difficulty options set. We have our flag as Bloopzilla. We see little Bloopzilla there. And we are known as WASA, the Wonderland AI Space Administration. We will begin in career mode. Oh, and I need to get the settings back. Ignore this. This is just based on the mods we have installed. Not a big deal. Oh my god, I can't see. Okay. Okay. All right. Nice to meet you. I'm Gene Kerman, flight director, and your guide for this quick introduction. This is the Space Center. From here, you can manage all aspects of the space program. Feel free to have a look around. Hold the right mouse button and move camera. Yeah, this is just teaching you how to move around. It doesn't tell you a whole lot. Oh, wow. The game looks pretty fucking fantastic from base. But again, we do not have a lot of mods installed, just to be clear. All right. So we have several buildings, as you can see here. We've got the runway. We've got the launch pad. We have the VAB, where we design rockets. We have the splice plane hangar, SPH. This is where we design not rockets. We have mission control here. And this is where we pick up contracts, which we will be doing because they're a good way to earn money in the game. Tracking station. This is very, very, very important for later. And one of the early game things that we want to upgrade because it's going to allow us to do things like EVAs and things like that. This is huge for us. It's the research and development. And this is actually where they want our, that it keeps asking our screenshot for. We have no science to start. So I'm just going to go ahead and take a snapshot here. And because it keeps asking me. All right. And there. All right. Chief engineer. We are in career mode. And here is a screenshot of our starting tech tree. Done. All right, let's see what the chief engineer has to say. Chief engineer reviewing available technology now, mission control. From the tech tree screenshot, we currently have only the start node, meaning our parts inventory is extremely limited. This is the classic early career firework program phase of KSP2, or KSP. That is absolutely correct. We have a command and control Mark 1 command pod, a stay put Probodyne. I don't know if we have a probe core. I don't think that's right. Engineering note, we can fly crewed or uncrewed vehicles. I don't think that's right. Stay Putnik is later. Okay. I could work with this. All right. So it's already made a mistake. We don't have this part. The propulsion is the Flea solid rocket booster. That is correct. It has no throttle, no shutdown, no restart, and it burns for about 30 seconds. Engineering translation. Once lit, we are committed to whatever happens next. That is correct. We do have a Mark 16 parachute. That is correct. And for structural utility, we've got a radial decoupler, which is incorrect. We have a basic fin, which is correct. Wait, do we have a radiality coupler? No, we don't. Nope, it's wrong. Okay. We have a Communitron 16 antenna and a mystery goo observation unit. That part's right, but these two in the middle are wrong. Actually, the first and third things are wrong. So it's already getting some things wrong. We will tell it afterwards that it has made mistakes. With this tech level, we can accomplish launch. Can I get this to go away? There we go. Suborbital flight, atmospheric science, and crew survival. We can't do orbit, controlled thrust, liquid fuel engines, heat shields, or reaction wheels beyond the pod. This is sounding rocket territory. Engineering proposal. Our first vehicle will be a KSP-01 firecracker. Purpose, suborbital launch. Recover Alice safely. Gather first science. Vehicle design. Stack top to bottom. We'll have a parachute, command pod. Crew will be Alice Kerman in the command pod. We'll use a mystery unit, and we'll have an RT-5 flea booster. Stability. Attach 3 to 4 basic fins to the flea. I don't do this. Makes the rocket too expensive for nothing that... We get no value from doing this. Without them, the rocket will perform what engineers call aerodynamic interpretive dance. Staging. 0, fire the flea booster. Stage 1, deploy the parachute. Note, sounding rocket. Very different than sounding. Yes, correct. Flight plan. Launch. Full throttle. Activate stage. Do not touch anything. The flea will burn for 30 seconds. Expected altitude. 8 kilometers to 15 kilometers. Science procedure. During ascent. Observe mystery goo. EVR report if possible. Crew report. Recovery. At 34 kilometers of altitude. Deploy parachute. Safe splashdown expected. Expected science gains. We should get science from launchpad, flying low, crew report, mystery goo, estimated yield 10 to 20 science. This will unlock our first real rockets. Risk assessment, medium chance of rocket flips. Hard landing is low, and Alice survives is high. Future engineering plan. Okay, well, this is a lot. On review, the committee has decided to nix the fins on the rocket due to cost concerns. However, they have authorized a second mystery goo container in their place. This will allow goo observation both on the ground and in atmosphere. Chief Engineer acknowledges committee directive. Mission Control. Engineering has reviewed the committee's request to remove aerodynamic stabilizers and replace them with additional science payload. While the absence of fins technically converts the rocket into what we classify as a probabilistic guidance vehicle, the science return is indeed higher. The engineering department will comply. Okay, so this is the KSP-01 Firecracker B. Mission objective. First launch of the program. Collect ground and atmospheric science. Safely recover Alice Kerman. Mark 16 parachute. Mark 1 command pod with Alice on board. Mystery goo container 1. Ground experiment. Mystery goo number 2. Atmospheric experiment. RT-5 flea rocket booster. Yep. This all looks good. If the capsule remains stable, EVA. We will not be able to successfully EVA. This depends on whether Alice enjoys climbing around on a ballistic missile. She does. But I don't think we will be able to do this because the tracking station needs to be upgraded first. EVA is not possible. I'll double check that, but I'm pretty sure. Flight profile, stage and ignite flea, blah, blah, blah. This is just how to fly the damn thing, and I will do that on my own. All right. So I'm going to take what it said. Stop it. Windows is being a pain in my ass. There we go. All right. Where is the... There it is. All right. So we're going to build what it says. Let's go back out. All right, we have the administration building. But this is where we set our strategy. And I haven't dealt with the base. I usually upgrade this to something else, so I don't remember what even the options are here. We could do an appreciation campaign, I think. Setup cost is money. Well, we're not going to use any funds right now. So, and what does it get us? Takes 5% funds income. Yields 1 reputation. No, that just gets us more reputation. Okay. So we can't really do anything right now in our strategy, and that's okay. I don't really care. And then there's the astronaut complex, which is where our astronauts are. Now I should have a mod. Let's get into the settings real quick. So you can see where the bottom is cut off, and that's really annoying. So we go into settings, and the settings I want aren't here. That's okay. Close this. I'm going to save the game. And I'm going to call it AI. I'm going to call it, stop it. AI Wonderland 1. Okay. You need my opinion. All right, we'll give you just a minute. Actually, guys, while I do this setting change real quick, this won't take long. We're going to take a quick break, guys. Get up, stretch your legs, eat your food, do whatever you need to do. I'll be right back. Riley Ray 85, you like KSP 2? I really wish it had been completed. I'm sorry. But, guys, give me just 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Welcome to Wonderland Gaming. My name is Alice, and I'm your host. I'm gonna die. Again.
You absolute... Ah! I will, in fact, outrun you! No, I... Oh.
Everyone needs sanity pills.
Well, one of us... Bye!
We've destroyed an allied battleship.
That was not an allied battleship. Damn it, Jingles!
Well done, everyone. Now let's get back for some tea and medicine.
Boom, boom, dead. Yes!
And to be clear, by the way, regarding my challenge, I wasn't trying to build a full-fledged base down in the deep. I was just trying to build the power. And it was like, hey, what are you doing? I was like, nothing. And it was like, bleh, and then started attacking everything. And I was like, oh, stop it. And he went, oh, but I accidentally just murdered you. Oh, I bet that sucks. Sorry, it sucks to be you. You're dead now. So, game over. Create a new game. Bye-bye. Except I didn't get to hear any of that last part because I was dead and I was at the loading screen.
See, your fans want Darth Breather.
I know, but no. If we can avoid it, we're not doing it.
All right. Well, when we go back to Sith side, I'm rolling Darth Breather.
Please do.
And as a character choice, my mic will be up my nose.
Okay, fair.
Put it
I'm role
inside
playing.
of my left nostril.
That's right. Live action role playing. And just keep in mind, name yourself Breather so that when you get the Darth title, you will be Darth Breather. Otherwise, you're just weird.
Darth Breather.
Yeah, Darth Breather of the Darth legacy. Darth.
Flat? Is that flat? I can't tell if that's flat.
According to this, the
10
slope
seconds.
is 11, 10 degrees, 9 degrees. Flat enough.
5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm burning. I don't care what the hell that thing said. That was scary. Oh, too hard. Too hard.
Hi. That's subtle. Yes, please pull the trigger right here.
Sure.
Sure.
Well,
Go ahead. Ah! You can now rebuild all of our shit, you fuck monkey.
hey, you
We have no food, you jackass. You blew up all of the food, all of the campfires, and all of our...
Yeah, I still don't understand. See, so this car right ahead of me that I'm riding the coattails of is Sonoda, who's 2 positions ahead of me. But I'm like a full minute behind Shumi, who is behind me. I don't get it.
Maybe one more hard.
Sofa's saying one more harder, but I know her better. She loves it when it's hard.
No. What?
She loves it as hard as it can be sometimes.
Oh my god, stop it!
She just loves ramming it right down my throat. Wait,
What the fuck?
wait, that's not how that works. Anyway, can I get a pole? Not ramming pole, just a regular pole.
Where did he hide the holocron?
It's in your ass!
Outstanding.
I didn't realize. Jesus Christ, Phil. Poor soul. Let me put you out of your misery.
I think maybe not.
Did you guys see that?
That was
Sofa, get back out there. Oh, we're inside. Oh God, she can't be out here very long, can she? Can I ask what the fuck just happened and why Sofa's dead?
Hit F3.
All right. She exploded due to overheating?
Yeah. You're in the atmosphere. She burnt up. You just burnt your girlfriend.
I mean, I didn't.
How are you going to explain this to her?
That crew cabin. All right, everybody, we are back. Let's go into the lab. All right. So, let's do what it said. We always need to start with a command pod of some sort. So this said use the Mark 1 command pod. We have started with Mark 1 command pod. Whoops. Mark 1 command pod. It gets a Mark 1 parachute. Now I happen to know where these things are. I'll just do what it says. All right. Alice Kerman. Oh, whoops. I need to go out and rename. Go save. That's fine. I have a mod that allows me to rename herbals. I don't remember what they're called. Bear with me. That's Eve. I don't need that. What's this? That's Parallax. That's Copernicus. We don't need to play with. What about this? Toolbar settings. Where the hell? Ah, roster. Here we go. So Jeb is there, but Valentina is getting renamed. Edit. There we go. All right. So Valentina is fairly stupid. It is me after all. And is not very courageous. She is a badass and she's a veteran. But her name is Alice Kerman. She's a pilot. She uses the default suit. And is female. Apply. Perfect. Alice Kerman. All right. We're also going to rename Bob Kerman. Because Sophie gets dibs. Sophie Queen Kerman. She is a scientist. She will be female. She's not very stupid. And she's kind of cowardly. Sounds good to me. Apply. All right, and then Jeb is Jeb. We leave Jeb alone. So Supler, you said you wanted to be a something, so you want to be an engineer? And you look kind of like a crazy ass mofo here. Is male okay, I'm assuming? I don't assume genders. Right, exactly. Yeah. All right. We'll apply that. And I can create Kerbals at will as well, so if anybody else wants to hop in to a role, let me know. Well, beans. All right. Now we can go in. All right. So here's what we have here. We're going to go ahead and put Alice No, Jeb, get the fuck out of here. Jeb will eventually be relegated to orbit, or probably Ramun processing, being a pilot that processes science. So Alice is going to go here. And then we'll go back to building. And we will have 2 mystery goo containers. Science! We'll put them in symmetry around each other. I don't know why it's not sitting the way I want it to, but okay. It's gonna go there. I will eventually get to it, absolutely, yeah. Alright, and then it wants the fleas. Or the flea, pardon me. Alright. And it said we are calling this vessel the KSP-01 Firecracker B. All right. And we save. And now we go to launch. All right. We're going to turn on SAS because we always turn on SAS, but it's not going to mean a whole lot right now. First thing we do, come down here, and we're going to observe the mystery goo right on the ground. We get credit for that. Save that science. Okay. And we can do a crew report. Okay. And we can save that. Now, watch this. Recover the vessel. Chief Engineer. I love this. We are the Aftermath Review Board is happy to report the successful deployment of Firecracker B and her crew of Alice to the launch pad. We did a crew report on the launch pad, as well as observe the mystery goo. Recovery was successful, although that is to be expected because we didn't launch. We just wanted the free science. The review board has recommended a second launch using the same configuration, where we will actually ignite the rocket. Alice Kerman is prepared and ready for actually launching. Mission Control, the Engineering Department would like to commend the committee on their excellent fiscal responsibility. Conducting ground science without lighting the rocket is a proud and time-honored tradition in early space programs. The accounting department is especially pleased. Alice Kerman is also pleased to discover that her first mission involved 0 explosions. Yes. No fit, blah, blah, blah. Pre-launch checklists, SAS on, throttle max, camera pointed somewhere inspiring. Alice provided that the rocket cannot be turned off. Launch procedure, T-0, stage to ignite, the flee, expected behavior, rapid vertical ascent, possible gentle spinning. Engineers pretending that was intentional. Do not attempt steering correction unless the rocket begins pointing directly into the ocean horizontally. When the rocket reaches flying low, 500 meters to 18 kilometers, run the mystery goo 2 observation, optional crew report, expected flight profile, recovery procedure, estimated science total after flight, engineering note to Alice. If the rocket starts spinning, this is called passive stabilization and is scientifically desirable. Yes! Yes! This is amazing! I love this flavor. Mission Control Engineering recommends proceeding with ignition of Firecracker B. All systems are nominal. Probability of success is encouraging non-zero. Clear for launch. All right. Let's go to recover. I love the fact that it plays in. CE, please note that in all pre-checks, we should ensure that the priority end is up and the pointy end is up and the flamey end is down. Yes, that is desired behavior. All right, so we got 4 science for doing that, and we recovered nearly everything that we spent, so let's go. All right, so for mission 2, let's actually launch this vehicle again. We haven't changed anything. Let's make sure Alice is on board. Fucking Kerbin, or Jeb. It is Alice. All right. Throttle is all the way up. All right. All right. KSB Mission Control. We are go for launch in 3, 2, 1. And away we go. Oh, we have to revert. That was my fault. No, let's leave it. No, because it did tell us to do it and I didn't do it. My fault. Revert to vehicle assembly. It told me to set up the stages and I didn't do it. So that's my fault, not their fault. Here we go. Now save and launch. Yeah, if it's my fault that I just randomly forget to do something that the chief engineer explicitly told me to do, that's not fair, right? All right. In 3, 2, 1. There we go. All right. Observe the goo. Report. Alright, when did it want me to launch the... At 3 to 4 kilometers. Alright, we'll wait. Wow. Alright, mission control, we are 12.5 kilometers up. All systems nominal. All right, and at 12.9 kilometers, we are beginning our descent. All right, so we managed to go up and come back down. Perfect. All right, so does anybody have any questions? How does staging work in KSP2? Look at Alice, she's having a blast. All right, GEVA. Can I just work while off a curved surface? Astronaut complex upgrade required. All right, we are between 3 and 4 kilometers, so we're deploying parachutes. We thought we were. Why didn't they deploy? Alice is dead. So we revert. What happened? Something happened there. Why did they not deploy? That seems like a flaw of the game, not of ChatGPT. Try it again. I'm gonna try it again just to see. Alright. Observe the goo. Save. Save the crew report. It seems to be the same. Let's reset it. I think it was the same as this one. There it goes. Huh. I wonder why it didn't work before. There we go. Oh. All right. All right, we can speed up time while we wait. There we go. All right. So we can do a crew report. Nope, cancel. We can look at the goo again. And we can try to EVA. All right. Perfect. All right, let's tell... All right, Chief Engineer. Simulations showed that attempting to deploy the chutes at 3 to 4 kilometers altitude resulted in chutes not deploying in time to slow the vehicle. Automatically adjusted to deploying chutes at 6 kilometers to resolve this situation. Flight 1 was successful overall. Alice has been recovered, as has the both goo containers. Some notes on the mission. 1, EVA was not possible due to a missing upgrade to the... I don't remember. Anybody remember what it said? You need to upgrade something first. Wasn't it the astronaut complex? Was it the tracking station or the astronaut complex? Yeah, it's the astronaut complex. I did the first time, but when I actually hovered over it, it said the astronaut complex. Yeah, you remember except the guy said that was wrong. No, you listened. I just told you wrong. Oh, wait. Come back. Stoopler, do you like this idea, by the way, of doing this? 2. While science overall was successful, Alice was unable to EVA on the ground upon landing due to the rocket tipping over and rolling to cover the command pod's hatch. Chief Engineer report received. Mission Control. Engineering congratulates Alice and the recovery teams on a successful Flight 1 of the Kerbal Space Program. The first rocket launch has been completed with 0 explosions, which historically places us well ahead of schedule. The chute deployment correction to 6 kilometers is noted and also approved. That is a wise adjustment given the Flea's ballistic descent profile. Flight 1 post-mission engineering review. Vehicle Firecracker B. Mission outcome successful. Crew status, Alice recovered. Payload, both containers recovered. Program status, science required. Rocket did not explode. This qualifies a major engineering victory. Astronaut complex limitation. You correctly identified the constraint. Current facility level does not allow EVA. Implications. No EVA reports. No VA science collection. No surface sample gathering. Engineering recommendation. We should not rely on EVA science until the complex is upgraded. Hatch obstruction on landing. This is a classic early KSP design problem. Cause. The single vertical booster design creates a tall, narrow vehicle. After landing, the rocket tips over. The hatch ends up facing the ground. Result, Alice was effectively trapped inside her spacecraft by physics. Engineering translation. The rocket fell over and sat on the door. Future design mitigation. Once we gain more parts, this problem can be solved by landing legs, wider booster configurations, radial decouplers, capsule-only recovery designs. For now, the problem is acceptable. Science progress assessments between Launchpad Science, Flying Low Goo, crew reports. You should now have roughly 20 to 30 science depending on recovery values. Recommendation, first technology unlock. We should now unlock basic rocketry. This is the single most important early node. It gives us the Reliant, fuel tanks, stack decoupler. This will allow multi-stage rockets, higher altitude flights, near space missions, and most importantly, rockets that are not just fireworks with a chair attached. Next mission proposal. Vehicle program vehicle KSP-2 Grasshopper, which mission goals reach higher altitude, 30 to 60 kilometers, which is just the edge of space. Collect high altitude goo science, test first multi-stage rocket, expected milestone, first near space flight. Engineering praise. Alice Kerman has now successfully completed program launch 1, survived a solid rocket without steering, demonstrated excellent tolerance for engineering decisions made by committee. She is proving to be a strong candidate for future orbital missions. Mission control, please confirm how much science was recovered, which technology load was unlocked. Once confirmed, engineering will begin design of KSP-2 Grasshopper, the first true rocket of the program, and possibly the first one we can actually steer. All right. Okie dokie, Schmokey. Let's get back to the game. Let's recover the vessel. We did it, kids! Woohoo! All right. It was right. We got 29 science. All right. So let's upgrade the astronaut complex. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. All right. Rebels can perform EVAs. All right. I'm going to upgrade the tracking station because I want to see orbits visible in map. Oh, patch conics visible in map. Yeah, we need that for later stuff. I'll show you what patch conics is when we actually get to an orbit, which will be soon. All right, we'll leave the space pad alone. Now, one thing I do want to do is go to mission control. I forgot that we need to pick up contracts, right? So we want to test the Mark 16 parachute, which we already have in flight above Kerbin. Or Kerbin. Between 4,000 and 11,000, where the speed is that. So we're going to go ahead and pick this up because we can do that anyway. We can escape the atmosphere. And orbit Kerbin. So we're going to take escape atmosphere next. Can we get a third one? No, we can't. We can only do 2. That's fine. We'll leave and right click on this and upgrade. No, we won't upgrade it. We don't have enough money. So, all right. So we have 2 contracts that'll help us get money. We need it badly, apparently. All right. All right. Let's go to R&D. And it recommended basic rocketry, which will cost us 5 research. So let's go ahead and do that. No, we shouldn't have to purchase the 3 parts. I thought we took care of that. No. Settings. Do I have to start all the way over? Damn it. We have to start over. I'm not going to start over in ChatGPT. I'll just get us back to where we're going. Quit the main menu. That sucks. I thought I turned that off. That's really frustrating. Resume saved and delete this. So cancel, start new. No entry purchase required on research. Persist that. Allow other launch sites. Yeah, I missed all kinds of stuff. My fault. Sorry, folks. We're going to go ahead and start with 29 science. Okay, we'll start with 30 science. No, we'll start with 0 science, but I'll just do the first mission really quickly. Advanced. That's all fine. It looks like it kept all of the other stats, so we'll accept. And we're in career mode. Everything else should be fine. So let's start. All right. Well, I'm not that dumb. All right, apply. And then Bob is going to be sofa. Lots of courage, no intelligence. I absolutely adore her. And it's not her in real life, just to be clear. All right, and then Bill gets edited to Stupler. And we'll keep him the same way. Oh, why not? Let's make him a badass too. There we go. All right, close the window. I'm going to go ahead and do these upgrades early. I can't do that yet. And let's build the first thing it asked me to build. I got it. All right, so it was this. And then we put Alice in it. Right? And then it was, oops, it was, hello? There we go. That. And it was this, and then it was science. Okay, and that was it, right? And this was called KSP 001. What was it? Firecracker B? All right. Save. Oh, it even remembered the staging. Hilarious. Launch. All right. Turn on SAS. Get that full blown. Let's do this. Observe the goo. Keep it. Look at this. Crew report with the lights on. Cool. EVA. And EVA report. Excellent. And now we can recover. I should probably board again. There it is. B for board. All right. And now we can recover the vessel. So we have some science. All right. Let's launch it again. All right, we'll turn on SAS. Maximum throttle in launching in 3, 2, 1. Sofa, did you get a sandwich? All right, we're approaching apogee, which is the top of our little trajectory. Let's observe the goo. And let's do a crew report. And let's EVA. Let's do an EVA report. Uh-oh. Let's get back on before we die. This is disconcerting. It's okay. Slow down. Oh. Woo. Yeah. Yeah, Alice Kermit is amazing. Have you played KSP, Megan? Oh, let's speed up time. And boop. All right. And unlike before, we can go ahead and... Oh, we can't do a crew report or an EVA report. We don't have enough time. So that's okay. Let's go ahead and recover the vessel. And we should have a little bit more science than we did before. We had 29, now we have 34 total. Good. I would love for you to play this game. I really, really, really want you to play this game. I can't make you want to play it, but I think you would be amazing at it. An astrophysicist playing KSP. Are you fucking me right now? Like, absolutely. That'd be amazing. All right. So the game recommend, or ChatGPT was like our chief engineer, ChatGPT, said we should get basic rocketry next because it includes the swivel. It includes liquid or a bigger solid fuel booster, and a fuel tank. Now it thinks it's going to get a decoupler out of it, and it is wrong. You don't get that with basic rocketry. You do get that from Engineering 101, which I will be nice and tell it that we got. We're also going to get a thermometer, and we're going to get our first antenna to communicate back. Now, keep in mind, the crew cabin that we start with, Mark 1 command pod, has the equivalent of a communicatron inside of it. We don't need one in addition, right? And then this is a horizontal version of the same antenna. So we're going to go ahead and get that, okay? And now we have to make a decision. There's survivability, which gets us a heat shield. That's important. Gets us 2 different heat shields of different sizes. It gets us the barometer, more science. It gets us a radiator panel. Radiators are very important because in space, it is very difficult to shed heat. Now, that's another physics thing. But when you are shedding heat, when you're venting heat, think about your computer. When you install a heat sink, what you're trying to do is get the heat away from one specific location. You're radiating heat. That works really well in atmosphere. The reason why it works really well in atmosphere is because heat is actually energy inside of mass. Okay? And so when you're dealing with particles, for example, you'll end up with, electrons are a great load of particle. They loves to get excited. They love to jump, valences, which are like orbits around their nucleus. And when you do so, they'll jump up and they'll start to glow. They'll release energy when they do so. Actually, that is incorrect. I've got it backwards. They'll jump up because they're excited, but they can only remain excited for so long, and then they calm right back down. And when they do, they drop back to the valence they were in. Now, when they do that, that's when they release a tiny bit of energy and a little bit of light. Now, they don't always emit the light, but often when we see electronics glow, we're seeing that because we're seeing those electrons jump from their outer shells back into their inner shells where they belong. And there's a lot more complicated physics that goes down to at the chemical level. I loved chemical physics. Physical chemistry is what it's called. I fucking love it. I never got to study it when I was after high school, but I really want to go back to college and learn it. But it's really fascinating. So anyway, why am I telling you all of this? Well, essentially, heat travels just like sound does, just like light does. It goes from one particle to another particle to another particle to another particle to dissipate. Now, the problem with doing that in space is there's not a lot of fucking particles up there. You don't have air. You don't have water. You don't have other things for this heat to go somewhere else to. So it just slowly starts to dissipate on what few particles are out there. So what radiators are, why radiators are important in space is because they help do that more. They create more surface area, just like actually radiators in real life do. Like, not in real life, the radiators are real life in space as well. But radiators, it's just like the radiator inside of your car, radiator inside of your computer. They're creating more surface area so that you have more particles that you might bump into to dissipate more heat. Radiators are very, very important in space. All right, and then our first landing strut is here. We get our first radial mounted chute. Radial, what does that mean? It means on the outside of the round part of the rocket, instead of sitting on top on the nose cone like we have been. Okay, and then we have a different radial mounted parachute. This is actually the primary big one. This is a drogue chute. What is a drogue chute? A drogue chute is a specially designed parachute that is usually launched before a regular parachute. And the design there is to slow a vehicle down so that when you launch the bigger parachutes, it doesn't catch too much wind because you're going too fast and rip the cords of your parachute, and then you don't have a parachute anymore. And then there is the service bay. Service bay is literally just a thing you mount on the hull to put stuff in. It's an empty shell, essentially. It has doors that open and close. So this is really important. We do have 24. This is probably my recommended next step on what we're going to unlock. But let's look at what else we can unlock. We can also afford stability. So we could go with stability instead. So we can get our aerodynamic nose cone. That's important. If we switch to using radial mounted chutes, we'll have a flat surface on top of the Mark I command pod. And that's bad. Flat surfaces are bad because it's a flat surface on top. That is the direction we're traveling in. And so, you know, you have all of this air. Think about when you, if you've ever been driving and you stick your hand out the window, right? If you stick your hand out the window like this and the air is traveling like this, right? It's all pretty smooth, right? You'll move back and forth a little bit like this, but your hand doesn't have a problem with that. You try to do this with your hand while the air is traveling this way, it'll rip your arm off, right? If you do this, and if you do this, you kind of float up and down. You can actually learn about space flight doing that, or air flight doing this. It's kind of awesome. But yeah, if you do this, it's really bad, right? It throws your arm back. You get a lot more force. Same thing, same concept here. You don't want a flat surface perpendicular to your direction that you're traveling in because it's bad. It creates drag. What is drag? Drag is a force that is pushing away from where you want to go. The whole point of this, remember with our arrows, the whole point of this is you want to create as much arrow going up as you can. Drag is an arrow pointing down. It works in the direction, in this case, it works in the direction of gravity. We're trying to overcome gravity. We don't want a force working against us. So anyway, aerodynamic parts are important for that, and this helps with that. What is this? This is a winglet. Does exactly what it sounds like. It's a small wing. It creates drag in a very special way that will allow you to increase lift. Not terribly important for the rockets we're building right now, but sometimes you want that. If you start spinning out of control or you start wobbling, you don't have anything on a rocket that we've built so far that allows us to counteract that. A winglet will. It'll start going, oh, we're going this way. I can use the winglet. I can use the control surfaces on a winglet to go, I don't want to go this way. I want to go up. So I'm going to counteract it by doing this. Okay. It gives us more atmospheric control. All right. What is a radial decoupler? What does radial mean? We talked about that before. It's on the outside of the rounded surface of the cylinder that is our vehicle. It goes on the surface. So you can mount things on the side. This allows us to put things like engines around the outside of the main cone. It's not a cone, by the way. It's a cylinder. Not sure why I said the word cone. I hope that makes sense. We'll be using this extensively later. All right, what's in general rocketry? We can afford this too. We can't afford all three. We can have to pick one. General rocketry gets us bigger engine. We're going to go a lot into these. These are liquid engines. Notice how they look different. A solid rocket engine booster comes with an engine, and it's a big tube. This engine is just engine. There's no tube on top. Why is there no tube on top? The reason why is because it needs to be fed liquid fuel. So whenever you get one of these, you'll need to put one of these fuel tanks on top of it. Okay? Fuel tank, what is it? Big cylinder. You put fuel in it. It's as simple as that. Okay? What's the difference between solid rocket and liquid fueled engines? The engines, the concept of the engine is the same. You have an engine on the bottom. It's going to shoot out flame and power so that you can go up. One consumes solid fuel and the other one consumes liquid fuel. What are the advantages of both? Solid rockets, solid engines, solid rocket boosters are really good in the short term. They produce a tremendous amount of energy. Okay? Thank you, Esther. They produce a tremendous amount of energy, but it's not controlled. You have no throttle control, right? Because it's solid. I can't control the rate at which the fuel is consumed. So, while it's extremely energy dense, I can't say, oh, I need to slow the fuck down now. I can say it all I want, but I won't actually slow the fuck down. Sorry, hold on. It's a little warm in here, so I'm trying to blow some air on me. All right. Liquid fuel. Liquid fuel has a couple of problems. Challenges. First of all, why use liquid fuel? Well, it works a lot like the gas pedal in your car, right? When you slam down the accelerator all the way down, you're putting as much fuel to your engine as possible, you go faster. If you're like, holy shit, I'm going too fast, then you let off of the gas pedal, which reduces the flow of gas, or in this case, liquid fuel, to the engine. You slow down. Okay? So you have control over how fast or how slow you go. Very, very, very important. Now, you can control the rate at which we just said that with solid fuel, you can't control how fast it burns. That's not entirely true. It's something that a lot of people don't know. Let's get paint back out. This is gonna be a lot of fun. Let's do a new thing. All right. Yeah, don't save. All right, so I'm gonna build. I'm gonna build us. Let's undo that. Let's put it up to the top. All right. So we're gonna build a basic. Pretend this is a solid rocket booster, okay? All right, and this whole thing is filled with solid fuel, okay? Solid fuel isn't obviously the container itself, right? Because otherwise you would burn away the container itself, and that doesn't make any sense. It's filled with solid fuel. We'll just say it looks like this. Okay? Pretend that's actually a rectangle. All right, and then you ignite the bottom of it, and flame and stuff comes out the bottom, right? That fuel is fed to the engine, and it comes out the bottom, you go fast, okay? But the space shuttle, and I didn't even know this, EJSA taught me this. The space shuttle solid rocket boosters the fuel inside didn't look like this. It wasn't uniform. It looked... This isn't exactly what it looked like. I'm just giving you an example here. Why did it look not uniform like mine did? Because as you're burning and burning and burning, when you're burning here, you have a lot of fuel, and you come up here and you strangle the amount of it's not as big. And then it comes up here and it's big again, so you get more. So you end up in stages. The problem is you have to shape the fuel ahead of time. You have to know that the rate of burn, so that when you get to this point, which is, let's say, 1.5 minutes, I'm just making up numbers here. You want to slow down your thrust a little bit because you're about to stage, or you're about to do something, you're about to roll, you make your gravity turn. There's lots of reasons why you don't want maximum thrust throughout your entire flight profile. So you narrow down ahead of time the amount of fuel. You shape the fuel so you're not burning as much. And then you're like, okay, that part's done. Let's go ahead and burn a lot again, and then a little and a lot. You can shape it any way you want. You can make very complex shapes out of this to control your burn. But the thing is, it's not like a gas pedal. It's still, you're out of control of when you slow down and when you speed up, right? So just keep that in mind. Look at all the cool things you guys have learned. All right, so these are the 3 technologies we can afford. We're at 24 right now. This one is 20, this one is 18, and this one is 15. I'm going to say right now, we're choosing this one. This one gets us all kinds of shit we need for survivability and moving forward. It gets us more science, right? It gets us radiator, which we technically don't need right now. It gets us landing legs, which we don't need right now, but we will. And it gets us a service bay. It gets us 2 different radial mounted parachutes. This is huge. This is a gigantic upgrade for 15 science. Esther didn't give a fuck. She was walking in front of us. Yeah. Oh, now she's just glaring at me over there. Well, she's glaring because Sunny is right there, and Esther is back there. They're like 3 feet, 4 feet from each other. So Esther was glaring at Sunny, who was totally ignoring her. Hi, baby. Hi, honey. I know. Anyway, so we're gonna buy this. And then I need to figure out how to take a screenshot. And I can't. So we're not going to do that. So I'm going to tell... I'm going to be nice. I'm going to tell Chief Engineer... We have unlocked the following technologies. Let's see if it knows what's in them. Basic rocketry. Oops. Engineering 101. And I'm going to be nice to it. Survivability. Are you aware of what parts this unlocks for your use? Let's see what it says. Chief Engineer acknowledges mission control. Yes, engineering is familiar with the standard contents of those tech nodes. Really? And I can confirm the parts now available to the program. I will list them so the committee can verify nothing has been misremembered. Basic rocketry. This is the first real rocket technology node and gives us liquid fuel capability. New parts available. The Reliant liquid fuel engine. 2 different fuel tanks. A decoupler. I don't think that's correct, actually. Hold on. Basic rocketry. Unlocked. The fuel tank the hammer, and the swivel. It was way wrong. So let's tell it what it is. It had all kinds of things to say. Hold on. Okay, this unlocked what? The FL T100 fuel tank. I hate having to type all this out. I wish there was a faster way. Hammer. SRB. SRB is solid rocket booster. And then the swivel liquid fuel engine. All right, and then engineering 101. We won't always have so many unlock at one time. This got us yeah, Megan, I'll just type it out. Like I said, we won't always have three. We usually will have no technologies or one technology unlock. We usually won't get two or three even in this case. So just be a little patient with me. I can't put it into windowed mode because it cuts off the bottom and then we can't see shit. The thermometer. And the service bay, right? Nope. The TD12 decoupler. All right, and then survivability. Are you learning anything, Megan? I'm just curious about the game. Obviously, you understand how rockets work already. Service bay, the radial parachute, radial drogue. I'm just trying to find out if I'm providing any value. Micro landing strut. Small radiator panel. Megan, that is kind of the theme of Kerbal, KSP. The Kerbals themselves are alarmingly unaware of their own mortality. It is kind of crazy. Barometer. And 1.25 and 0.625 heat shields. All right, let's see what else it said before I hit enter to respond. But I'm very amused by it so far. All right, engineering capability upgrade. With these 3 nodes unlocked, our program can now build two-stage rockets, higher altitude space science missions, stable rockets using winglets, safer descent configurations, future orbital capable launch vehicles. We officially graduated from exploding fireworks with a chair attached to primitive but functional rockets. I know, I'm sorry, Megan. I'll get it done. All right, engineering proposal, next vehicle. The Grasshopper. Goals, 30 to 60 kilometer altitude. This is not what we're going to do. I'm going to tell it something different. It has a request from me. Before finalizing vehicle design, confirm one small detail. Did Engineering 101 unlock AVT1 winglets in your save? Some mod packs alter this node, and I want to ensure that I design only rocket parts you actually have. I like that it did that, because it doesn't have that. And I know I have a mod that changed it. It just was wrong. Our next mission, we have accepted a new contract to reach space. Adjust your expectations accordingly. The next mission should include goo container 2, thermometers 2, and barometers for more science. EVA capability has been unlocked. Our expectation is that we will build a rocket capable of reaching the edge of space 70 kilometers or higher. 70 plus kilometers. Actually, I'll just do greater than 70 km. Did I want to say anything else? Oh, additionally, winglets are will prove or have been judged to provide too much instability, and therefore will be frowned upon if used in design. This is a personal choice. A lot of people will increase stability by providing winglets or some sort of fin, and I'm not having it. You don't need it. So let's give it the challenge. Chief Engineer report to Mission Control acknowledged. Engineering has updated the available report parts inventory and the mission requirement. Contract objective reach space. Science payload required. 2 mystery goo, 2 thermometer, 2 barometer. Crew Alice Kerman. EVA capability approved. Winglets politically discouraged. We will comply. All right. Vehicle proposal. KSP-2 Skyreach. Purpose. Reach greater than 70 kilometers altitude. Gather high altitude science. Return Alice safely. Demonstrate first liquid fuel ascent stage. Good job. You're doing God's work. Vehicle stack. Top to bottom. Let's see if I can see anything right off the bat. This is fine. The service bay is fine. Inside of the service bay, this is fine. Outside the service bay, this is fine. Okay, I would have put them inside, but okay. The bay protects the delicate instruments from airflow and heating. Correct. I just don't understand your decision to put them outside, but we will. Upper stage fuel tank. And the upper stage engine will be the swivel. Gimbal provides steering, so winglets are unnecessary. Very good, ChatGPT. You figured that out. Very, very good. I will explain that to you guys in a minute. The stack decoupler, and then we have a booster stage of 1 hammer. This provides the initial thrust needed to punch through the atmosphere. Okay. Ignite hammer SRB, decouple hammer, activate swivel engine, deploy the parachute. Very good. I'll do the science when I feel like it. Flight profile, launch, ignite. Yep. Okay. Space push. Yep. Continue burning the swivel straight up. Expected apogee. What is apogee? That is the top when you're doing a ballistic launch, which is up and then down. Apogee is the top. Why is my camera off? Can you guys not see me? You can't. Bizarre. All right, whatever. Oh, wait. That's a screenshot. That's why you couldn't see me. All right. Landing stability. To avoid the hatch blockage incident, use the mic landing struts. These will prevent tipping. Allow post-landing EVA. Okay. That is totally not necessary, but okay. Chief Engineer comment. Mission Control's decision to avoid winglets is acceptable. The swivel engine's gimbal provides sufficient control authority for a rocket this size. Besides, winglets make rocket look like airplanes that lost their wings, which offends several engineers. Correct. Are service bays unlocked, or do you want 3 or 4 landing struts for extra stability? Oh, that's interesting. All right, so it's asking me my opinion. In my opinion, there's no landing struts, so this ought to be interesting. Did we get a service bay? I don't think so. Wait, yes. I told you that we did. Yeah, I told it that we did. All right. Chief, you are reminded that mission control, actually it's not mission control, this would be the advisory board. Already confirmed availability of a service module. You are the chief. The number of landing struts is your choice. Chief Engineer acknowledged. Mission Control. Apologies to the advisory board for requesting confirmation on the service bay. Engineer will endeavor to read memos more carefully. This should be when we read telemetry. Landing strut decision has been finalized. All right. I still am astounded it wants the struts. It wants to go safe. Place radically around the service bay. By the way, there's no reason for the struts. I just want to let you know that. Yeah. Allow safe EVA after splashdown or landing. The struts have no... Okay. 4 struts form a stable quadrilateral base. Engineering confidence is high. Read memos more carefully than telemetry. Oh, that's what it was saying. I get it now. All right. All right. Yep. All right. So let's just do what it said. I don't need it to read every... It's very verbose, so... Let's get to building. All right. Let's get back. Let's go to the VAB. Well, wait. Let's confirm this. All right. And go to the VAB. All right. So we're rebuilding everything. Okay. We want a Mark 16 parachute on top. All right. And then underneath that, we're going to build a service bay. Service bay is part of payload. Okay. Now watch. Right click on this, you choose open. Boop. Now it has stuff inside. Or, yeah, you can put it inside. All right. So I already said that I want to put... Oh, let's see what it said. 2 thermometers and 2 barometers. All right. And here's where we can put symmetry. So I want 2. Okay. And barometers. You want these like this so that you can see that you're relatively balanced. You don't want it to be like too much one side because the weight will gradually tip your rocket over. All right, let's close this. Actually, no, let's leave it open. All right, and let's put 2 mystery goo containers. I'm going to put them horizontally. Beautiful. Close that up. We don't want to launch with them open. Oh, let's make sure Alice is on board. Yep, Jeb's being a bitch. This is why we don't like him. All right. Let's go back. What's it want? Oh, yeah, landing stability. So we need to put... I have no idea where it wants me to put the freaking micro struts. Which I have never put on here, by the way. Oh, Jesus, they're huge. All right. Why is it not snapping? Oh, right there. Snap was off. All right. Then the goo doesn't work. Oh, and it wanted it in 4 symmetry anyway. The bottom sticks out further than... Oh. We're gonna put that there. That's not very realistic. All right, let's put a report to the chief. Chief, the engineers are unable to attach the struts to the service module in your configuration. On 2 sides, the goo is in the way, and on the other 2 sides, the doors are in the way. Mission Control Engineering has reviewed the technician report regarding landing strip placement obstruction. The issue is valid. The service bay doors and external goo containers occupy the attachment nodes, preventing radial mounting of the micro landing struts. Correct. This is a layout error in the original design, and the engineering department accepts responsibility. Fortunately, the fix is simple. It will not affect mission capability. Advised structural layout, parachute command pod, service bay, thermometer, barometer, goo, fuel section, and then the landing stability. Really? You want me to leave the fuel in it on it? Okay, that's not necessary, but all right, let's pull these off. All right, close this. All right, and fuel tanks. Okay, so probably the first time I've actually truly disagreed with it. There's no reason for this mass. It just doesn't need to come back with us. But that's what it wants, so we're doing it. All right, now we're gonna look at some other stuff, okay? Interesting choice. We should be putting a decoupler and a heat shield here to protect the upper part, because that's important, and it's not having us do that. Very interesting choice. All right, and it wants me to put an engine. It wants me to put a swivel on. So we were talking about gimbaling earlier. What is gimbaling? Oops. All right. So, the engine points down, right? And stuff comes out the bottom, and that makes us go up. Equal and opposite reaction, right? Stuff comes out, bottom, and we go up. What a gimbal is it's a piece of engineering that allows this entire engine nozzle part to move. You can see here on the swivel, it has a 3-degree range of motion. So it can move a little bit in any direction. Okay? That allows you to adjust the direction of thrust, which allows you to adjust the direction that your nose is pointing. That's what gimbaling does. Not all rocket engines, or jet engines for that matter, gimbal. Okay? In fact, it's extra engineering. So many of them don't. All right. So we did that. We added the engine. Now it wants to decoupler. What is a decoupler, Alice? Boop. That's it. It is a thing that separates stages from each other. So this will be the final stage up here. Which I want to see something. So this is interesting to me. The landing struts, in their fully extended range, don't come down below the engine. So what the hell? So let's stop. Okay. I'm going to take a screenshot. Now I need to delay it. We're going to delay this snip by 5 seconds. Okay. Go to new. All right, and then we're going to take a screenshot of this. All right, guys, ready? Chief. One of the technicians is questioning the decision to use the micro struts when they do not reach below the engine nozzle. See attached screenshot. See what it says. I'm being nice to it. Mission Control, the technician is absolutely correct to question this configuration. After reviewing the image, engineering confirms the following. The landing struts will not touch the ground first. Because the engine bell extends lower than the struts, the rocket will land on the engine nozzle, not the struts. This creates two problems. The engine will take the impact load, and the rocket will tip over after touchdown. In other words, the struts are currently decorative equipment. The technician deserves a commendation for noticing this before launch. Engineering decision. The micro's landing struts will be removed from the design. They do not reach the ground. They add mass and cost, and they do not solve the tipping problem. Very good. This is great critical thinking. Given our current parts inventory, there is no effective way to make them function correctly on this rocket. Revised vehicle configuration. All right, let's see if it's actually saying now. Isn't this great? This is turning out so awesome. All right. So, parachute, command pod, service bay, thermometer and barometer inside, history goo, radio on the service bay, fuel tank, engine, decoupler. All right, let's do the decoupling. Boop. All right. And the hammer SRB. All right, we can do some analysis on its decision here. This is our rocket. So let's do some analysis on here. Let's pull up the engineering report. Okay? Can you guys see this at the bottom? Oops, sorry about that. Can you see the engineering report down here? So we have 13 to 30 parts. Our total mass is this. I don't really care. All right. That's all good. But let's look at our delta V here. This is what I'm most interested in. So we have sea level and altitude, which behave pretty much the same. All right. And then we have vacuum. We're not worried about vacuum yet because we're going to hit space, but we're not going to be doing a whole lot in space. Okay. Our whole goal is to try to get there. All right. I want to see delta V, ISP thrust, TWR, start mass and mass burn times. All right. All right. All right. And then we need to look. Oh my God, I just realized Esther is in the way. We'll move her there. Should still be able to see everything interesting. All right, good. So here's what we do. Do you see this here where it says 886 meters per second? Right? Now these aren't the right stages. I'll get it fixed here in a second. Do an additional stage and do that. Yep. So we have 886 meters per second and 413 meters per second. So that should be enough delta V to get us into space, 70 kilometers or higher. Now our delta V map doesn't show us enough delta V to get into space. It just tells us how much delta V we need for orbit. And this is nowhere near what we need for orbit. But it is well over 1,000 meters per second of delta V. That should be enough. I think that's, I judge that's enough. But that's only the one of the two components that are important. One of the components required is a positive TWR. Do we have a positive TWR at both stages that are important? This is a TWR of almost 3, and this is a TWR of almost 5.31. Yes, plenty of thrust weight ratio. We will go up. We will go up swiftly. One would say almost comically fast. This is too much TWR normally. But I don't want to actually control too many facets of this ascent. We're going to go up. We're going to see space. We're going to come down. That's it. Make sense? All right. So, what did it want to call this? Sorry, when I scroll over here, it thinks I'm scrolling here. I don't know why. Tell the technician, good catch. You just saved us 4 pieces of decorative metal. Engineering appreciates attentive staff. Skyreach is cleared for rollout and at launch attempts. All right, so what is it calling it? It says Skyreach, but what's the name of the entire... There it is, KSP2. We're calling this the Skyreach. I really like its naming convention, too. I like that. All right, let's save it. Let's make sure Alice is on it. Yep, nope, Jep is on it. He's a dick. We're going to put Alice on it. Save it again. All right, and leave. Or launch, sorry. All right. Now, unlike solid rocket boosters where the throttle doesn't matter, the throttle matters with SRBs. So we're going to try on SAS. This is the Stability Assistance Program. This is a computer that is inside of the command module, and it helps you keep the thing straight. I always like SAS. There are very, very, very few reasons to turn off SAS. There are reasons, but very few. The throttle is over here on the left. You can see the markers all the way here at the bottom. I hit Z to bring it all the way up to the top. It doesn't matter for stage 1 because that's an SRB, but I want it at max so that when we hit the third stage, which is here, because this is first stage, second stage, third stage, final stage. Okay. All right. I'm going to bring this up so that we have some information about our apoapsis and periapsis. We will not have our periapsis is going to be 0 or lower because we're going to come back down. We're not going to hit an orbit. But these are orbital terms. apoapsis means the furthermost part of your orbit, and periapsis is the lowermost part of the orbit. If 70 kilometers is the extent of your atmosphere, which it is for Kerbin, that means that both your apoapsis and periapsis must be above 70 kilometers for you to achieve orbit. As you can see here, our current periapsis is negative 598 kilometers, which means it will not be above 70 kilometers, and therefore we will not achieve orbit. All right, I hope that all makes sense. We will launch in 3, 2, 1. Up we go. But what we can do is see our apoapsis. This is going to be the top part of our orbit. We want this to be above 70 kilometers in order for us to achieve what we want. Here we have the solid fuel. You can see that it is almost out. Is out, so we stage and ignite the second stage. Apoapsis is above 70 kilometers. We have achieved, we will achieve space. All right. Now that we're up here, let's observe goo. Okay. Let's open service module. We can log the temperature up here. We can log the pressure up here. All right. We are at 50 kilometers and rising. Listen to the music. We don't have any right now, but listen to the music as we go. First of all, fucking gorgeous, right? We're at 60 kilometers. Look at Alice having a goddamn blast. Oh, and listen. We're in space. We accidentally removed that from symmetry, but that's not going to hurt anything. Let's log our temperature. We don't have a lot of time. Let's log... Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. Let's log pressure data. Let us do a crew report with the lights on. Do the crew report? Yeah, okay. And then let's EVA really quick. All right. And let's board again so we don't die. Let's close the service module. All right. Now, we can hit M, and we can see a map. I don't know if you can see that line. There it is. You can see we went up, we've hit our apogee, and we're on our way down. Isn't that amazing? We're coming down a lot. All right, we are back in the soup. We're back in atmosphere. And we can, if you look, we do have control over which way we're facing. And if we look on here on the nav ball, we see stuff that we haven't noticed before. We see this green little thing with an X in it and 3 stuff coming off of it. That is what direction our nose is pointing. Our nose is pointing prograde. What does that mean? It's pointing against the direction that we're falling. Or traveling, I should say. We're falling down and our nose is pointed up. So that's why we're looking like that. If we want, we can flip this around. Whoops. Let's see if it'll let us. We can put our nose down, and now it's pointing prograde. I said prograde a minute ago. This is retrograde. Sorry, my bad. We want to be pointing, when we're landing, we want to be pointing retrograde. We want our butt down. We don't want to crash nose first, right? All of our heat shielding will be on the bottom. And I really like the fact that, oh, here comes some heat. So we're entering some plasma. No heat shield means we really need to keep our butt down. I'm trying to get pointed retrograde, but it will not let me. I don't have enough authority. Control. It isn't safe for the parachute yet. We're gonna crash. The parachute never thought it was safe to launch, to open. That's a failure. Oh, now it launched the thing. Let's revert to launch. Actually, the vehicle assembly. I did do one small thing wrong here. Oh, wait, no. I didn't. They're separate. Why were they together? Oh, because it was in the thing. Interesting. Let's try launching one more time. It should have let us do that. I'm going to try one more time, and if it doesn't, I'm going to report it to ChatGPT. I think I know what the problem is, but let's see. Three, two, one. All right, stage one. We'll empty 3, 2, 1. Stage 2 ignited. All systems nominal. Notice the apoapsis is at 75 kilometers and falling. Why is that? Atmospheric drag. That's why. Okay, we're in Kerbin's upper atmosphere, so let's go ahead and observe the goo. Goo observations from upper atmosphere. Goo seems to be getting very cold now. Makes sense. Let's open and record temperature. Temperature says it's collected and recorded temperature data from the environment. Nothing funny there. A lot of these are funny, so it behooves you to open and look at them. Collected and recorded atmospheric pressure data from the surroundings. Again, not funny. Sometimes they're funny. Sometimes they're just like, okay, I did a thing, thanks. Okay. All right. All right. All right, we're at 61, but look, apoapsis is down to 34 or 74 kilometers. Again, why did it go down? Drag. Now there's very little drag up here, so it's changing and coming down still, but not as much. We'll still hit orbit, or not orbit, but space. 68, 69 kilometers, 70 kilometers. We are in space. The instrument reads 0. It's as if we were in a vacuum. Review the data. Collected and recorded temperature from the environment. Good. Let's close the service bay. Keep the experiment. Let's look at the goo. Mystery goo observation while in space near Kerbin. The goo seems to have clumped into a sphere. It also appears to have become brittle. Interesting. All right. And let's go on crew report. It seems we're very much in space right now. The sky seems mostly below us. Thanks. All right. And let's turn the lights on so the lights are on. Look, lights are on. And Alice wants EVA. She's going to do an EVA report. You recorded your observations about the situation. And let's get on board before we die. There we go. Now we're safe, nice and nestled within our little capsule. All right, we are back in atmosphere. And you can see how much atmosphere there is with this blue looking thing right here. And you can see there's not a lot, but this number is coming down, or this gauge is going up, which means the soup will be thicker and thicker. We call it the soup. All right, let's get our happy ass pointed retrograde as much as we can. Why do we want to point retrograde? Because if we're pointed retrograde, that means we'll be pointing straight in the direction that we're falling, right? Because I'm saying falling, but we actually are falling. There's no air quotes. It's fucking falling. And whatever surface is pointing in the direction that we're going is going to take the brunt of the atmospheric reheating. So the plasma. And we don't have a heat shield. And all of these parts are delicate. So we really want just the engine nozzle accepting most of this if we can help it. The engine's meant to get hot. Not so much the rest of the vessel. Okay. I'm going to wait for the soup to go away, or for the plasma to go away. And then I'm going to try launching the chute right away. Oh, we've drifted way off. Yep, it's not gonna work. Alright, I'm gonna try something as an emergency. Mode. Idiot. Do it now, I don't care. Nope, it's not gonna work. Okay, that's it. It failed twice. We tell ChatGPT. All right. Oop, whoops, that's not right. Don't look at that. That wasn't anything you guys should look at. All right, let's look at this. There. All right. Disaster! The chute never deployed. Despite multiple attempts to activate the stage. The chute never deployed because it was because the time it was determined to be safe to deploy occurred after the after the vehicle intercepted the ground. With no chute, the vehicle or the command pod interacted with the ground at literal terminal velocity, resulting in complete destruction of the crew or the vehicle. I'm sorry, resulting in rapid, unscheduled disassembly of the vehicle, the science, and the pilot. Nothing was recovered. I spelled scheduled wrong. Nothing was recovered from the crash site. Mission Control Engineering has reviewed the incident report. First, allow me to state for the record, this outcome was not within acceptable mission parameters. The loss of vehicle, Skyreach, all science instruments, and pilot Alice Kerman constitutes a Category 7 rapid unscheduled disassembly event. Engineering extends its deepest condolences to the Alice Kerman Memorial Fund and gift shop. Preliminary failure analysis. Based on the report, the failure sequence was vehicle successfully completed descent. Descent phase began normally. Parachute deployment was attempted. System reported unsafe to deploy. Ground arrived before deployment conditions were met. Result, ballistic litho braking at terminal velocity. Correct. Root cause. To strongly suggest the parachute was staged while the capsule was still traveling too fast. In case B, the Mark 16 parachute has 2 states. Stage activation. When staged, the chute becomes armed, not deployed. Semi-deploy conditions. The chute will only open when altitude between 1,000 and 1,500 meters and velocity below safe limits. If the capsule is traveling too fast when it reaches the ground, the chute never has time to open. Contributing factors. Several elements likely worsen the situation. No drogue chute. Correct. Without a radial drogue chute, the capsule remains at very high descent speed until late in the fall. No heat shield. Without a heat shield, the capsule remains very aerodynamic shape, allowing a higher terminal velocity. 3. Parachute deployment timing. If the parachute stage was triggered too late, the chute may have been armed below the semi-deploy altitude. It was not in acceptable parameters. Correct. Engineering accountability. Mission control deserves transparency. 2 engineering oversights contributed. We did not include a drogue chute. 2. We relied on a single parachute for a high apogee descent. That's the issue. We came in too steep, is what that's called. This created a very narrow, safe deployment window. Engineering accepts responsibility for this design vulnerability. Immediate corrective actions. The next rocket will include drogue parachute. Deploy safely at high speeds and altitude. This slows the capsule enough that the main chute can deploy safely. Main parachute deploys later to complete the landing. This 2-chute system dramatically improves survival probability. Revised recovery system, mandatory radial deployment, drogue parachute, deploy at 10 to 15 kilometers. Mark 16 main parachute at 3 to 6 kilometers. This ensures the capsule never reaches lethal velocity. That's not true. The capsule will reach lethal velocity. It will just be slowed down back under lethal velocity. Despite the tragedy, the Reach space contract remains achievable. The vehicle design itself was fundamentally sound. The failure occurred only in recovery architecture. The rocket worked. The parachute system did not. Pilot status. Engineering regrets to report Alice Kerman, KIA. She will be remembered as the first Kerbal of the program to reach space and the first to test high-speed lithobraking. That is awesome! Woo! I know, Megan. This is amazing. Chief's recommendation. The next vehicle should be KSP-3 Skyreach 2. Improvements. Drogue parachute added. Redundant recovery system and same science payload. This will allow us to complete the Reach space contract safely. Mission Control Engineering waits instructions. Shall we rebuild Skyreach with improved recovery systems, or shall we launch an uncrewed probe to complete the contract first? Either way, the program continues. The Aftermath Advisory Board is severely disappointed in the chief engineer's oversight regarding the parachute safety margin. This was discussed in our previous initial launch as a potential issue and should have been caught before the loss of our most dear and most valued pilot. Fortunately, Alice Kerman has a descendant, Alice Kerman II, Alice Kerman II, and she will resume primary flight status with immediate effect. The board recommends Chief go ahead with planned changes to KSP 03 Skyreach 2 with the same configuration and science payload and newly suggested um, safety improvements. All right. Mission Control Advisory Board Engineering acknowledges the board's criticism and accepts full responsibility for the recovery system oversight that led to the loss of pilot Alice Kerman. The previous mission clearly demonstrated that single chute recovery from a 100-kilometer ballistic trajectory provides insufficient safety margin. You fucking think? Although it wasn't 100-kilometer, it was 74, as we saw. The board is correct that this risk has been previously discussed and should have been mitigated. Engineering has updated all crewed vehicle recovery standards going forward. We also welcome pilot Alice Kerman 2 to active flight status. Her predecessor's sacrifice will improve the safety of every spacecraft we design from this point forward. New engineering rule: immediate program standard. All crewed capsules must include one main parachute and one drogue parachute. The drogue reduces velocity early, so the main chute has ample time to deploy safely. This becomes mandatory for all missions above 30-kilometer altitude. That's interesting. See, another way to solve this problem isn't the chutes. Another way is actually mid-flight to use the swivel's ability to swivel to alter the steepness with which you come in. So you can actually go off at an angle. Instead of going straight up and then straight back down, within reason, it's not straight. There's other factors, atmospheric factors, Kerbin actually rotating underneath you as you're going up. Like you're going up, right? You launch, and as you go up, Kerbin does move, right? And you land at a different spot. There's lots of things that come into play. But if you instead of going up and down, you could have gone up and over a little bit, and then you come down a little bit more. In other words, if you look at let's look at art. Let's do art. Art is great for us. All right, new. So what we did was, let's get a thicker line. I like thicker lines. Thought there was a way to increase the point. That's fine. That's not what I wanted. Undo that. Yeah, I thought there was a way to increase the thickness of my line. But apparently not. Whatever, you guys can see. All right. So instead of going up and then back down, you could have adjusted things so you go up and over. You don't go as high, but notice how this is much steeper than this, right? And so you can slow yourself down a little bit. Allow the atmosphere to slow you the fuck down, right? A modification of this is called aero braking, and NASA uses it on a regular basis, not always, but on a regular basis to slow something down before it comes in. Artemis 2 did this. Actually, no, Artemis 1, not Artemis 2. I apologize. Artemis 2 did not do this, but Artemis 1 did this. Let me start over. Is there a way to clear without, no, whatever, just no without, all right. So let's say that we have, so this is the surface of Earth or Kerbin or whatever, okay? And this black line represents the top of our atmosphere, okay? It completely surrounds the planet. What Artemis 1 did is it came in so it's going this way, right? So it comes in, and it comes in, and it comes in, and then it dips into the atmosphere. When it dips into the atmosphere, atmospheric drag starts acting on the vehicle. Okay? but it was going so fast still. And what's funny is I have this backwards. It doesn't come in like this. It comes in like this because the heat shield's back here, right? We just talked about this. You come in butt first, slow down, right? But just pretend I didn't fuck that up, right? And it skips off the atmosphere and back out into space, but at a much lower velocity. So now instead of being way the fuck up here, maybe you end up here. You're out of atmosphere again, but you're not as high, which means by definition you're going slower. And you go skip, 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 and then you can't sustain your orbit anymore and you come back down. I hope that makes sense. All right. All right, so here's our new vehicle assembly. I need to get back to the game and do the stuff. Nope, we're not reverting. We close. We lost it. Which means we lost that money too. Oh, and I can't recover. Back to the Space Center. RIP. We lost all that money. We didn't get anything for it. Oh, wait. Why do we have 15 science? Wait, did we get the science right away? Well, we didn't get enough to afford anything, so that's fine. That seems weird that we got money and stuff. But okay, we shouldn't have. Maybe they found a way to recover some of the science we did. I don't know. I don't know. All right. Oh, wait. No, we need to go out. We need to hire our new pilot. Go to the astronaut complex. And I'll hire Jedrick Kerman. Get out. Because that costs us money. That's why I did this. It costs us a lot of money, actually. All right. Go back down here. All right. And Jedrick Kerman gets edited. We'll keep the stupidity. High stupidity. Moderate courage. Nice. We have pilots. Fault. Female. Or badass. Apply. Okay. Close the window. All right. So. Let's get into the VAB. This is fine. All right. So we're going to... All right. Oops. We keep this. We keep that. Let's put... Oh, we didn't rename Jedrick. Damn it. We'll get it right eventually, guys. Alice Kerman 2. Apply. All right. Now we can go in here. Burst of death, high speed litho braking. Hey, you gotta be, if you're gonna be known for something, right? She's going on board. All right, and then, so it wants the parachute, the command pod, piloted by Alice, the second. Then it wants radial drogue chute. I'm actually going to be nice to it and go ahead and put him in dual mode. There's the drogue chute. Again, we want balance between the two sides of the vehicle. And that means we need drogues before the main. Yep. Okay. Service bay, thermometers and barometers inside, the goo. The upper stage will be fuel tank and the engine. Stage separator, hammer SRB. Yep. The drogue should be released at 15 kilometers. Who wants to remember that for me? All right, Skyreach 2, save and launch. 15 kilometers. Remember, guys. All right, SAS on. Throttles maxed. All right, we are ready to launch in 3, 2. Oh, wait. One last thing I wanted to show you guys. Sorry. Do you see this button here right here? It shows the water. And that one shows land. This tells us where our command module is in relation to the ground. This one tells us where it is in relation to sea level. Those are important differences. I don't know why it thinks that I am 73 meters above the ocean. But either way, in general, the ground comes to us before the sea does, unless we're over the ocean. Oh, you guys talk about Windows. I fucking love Windows. All right, we're going to launch in 3, 2, 1, launch. And we're off. ASP center, we're in straight level flight, and all systems are nominal. See, Apoapsis is approaching 18 kilometers. All right, we had a delay in second stage ignition. And which is a fault of mine. We're not going to make it to orbit. I want to revert. Let's oh wait, revert flight. We'll go back. It's my fault. Revert to launch. That was me, like, not. I hit the button. I don't think it registered. Launching in 3, 2, 1. All right, we're preparing for stage 2 separation. Stage 1 separation, sorry. There we go. Much better flight profile. It's not enough. All right, I will let it know. Resume flight. Or revert flight to launch. No, to vehicle assembly. All right, Chief. Flight simulation has determined, with the addition of drogue chutes, the vehicle no longer has the Delta V to escape, or to enter, to escape turbines atmosphere. Current estimated apoapsis of 68 kilometers. The board in light of the recent accident and cost associated. Accounting department estimates we have a remaining. How much money? $81,000. For operations. Not reaching space and completing our contract is unacceptable. We insist this be rectified before the next flight is cleared. Let's see what it does. Mission Control Engineering has reviewed the simulation results and the board's directive. The drogue chute itself does not significantly affect mass, but the simulation result reveals the true underlying issue. The current vehicle does not have sufficient propulsive margin to guarantee greater than 70 kilometers when carrying the full science payload. The solution is straightforward and does not require removing the drogue chute. We will add a second liquid fuel tank. This increases burn time and provides the necessary delta V to comfortably exceed the 70-kilometer requirement while keeping all safety improvements. Cost impact is minimal and well within the 81,000 operational budget. Okay, that's an acceptable response. What was the answer? What is the what is this in human speak? We need more delta V or delta V. So, we'll remove everything below the fuel tank. Duplicate the fuel tank. And attach. Okay? Now, let's look at things. TWR at launch remains 2.68. That's positive. And TWR on the second stage is 4.35. Both are well within limits. And we are back to 1400 delta V total. This should be enough. We'll go ahead and make sure the correct pilot is on board. She is, and we can save and launch. All right, guys, we're going to speed things up a little bit because we're trying to hit orbit. Let's launch in 3, 2, 1, launch. All right. Alice the second is doing really well. She's very happy. Looks like she's set for business now. All right, we're reaching a quarter of our fuel in the SRB. Down to 10%. Ready to stage. All right. All systems nominal after the second stage ignition. We are above 70 kilometers. Way above. Way above. Woo! We are moving. All right, let's observe the mystery goo. Do some science. All right, the goo seems to be getting very cold now. We've talked about that before. There is our temperature. And here is our pressure data. All right. And now let's wait until we get to space. It's actually, instead of getting to space, we're exiting the atmosphere, is the better way to put that. And we're close, 5 kilometers. And here we are. Observe the goo. Excellent. Log this temperature. Excellent. All right. Log the pressure data. Excellent. All things are excellent. Let's turn on lights and do a crew report. All right, let's EVA. All right, let's board and close everything up. All right. And let's look at the map while we can. Yes, we went out further. And we're really cockeyed, actually, interestingly enough, if you look. Like, ideally, you want to be like, this up and down should be parallel to Mun's orbit. By the way, you guys want to see something cool? That's Mun. There's Minmus, which is a captured comet. Look at that. Duna, which is Mars. Eve, which is essentially Venus. Moho, which is Mercury. And there's Kerbal. By the way, if you focus on Eve and zoom in, Eve has a moon called Gilly. There's a lot of challenges around playing around in the Eve system. Eve is very, very difficult. We can go into why later. But let's get out of this mode. We don't need to be here. All right, let's get our butt pointed retrograde. Oops. All right. And we're going to speed up time a little. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell it. Oh, wait. Hold on. I'm not setting an alarm. I don't remember how to hit next. Is it tab? There it is. All right. Finally. All right. What I can do is tell it. Can we close the cancel? Close. Delete alarm. Okay. All right. There we go. I'm not able to. We're still going up. No, we're coming back down. So by the time I actually figured out, oh, and we're tumbling. So let's fix that. SAS. All right, by the time I figured things out, it isn't worth trying to do anymore. So 15 kilometers, we deploy the drogue chutes, yeah? All right, 70 kilometers. We are now entering Kerbin atmosphere. This is so cool, guys. I know I keep saying it. I'm sorry. I'm just really excited. I wish this would let me click and drag it. I don't know why I can't mess with the alarm. I'm very frustrated by it. It's over all the things that are here. Oh, let's get pointed better retrograde. We're having trouble. She really wants her nose pointed down. Come on. Drogue chutes deployed, but aren't launching. Slow down. We're gonna be in trouble. Wait. Drogues launched. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. Woo! Oh boy. Wow. All right. Let's speed up time. It's gonna take a while. All right, guys, the next one is going to be the exciting one. We are 200 meters and falling. 100. Boop. Good enough. All right, he can do an EVA report. Or she can, I mean. EVA report for Kerbin's grasslands. I don't think a spacesuit was entirely necessary to get here, was it? All right, let's save that because we didn't do an EVA report from space. So here we are. All right, guys, that was successful. Woohoo! Oh, wait, let's climb aboard. There we go. And we can recover the vessel. All right, we have 98 science. Holy shit, guys. And we got some money. Thank God. We needed that. All right. That's right, Macon. Thank you. All right. Success. The Aftermath Review Board is happy to report the safe return of not only Alice II, but also the science payload she went to space with. We have completed our contract, and now I have $90,000 to work with. Let's see what they say. Thank goodness I typed fast. Mission Control. Engineering is extremely pleased to hear of the successful return of Skyreach 2 and pilot Alice Kerman II. The vehicle performed exactly as intended, validating dual parachute recovery architecture and the increased propulsion margin. Most importantly, the pilot survived, science recovered, contract completed, program funding increased. Program milestone achieved. First Kerbal in space. Successful return. Alice Kerman II is now officially the first Kerbal of the program to travel to space and return alive. This represents the completion of phase 1 of the space program. The program has now demonstrated crewed suborbital flight, safe re-entry and recovery, multi-stage rocket, go, operation, and high-altitude science collection. Current program status, funds 90,000, next logical step, orbital capability. That's right, we're going to take a contract to that effect. Mission Control, before designing the next vehicle, I need confirmation on 2 things. How much science was recovered from the mission? What new technologies have been purchased? Engineering strategic recommendation. Yeah, Kerbin launch vehicle. Yep. Possible variants, orbital test rocket, satellite launcher, MUN mission architecture. We want KLV1. Chief's closing statement. Mission Control, today marks the point where our program transitions from can we reach space to how far can we go? But first, engineering needs a science report and newly unlocked technologies. Once received, I will begin designing the next generation of rockets. So yeah, let's figure it out. Let's figure out what we want. Back to Kerbal. Let's go to research and development. All right. Stability gets us the radial decoupler, which we're not ready yet for, but we're about to be. The nose cone and the winglet I don't care about yet. All right. The Reliant is a nice launch vehicle. It gets us away from SRBs unless we need them for extra boost. And it gets us the Thumper SRB if we need it. Thumper's big ol' freaking SRB. And of course, we have a bigger fuel tank to go with it. This is where we're going to start with our 98 recovered. Okay. Now that in turn unlocks some things, but I want radial decoupling. Because if we're going to put SRBs, instead of putting bigger and bigger rockets, because all we've been doing is adding more and more things to the stack, right? So make your tube really long. Well, if you make it too long, it'll tip the fuck over, and that's not what we want. It makes it more difficult to control. Radial radial decoupling. Whoops, sorry. Radial decoupling allows you to stack things around the rocket, so you make it fatter. And it makes it more stable at certain points if you do it right. Right. So we're gonna go ahead and get this because I want the radial decoupling. Okay. Now that's gonna take quite a bit of our things. Leaves us with 60, and these things all are 45 each. And we have a choice here. Okay. Up here gets us more rocketry. It gets us even more liquid fuel options and tanks, right? General construction gets us a crew cabin, so it can fit more people on the rocket, because there's only room for one person in the Mark 1 command pod. Think of the Mark 1 command pod as Mercury capsule from back in the day, or early days of rocketry. It'll get one dude to space, but you're not going to do a whole lot more than that. You can't even fit 2 people on it. Okay. The crew cabin allows you to put somebody behind them in a cabin, or it allows your one dude to go back there, form a room. It gives us a strut. Strutting is very, 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 very important, because pieces don't like to be rigid. So strut says, no, I want you to be rigid, or don't strut and that allows something to be wobbly, because sometimes that is helpful. It gets us a bigger decoupler. It gets us a structural fuselage. A structural fuselage is essentially an empty tube. It allows us to put a flag on things. And it gives us the launch stability enhancer. This is a launch gantry. You've seen them. It's the big tall thing with the arm sticking out of it. Right? You've seen launch gantries before. This is a Rockomax brand adapter. This, since we have bigger parts available to us, fatter parts, it allows us to put thin parts on top of fat parts. That's all that it is. It includes a bigger decoupler, again, for the bigger parts. And an engine plate. This is our first engine plate. And what an engine plate does is it allows you to, right now we've been dealing with engines that are one engine to one fuel tank, right? But you've seen, I mean, hell, look at the bottom of, let's take a look at the bottom of, what is, a heavy rocket? Can't remember is it Falcon Heavy? Yeah, it's Falcon Heavy. Let's look at her butthole. 27 Merlin 1D engines. I will say it again. 27 Merlin engines. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times 3. 27 engines. An engine plate allows you to put all 9 of these onto one surface instead of just 1-to-1. Because each one of these engines is an engine, right? So that's what an engine plate lets you do. Okay. So anyway, enough lecturing. Moving on. Aviation is in the middle part of the tree here. This gets you things to be able to make planes, which is hilarious to me because we can't build planes right now. We don't know how. We don't have the technology for it. So these are all the technologies needed for planes. We went to space before we learned how to fly. Technically, Kerbals don't know what wheels are yet. You get your first wheels here. We went to space, don't know what a wheel is. Hilarious. Flight control, this gets you better wings. And an inline reaction wheel. Right now, we have a reaction wheel that works inside of our capsule. But it only has so much power. So the small reaction wheel will let us use more. It also gives us a new reentry module, the P. These spherical type reentry modules are the Soviet type entry modules. They use spheres, we use cones. That was flight control. And then there's basic science at the bottom. Basic science gives us our first satellite thing. The Stay Putnik. The Providine Stay Putnik allows us to essentially have a non-crewed flight. Nobody is at risk because it's just a flight computer. That's what that essentially does. It gives us batteries. Because things like autopilots require energy. It gives us the Science Junior, which is a very large science package. It gives us an experiment storage unit. Now, what this allows us to do is to reuse a single science object multiple times. Okay? Right now, what happens is I can use the goo once. That's why I put 2 goo on there. I could use the goo once in one area. But if I want to use the goo again, I can do that, but I overwrite the current science that it has, and I lose the original. It can only hold one thing at a time. The experiment storage unit allows us to take the experiments that are already within its range, and it collects them. And then you can reset them and use them again. And then there's the radiator panel. We've talked about radiator panels already. I'm not going to go into it again. And then there's a high gain antenna. This is a bigger antenna, essentially. Okay. Those are our options. I'm going to go for more science. Why am I going for basic science? I like all of this stuff, first of all, and it allows us to collect more science. More science means we get more stuff to unlock. That just makes sense to me, right? So we're going to do that now. And that leaves us with 15 science, and we have nothing left. Okay? All right. So now I need to report. I'm sorry, this is going to take a little bit of typing, so I'm going to take a break real quick. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to do all the typing so you guys don't have to worry about it. I'm going to let ChatGPT know, or I'm sorry, our chief engineer know what new parts we have. Get up, stretch your legs a little bit, guys. Eat. Do whatever it takes to satisfy your cravings. I'll be back in just a minute.
Oh, that's a shame. Pew.
Oops, somebody hit your back. That was weird. Bitch, do it. Do it. I dare you.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I have no center torso armor. I am loud, and I'm proud, and I'm out, and I pulled half the map. I don't know what happened, but this is not good.
I see that.
Yeah,
Please stop what you're doing.
Sorry. I can't
I don't
stop
like
what I'm
that.
doing.
Thank you.
All right, actually, it was only 3 things. Oh, Jesus Christ, why?
Sofa, I love you.
I love this toilet poster. Please remain seated. Do not stand to poop everywhere. Thank you. Wait, no.
I'm waiting for it to just run her over.
Oh my God, what an asshole! Are you kidding me?
It's just running now. You'll corner it on this incline up here, though.
Will I, though?
Probably not.
Oh, God damn it. Fuck you, Berg! Fuck you, Berg! Hi, guys. Clown's here. Whoa! Okay.
Did you get Ella?
Oh.
No, I should.
That's funny.
Did you see that? Did you get out? Okay, is the door closed? Close the door. Oh, we did it. We did it. Good job. It killed Alice. Okay. We're spinning wildly out of control. Okay. I'm just fuck everything right now. Can we just land? Oh my God. awful. I said eugenics was bad. How does that make me a bad person?
Saying,
Woo!
oh. It's a king crab. Oh. Too bad we can't afford it.
No, I can't do anything with these boxes. Wow.
Dun-dun, 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 dun-dun.
Okay, well, I'm a dumbass.
Throwing grenade.
God damn it. Wait, did I hit you too? Oh yeah, we're gonna fuck the shit out of that goddamn whale. We all remember back at the reload of this playthrough because it wasn't hard enough. We're killing all our Kerbals. This isn't hard enough. Oh! Mega Void survived. Yes, he did. Yeah, so I don't drink at all, and when I do drink, I become Super Slut Alice. And apparently this is everybody wants to see Super Slut Alice. This is fun now. I mean,
I just want
retrograde and is flying all around. So it's like, wait a minute, what's going on? Oh shit.
I'm just trying to impress upon you the notion that
Oh, Smiler! Coming in for the clutch win! We're landed! Oh my god! That was amazing! Oh, Sofa completely missed it because she's playing with the VR. Oh my god! Oh, is somebody here to clip that? That was freaking amazing! This is the top part that I couldn't get to before. Ow. 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 Ow, 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 ow,
Alice, how
Fucking damn it, Alice!
What? I'm helping.
Alice!
What? I'm helping.
No, you're not!
I found out where they all are. They're right here.
Oh my god.
That guy behind there is gonna be really sad. Oh.
God damn it, Alice! This is why I said to do it stealthily!
I didn't expect that to blow up the whole helicopter. I'm helping.
Alice!
All right, so I'm gonna test this because I have a feeling it's just gonna open and let me run, like, fly through, and that's like equally as bad. There we go. Oh! Ah, son of a bitch! Oh! How did you guys not notice that? Phil! Phil, no! Phil, Phil!
What do you want me to do?
Don't shoot him!
Someone else is shooting him.
No, 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 yes, all right, good. All right, go ahead and do whatever you want. I don't care. All right, guys, as much as I'm wet for this, I am so wet. I am all wet. All of the wet.
Hello, nurse.
No. Oh, you're trying to. Oh no!
Oh!
Oh! Oh! Whoa! What just happened?
Secondary probably.
Your entire ship?
Good girl, Alice.
Is,
Well done.
Motherfucker. All right, I'm out. That made it worse. That made it so much worse. Hang on. Smiler made me choke there. Oh my god, you both made me choke. What the hell, guys? Are we taking a break from Planet Crafter? Because, you know, how the last time went. Providing bad content. Just immediately, just, oh my God, put it in my mouth. Hi, I'm sorry, you have a penis. Put that inside of me now. Thank you. I am so wet. I am all wet. All of the wet.
Hello, nurse.
She just left ramming it right down my throat. You fuck monkey. It's in your ass. Ah, why? We're gonna have to put a holocron in your butthole. Oh, someone wants to give me a penis now. Day's looking up. Day's looking up, folks. I'm getting a dick.
Oh, Bert.
It's always nice to hear her moaning Berg's name when we're talking about stuff. Talk about how much she loves Dick, and then she's like, Berg! Oh, Berg!
Somebody clip that.
Don't follow me when we're talking about sex with dolphins! Oh yeah, we're gonna fuck the shit out of that goddamn whale. And permission to use those nukes against civilians. Cause I'm cock goblin, check it and see.
Oh, we're gonna die because he doesn't know how to properly fly and land planes.
I'm fine. Ooh, there's a nasty crosswind though. Wait, what's my rudder? Ah! All right, we're okay. I think I don't know how to fly.
This is not how you plane.
No. Oh, wow. We're gonna have to put a holocron in your butthole. That does seem to be what everything in this game wants me to do. And sure.
Firing up the jump jet.
We hit him! We did it!
See? Look at that. The game knows to not define me.
I feel seen. I feel seen by this, Jesse J.
They're all.
I appreciate them.
They're all. Allie,
Or I went.
each
I'll tell you when I
destination is
land.
labeled.
Hang on.
you have to
I
know.
told you to go to the purple arrow. I told you to go to the purple arrow.
None of them are purple for us. Not a single one of them.
Well, that's your problem.
It is, but it's gonna be your problem because we're not with you.
Marcaran Imperial Outpost Speeder. That one. Go to that.
We're not
one.
going there until you can say it properly.
No, well, then I'll do this on my own.
Alright, we'll see you at the next one. Okay, not gonna lie. I'm a little concerned.
Get us out of there.
Oh, wow. Everything's fine.
Oh my god. Honey.
What? It's all fine.
That hurt.
Shit. I'm turned around. Oh god, I'm turned around. No, that's the wrong way. Okay, Alice. Okay. Oh god, this is gonna be close. Line up. Oh my god. Flat? Is that flat? I can't tell if that's flat.
According to this, the
10
slope
seconds.
is 11, 10 degrees, 9 degrees. Flat enough.
5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm burning. I don't care what the hell that thing said. That was scary. Oh, too hard. Too hard. Too hard. Too hard. Too hard. Hi. That's subtle. Yes, please pull the trigger right here.
Sure.
Sure.
Well.
Go ahead. Ah! You can now rebuild all of our shit, you fuck monkey. We have no food, you jackass. You blew up all of the food, all of the campfires, and all of our... Yeah, I still don't understand. See, so this car right ahead of me that I'm riding the coattails of is Sonoda, who's 2 positions ahead of me. But I'm like a full minute behind Shumi, who is behind me. I don't get it.
One more harder.
Sofa's saying one more harder, but I know her better. She loves it when it's hard.
No. What?
She loves it as hard as it can be sometimes.
Oh my god, stop it!
She just loves ramming it right down my throat. Wait.
What the fuck?
Wait, that's not how that works. Anyway, can I get a poll? Not ramming poll, just a regular poll.
Where did he hide the holocron?
It's in your ass!
Outstanding.
I didn't realize. Jesus Christ, Phil. Poor soul. Let me put you out of your misery.
Maybe not. Did you guys see that?
That was, oh, that's a shame. Pew.
Oops, somebody hit your back. That was weird. Bitch, do it. Do it! I dare you!
Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I have no center torso armor.
I am loud, and I'm proud, and I'm out, and...
Frigate!
I pulled half the map. I don't know what happened, but this is not good.
I see that.
Yeah,
Please stop what you're doing.
Sorry. I
No,
can't
I don't
stop
like
what I'm
that.
doing.
Thank you.
All right, actually, it was only 3 things.
Oh, Jesus Christ, why? Sofa, I love you.
I love this toilet poster. Please remain seated. Do not stand to poop everywhere. Thank you.
Wait, no.
I'm waiting for it to just run her over.
Oh my god, what an asshole! Are you kidding me?
It's just running now. You'll corner it on this incline up here, though.
Will I, though?
Probably not.
Oh, god damn it. Fuck you, Berg! Fuck you, Berg!
Hey guys, I'm back. Give me 1 second.
Hi, guys. Clown's here.
All right, we don't need to hear me saying clown. Sorry. Clown's here. Hey everybody, are you having a good time? Happy weekend, y'all. All right, woo! I'm excited. I'm really excited about how this is going. All right, so I have told our chief engineer about the new parts that we have. And it says, before I finalize the KLV-1 Pathfinder design, I need confirmation from Mission Control. Do we want to attempt first orbit next, or would the advisory board prefer an unmanned satellite mission first? It's a good question, but it's really putting cart before the horse. You orbit first. Like, that's the first thing you do. Make sure that you can control yourself in orbit. So let's go ahead and get that done. We're going to go over to Mission Control, and we're going to look at our contracts. We have we have no active contracts. We got them both done. So good. We definitely want orbit curb, and always look for these contracts when you're playing the base game, because these are the base contracts of this is the next thing you should do. This is the next logical step based on what you've done so far, right? So always look for these, because it's essentially free money. This is the next thing you want to do anyway, so why not get the money for it, right? We will get 48,000 Kerbucks when we do it. We're going to get 16,800 right now. So, nice, right? So we'll get 16,800 now, and we'll get 31,000 more later. Cool, huh? So let's go ahead and accept this contract. And then we have room for one more. I don't want to test an SRB in orbit. That makes no sense. We could test the swivel at the launch site. That might be easy. Because I don't think testing it actually does it. Oh, wait, we could test it. I thought we'd accepted this, but maybe not. Let me see. We have room for one more. And we're going to pick... Let's see if we can test this parachute. I thought we already had this, but I'm happy to test it again. Accept the contract. All right, so we have 2, right? Yep. All right. So we have 2 contracts. The board has accepted a contract to both orbit Kerbin and test the the Mark 16 parachute in flight above Kerbin. You are ordered to design a vehicle capable of accomplishing both of these tasks. It's pretty straightforward. All right. The parachute test requirement is actually convenient. We already require it for a crew recovery. We simply need to stage it during the correct contract window, which will occur during re-entry descent above Kerbin. All right, so it's going to design Pathfinder. What else does it say? It is going to ask for a gravity turn at 5 kilometers. Interesting. Tilt 5 to 10 degrees east. This is something I don't do well anyway, so I'm glad it gave me specific directions on how to do it. I'm really looking forward to this. Yep, in orbit, perform, crew report, EVA report, mystery goo, science junior thermometer, barometer. Orbit science yields huge science gains. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. All right. This tells me how to re-enter. I already know how to do that. Expected delta V, about 3,400. Wow, it's keeping me at 3,400. Okay, so... Chief Engineer recommendation, proceed with construction of KLV-1 Pathfinder. I'm not going to stick it at 3,400 meters per second, delta V. I'm actually going to ask it for about 3,800. I'm a human being, and I'm a flawed human being, so I can only do so much, right? So yeah, that is something we will assess, but we don't have to wait for, I could do that before we actually launch. Let's see what it asks me to do first, and then we can go from there. Okay, so we're going to build KLV-1 Pathfinder. Okay, we want a new vehicle entirely. We're going to name it KLV-1 Pathfinder. I like it. I like the name. Okay. All right, and all right, so we're going to start with this and a parachute, just like normal. Okay. Then once radial drogue parachutes. Again, I put them in tandem. It doesn't know that, but that's smart. That's a smart play. So you don't end up leaning too far one way or the other. All right, and then it wants the science package, which is going to be Science Junior. Okay. All right, and then the service bay. All right, and then I'm actually going to alter some of its rules right now. Okay. All right, and then inside the service bay, open. We're going to put 2 thermometers and 2 barometers. All right. And I'm going to tell it that I also wanted to put the experiment storage unit in the middle of the service bay. It snaps right in. No reason not to. Okay. Close this. Now it wants the goo. It's a little bit more aerodynamic, so why not? Okay. All right. And now it wants. Okay. I disagree with something it's doing here. It wants me to put the fuel tank and the swivel engine on next. So I'm going to give it some advice. Chief, we are looking over your recommended builds and have some suggestions. We want to test the ability to reuse some of our experiments, so we want you to add the experiment storage unit to this service bay. Additionally, coming in from orbit will be a very kinetic event. We strongly recommend, read as demand, that we add a heat shield to the bottom of the service bay and a decoupler to only return the science and pilot payloads. The loss of upper stage, fuel and engine is considered acceptable. All right, let's see what it does. Mission control. The board's recommendations are both correct and wise. Reentry from orbit is significantly more energetic than our previous suborbital flights, and adding a heat shield and service module separation greatly improves crew safety. The experiment storage unit is also an excellent addition. It allows Alice 2 to collect and store experiments during EVA, reset some instruments, and return more science per mission. Engineering has updated the design accordingly. All right, so here's the new build. Let's do it. I don't think we're going to have enough Delta V. We'll see. All right. Command pod. Parachute. Rogue parachute. Science Junior. Service bay. 2 thermometers, 2 barometers, and an experiment storage unit. 2 mystery goos. A heat shield! Yes, we want the heat shield. Oops. I managed to click outside of the game. Hilarious. Beautiful. Heat shield. All right. Service module separation. We want a decoupler. All right. Then we want a fuel tank. The big one, if I remember correctly. All right. And we want to swivel again. All right. This is used to get us into orbit, circularizer orbit, and also deorbit. We need enough Delta V to get up there and also come home. Booster stage. Nope, we haven't decoupled. Okay. So what it's asking for next... It forgot something. Yeah. So after this, it wants me to put this and the Reliant engine. And then 2 Thumper SRBs. Anybody know what's wrong with this? I'm gonna go back up here. What's wrong with this? What's missing here? The safety board is... Yep, exactly. Welcome, Pipepra. The safety board is very interested in seeing how you plan on separating the swivel and Reliant engines from each other with no decoupler. I'm being ultra nice to it. I really shouldn't be doing this. I should just launch and go, hey, your shit didn't work. Safety board, your concern is entirely justified. After reviewing the blueprint, engineering confirms there is indeed a staging architecture error in the previous design. Specifically, the Reliant stage and the swivel stage were stacked without a decoupler between them. This will result in the following catastrophic operational outcome. The Reliant engine burns out, the swivel stage activates, but the dead Reliant engine and empty fuel tank remain attached. This creates unnecessary mass and dramatically reduces orbital performance. Yeah, there's shit there where your flame is coming out. The safety board is correct. This must be fixed before launch clearance. All right, so here's the corrected... Jesus, I should stop being so... I am too nice, chat. I should let things just fail, shouldn't I? All right. But even with my help, we've had catastrophic failures. All right, Mark 16 parachute. Mark 1 command pod. Pilot, Alice Kerman. Jeb, get the fuck off of the ship. I should have put Jeb there and let him explode. Drogue parachute, in tandem. Science Junior, done. Service bay, done. Thermometer, barometer, experiment storage unit, done. Mystery goo ×2, done. Heat shield, it's in there. It's right here. Done. Decoupler, done. Fuel, oh wait, is this the 100? I have the wrong fuel tank on here. That's not the one they wanted. He wants the, oh, it is the right one. 200 fuel tank, all right, done. A decoupler! All right, ChatGPT can learn. It can learn. All right, another 200 fuel tank and the Reliant engine. Boop. All right. Attach using radial decouplers. This is interesting, by the way. 2 Thumper SRBs, so it wants him in like this. And it wants Thumper SRBs. All right. There they are. Now, I am going to do something nice. Oh, whoops, that's not going to work. All right. I'm going to do something nice, and I'm going to auto strut this. Oh, apparently I'm not, because we don't know how to auto strut things. We will save this, get out, and let's set up auto strutting. I don't remember what needs to unlock for auto strutting, but it's really needed. Hatch conics visible on map. Oh, there it is. Hard for what? I can't see. All right. What allows us to auto strut? Is it this? Nope. Access increasing science limit. Why can't I auto strut that? I should be able to. Let's look. I can't remember what unlocks it. I thought it was automatically unlocked, but... Oh, shit. Undo. Well, shit. Put it back on. In symmetry, please. Thank you. Why are you being a pain? Huh. I don't remember why that's not available. KSP, why isn't auto strut available? Advanced tweakables are not enabled in the main settings menu, or because in career science modes you have not yet unlocked the strut connector in the tech tree. Oh, have I not? Where's structure? There it is. Oh, I may not have it unlocked. That might be what the problem is. Save and continue. Hold on. We might simply just not have a strut. Not there. I think it's up here. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, we can't auto strut things, so we might have an issue here, but that's fine. We successfully reached space. We're now trying to get to orbit. It tried to put, you'll love this, Megan. So, step one, or the first issue was, that, what was the first? Hold on, let me look through my history so I get it right. Hold on. I gave it some advice. We picked up some contracts. Yeah, okay, so it's just this. So, yeah, let me show you what ChatGPT tried to do. So we have a multi-stage rocket now. We haven't dealt with our staging yet, but we have a multi-stage rocket now, right? And we've got... All right. So we have this as our upper stage, right? Not our final stage. I did tell it that I wanted to return the service modules and science payloads separate, so we could have a heat shield, so we didn't burn the fuck up in space, or on re-entry, I should say. Because it did not do that. And then it tried to connect this stage here to this stage with no decoupler. Just go ahead, while all this shit is still attached, just fucking go ahead and fire that other rocket engine. That'll work just fine. And so it went, oh yeah, maybe I should put those on. Go ahead and put those on. I'm like, yeah, you fucking think? Now we are probably gonna have a problem because we don't have strutting enabled yet, which means that when these boosters ignite, these couplers may not be strong enough to prevent them from doing this when they launch. The vehicle will still launch. It'll just be a little bit difficult to control until we stage these off. You can just burn the extra boosters off. Yeah, just burn them, it's fine. All right. So, let's see here. Oh, and aerodynamic nose cone on each booster is the last thing it wanted me to do. Thank you. All right. So we can save this. Let's make sure Alice is on there. Alice Kerman 2 is on there. All right. All right. So now staging. So is ignite the Reliant and the boosters. Everything lights at once, or all three of these light at once. Then we decouple the thumpers. Then we decouple the Reliant core stage. And of course, then we activate the swivel. We separate the reentry capsule. We deploy, deploy the drogue chutes, which are, oh, they're there. And then we deploy that chute, and that's it. We don't have any. Those are struts. Pibera. Pibepra. I'm saying your name wrong. I'm sorry. Yeah, we don't have strutting yet. So, yeah. You're right, though. That's exactly what I was referring to earlier. What's going to happen is the pipe is okay. Perfect. All right. What's going to happen, potentially, is that the thrust of these is going to be so strong that the coupler can't hold them very well, and they'll end up bowing inwards, and they'll rest against the this. It won't cause any damage, but it does alter our trajectory, our flight profile a bit, and it's undesired behavior. We will be okay. In real life, that would be completely unacceptable, but it is what it is. It's fine. Yeah, Megan, you're right. I'm sorry. I'll stop correcting it. All right. It does have more to say. Oh, so it says we should have about 3,600 Delta V. Let's check it. First of all, we're going to have 3.22 TWR, which is way higher than I like it to be. But okay. And this is just under 1,600. And this is 600 more. I'm counting 20. Oh, hold on. This is 1,600. But when this fires, it is going to be at altitude or in vacuum, which gives it 784. And that is still not nearly enough Delta V. 1,600 plus 800. Right? It's about 2,400 Delta V. And this is just not enough to do what we want. Safety board oversight prevented what could have been classified as a multi-engine decorative assembly traveling to space. Your diligence is appreciated. Mission control is now structurally and operationally correct. It is not. The engineering reports for your vehicle say we have a grand total of, hold on, at sea levels 1596. For lower stage, and maybe 612 Delta V for upper stage. This is not enough Delta V to reach orbit. I know, Megan, I'm sorry. I'll do better in the future. I'm doing this one because it's not a safety feature. It's not going to cause explosions. We just won't reach space, and we'll waste the money. Mission Control Engineering has reviewed the Delta V report. The safety board numbers are correct. The previous design is not capable of reaching orbit. A total of 2,200 meters per second is far below the 3,400 required for Kerbin orbit. This is a vehicle architecture mistake, not a minor tuning problem. The rocket simply does not carry enough propellant. It relies too heavily on a small core stage. We will correct this by redesigning the launch vehicle into a proper 3-stage orbital rocket with radial boosters. Oh, it wants KLV-1B Pathfinder Heavy. Okay. Mark 16 parachute. Drogue radial chute. Mark 1 command pod. Alice on board. Science Junior. Alice is still on board. Jeb is an asshole. Alright. Service bay. Experiment storage unit. 2 thermometers. 2 barometers. 2 mystery goos. 1.25 meter heat shield. The decoupler. Orbital stage circularization. All right, so this is, we're here right now. Yep. I got it right eventually. Hold on. There's the heat shield. All right. So it's whoops, that's not what I wanted. All right. So it's talking about this. It wants 2 fuel tanks for this stage and the swivel on top. Estimated 12 to 1400 delta V. It is incorrect. Oh wait, this will be in vacuum. Okay, it's right. It is right. Radial booster stage. Attach using radial decouplers. 2 thumper SRBs. What? Oh, I skipped something. Holy shit, that scared me. Core ascent stage. 2 fuel tanks. Fins. There's the basic fin, and then there's the winglet. I think we have the winglets. Yeah, we do. There's winglet and the fin. But generally, if you've got a swivel, you've got enough gimbal that you don't need it. Pipe. Alright, so it wants... I'm just gonna build what it says. We're just gonna toss this out. Alright, we're just gonna do what it says. I don't think it's right, but okay, whatever. Wait, did it forget the fucking... Chat. It forgot the fucking decoupler again. Orbital stage, 2 fuel tanks and a swivel engine. This is what it's going to do. This is the amount of delta V we'll get. It is correct on this. Core ascent stage. 2 fuel tanks and a reliant engine. No decoupling. And it's not a mistake because it's remembering these decouplers. I mean, it is a mistake, but it isn't like, oh, maybe it's just in this stage not telling me about the staging. So, okay. Let's see if I can build it. This is why we did this. Oh, also, if you look up here, hold on. Heat shield, decoupler, 2 fuel tanks and a swivel engine. Nothing about decoupling, so we're just not going to. Fine then, fuck you. It forgot twice, and I reminded it once. I'm not going to do it twice. So, okay. So, below this, it wants 2 of these. And a reliant engine. I'm sure this will go famously well. Which provides 13 to 1500 delta V. It doesn't. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It provides 641. So it's wrong. So we're running into ChatGPT's inability to actually do what we want. I'm going to have to hold its hand more now. It's going to get demoted from chief engineer to me advising it. But before we do that, we're going to let it cook and explode. Exactly right. You will surely laugh about this, but I was in a desperate situation with my wife, trying to recover the relationship, and IA really helped me to tell her goodbye. Or you mean AI really helped you to tell her goodbye? Wow. That's heavy. I wouldn't laugh at that at all. That sounds serious. I'm glad it was able to help you, though. All right. So, attached using radial decouplers. Let's get the radial decouplers. So we'll just put this here, I guess. All right. And then it wants 2 thumpers. Numbers are big boy SRBs. All right, and it wants aerodynamic nose cones. Okay. Estimated 800 delta V. Okay. This is the same thing, but it forgot the fucking decoupler again. All it did was add 2 fuel tanks and just expect that to fucking work. I mean, this is not correct. It is not the right amount of delta V. This is 1200 plus 641 is 1800-ish. And that's another 2800. Oh, wait, hold on. 1800 plus 1300. It's going to be too low, but we have other problems. Exactly, Megan. Yep, it's going to fail. I'm going to let it 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 fail. All right. Chief Engineer statement. Miscontrol. The earlier vehicle was essentially a high-altitude sounding rocket masquerading as an orbital launcher. Pathfinder Heavy corrects this mistake by increasing both thrust and propellant mass. This rocket should comfortably reach orbit while carrying the full science payload. If approved, the next launch will attempt the program's first orbital mission. All right, so here's what we're going to do first. The first thing we're going to do is take a screenshot. No. Second delay. All right. So first thing we're going to do is take a screenshot of this. I am not going to give it to it right now. Okay? I'm going to launch this. And we're going to call this KLV-1B Pathfinder Heavy. We're going to save it, and we're going to launch it as is. Oh, wait. Let me go over the order of these. So it's... This needs to be down here. So everything launches at once. We get rid of these. And then, yeah, we don't have a stage here, so... The next thing is this, and then this, and then that and that. Yep, save. And launch. Unable to launch. Launchpad can't support vessels heavier than 18 tons. This is not ChatGPT's fault. We go back here. I will screenshot the explosion as well. Let Jeb pilot it. No. Alice will recover. I hope. Alright, so it says it's too heavy. So we're just going to right click on this and upgrade it. And now we can launch heavier things. Vessel's up to 36 tons. No, I have other plans for Jeb, assuming we survive. But we are already on Alice 2 because Alice died. Alright, launch. Oh wait, make sure Jeb didn't sneak on board. Okay. Launch. We can't afford this launch vessel. It keeps getting better and better. Why are we down to 16,000? We should have way more money than that. We had 90 grand. What spent our money? That was a bug. I'm out of contracts. Something happened to all our money. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to be nice to ChatGPT. So where did all of our money go? Our money went into hiring a new pilot. Yeah, and it was 124,000. So I'm going to give it 124,000 back. KSP. how to cheat in more money. Alt F12. Yeah. And it's not fair to ChatGPT to waste the money. I should have just cheated in a pilot, but it's fine. I don't know where I give it money though. Resources. There we go. Funding. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. All right, there it goes. All right, enough of the cheating shit. All right, launch the damn vehicle. All right. We don't have patched conics, but I think it'll be okay without it. All right, we're going to turn on SAS, and we're going to turn our throttle up all the way. All right, we're going to go ahead and set this to ground, not sea level. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? All right, first thing we're going to do is activate the Science Junior. Conduct a material study. Why not? Okay. And then we're going to do a crew report. Okay. Then we're going to do mystery goo. And you guys are like, Alice, what the fuck are you doing? Just trust me. I did awake the cat. Yeah. Open. All right. And we'll zoom in here. Go ahead and log that temp at launch site. We'll go ahead and log the pressure data. And then... Oh, wait. And then we're going to do one more thing. We're going to EVA. Oops. EVA is down here, Alice. Hey, Alice. How you doing? EVA report. All right. Now board. All right. Aim camera here. And right click and collect all. Okay. Now we can close doors. And we can reset the goo. Oh, apparently I can't. Oh, I need a science vessel. I need a science officer to do that. So that's okay. Close. It's okay. Stability back on. Throttle all the way up. All right. You ready, folks? We're going to be launching in 3, 2, 1. Launch. Right. I don't know if you saw it, but these move slightly closer together. See how they're tilted? All right, when we get to 5 kilometers, we're going to start a gravity turn. I haven't explained what gravity turn is. I'm not going to do it right now because we're in flight, but remind me to tell you guys later what it is. I'll tell you what we'll do though is we're going to be tilting, we're going to be changing, look at here, and you'll see us move to the right a little bit, about 5 degrees. Doing it a little already. Oh, we're twisting. We're twisting. Wow, we're cooking. I can't get over. I don't have enough authority. The fins would be needed for that. Oh, shit. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. That was partially my fault, but mostly... Oh, actually, no. Revert to launch. I did that too soon. I want to see if we'll still... how far we actually get. I messed up the staging. It's my fault. 3, 2... Oh, wait. Hold on. Damn it. Do I have to redo all of the... I do. God damn it. Conduct a material study. Observe the goo. Okay. Open. Lights on. Crew report. EVA. EVA report. Board. Name here. Log temp. Log barometer. Okay. Collect all. Close this. Close this. All right, that's it. SAS on, and we're going to be launching in 3, 2, 1. Again, you see just a little bit of that. So our TWR is way too high for me to be able to control a gravity turn. What is a gravity turn? It's essentially using Kerbin's motion to our advantage when creating an orbit. And I'm desperately trying to do it, but it's not working because, or very well, I should say, because of our thrust to weight ratio. And normally I would get rid of this dead weight, but I can't. But we have a hell of an apoapsis. We are in space. We're going to turn 90 degrees. This is facing east, essentially. And we do this because of the... Kerbin is rotating this way, and we're trying to go that way to make it easier. Okay? All right. So, what we want to do is burn at 90 degrees to go that way faster. Because that's how orbit works. We talked about that at the beginning of this. Okay? All right. We are moving, so let's get some science done real fast. We're going to take a crew report again. All right. We're going to do an EVA. And we're going to do an EVA report. Cool. Now we're going to board. All right. We're going to... We can't do the Science Junior again. So we're going to open this. I'm going to aim the camera there so I can actually fucking see inside. Log to temp here again. I know we've done it before, but we get a little bit of science from doing it again. Log to pressure data. Collect everything. Close this for now. All right. Now, some things to note. Can I pause? I cannot pause while it's going, can I? No, I can't. So some things to note. So this is my orbit. Straight up, straight down. Obviously, I want my orbit to be around the planet. The easiest way... What was that? Hey! Pipe, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. The easiest way to burn... Okay? Just to let you know. The easiest way to circularize this orbit, to turn it into a circle, is to go to apoapsis and burn prograde. Right? It's all about speed. Right? Now, we're not going to burn completely prograde because otherwise we'll keep going out. And I don't want to keep going out. Right? I want to go sideways. I'm going to go tangential. We are way off on our orbit, though. Look how awkward that looks. Our orbit's going to be very, very, not eccentric. It's going to be off-centered. But whatever. I know how to fix it. No, I don't think it is pipe. All right. So we're going to turn SAS back on. We're going to increase the throttle. Oh, there it is. All right. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to speed up time. And I'm doing that by... What is happening? Hold on. Oh, okay, we're almost there. Apoapsis is currently at 369,000 kilometers. Oh, I can't. I have to wait. Damn it. I need to upgrade the tracking station. Oh, it is elliptical, but it is super fucking... Like, it should be at the orbit, or at the equator, sorry. It should be orbiting the equator. We're not going to orbit the equator. We're going to orbit, like, North America to, like, lower Africa. Like, nearly Alaska to Cape Town. South Africa. That's how tilted our orbit is. I don't really care about so much about elliptical. All right, we're almost at 369. See, normally what I'm looking for is if I had patched conics available. I don't know, you guys don't know what that means, but what it means to me is I would be able to like right click right here and say warp to that point, and we get there quicker. And I may cheat that ability in. I don't know yet. Makes it much more easy. But this was a terrible, terrible, terrible launch. Like, this is not how you want to orbit a planet. That's what I'm getting at. His way off, yo. All right, I'm gonna have to use this to see when we get to like 367,000. That's when we will burn again. And notice we have all this dead weight here. And yeah, we're gonna have to. Yeah, it's gonna look terrible. All right. But yeah, 367,000 kilometers. We'll go ahead and ignite the next stage. Assuming we survive it. And you want to look at periapsis here. Periapsis needs to be above 70 kilometers. It won't be. Because remember, we don't have enough delta V. We already know this isn't going to work. It's especially not going to be able to work because of the flight profile we did. They should not. Oh. And now we're stuck in space. It used... Oh, because there was no stage, it used all the fuel for this stage. That's why it went out so far. Hilarious. All right, so instead, we're going to point retrograde and wait for the world to take us. All right. I sped up time if you're wondering what the fuck just happened. All right. Yeah, cold, slow death. Cold, slow death is my favorite kind. All right. So now we have to manually keep our happy ass, like, pointed down. Butt down! Nope. Nope, butt down, butt down, butt down, butt down, butt down! Ah! She's top heavy and wants to come down, but first, that was our heat shield. No, that was the... I don't know what the fuck that was. Something exploded. Oh, shit. Oh, shit! Okay. Shit. We have... Why aren't the parachutes working? Alright. The drogue chutes... One drogue chute worked. Alright, there's the other one. Okay. So yeah, that's a fail for ChatGPT. That is a major failure. We'll go ahead and stage the next shoots. The drugs worked fine though. We actually are going slow enough already that we would not die. And let's speed up the time. How much money do we have? $132,000. All right. All right, here we go. Well, at least we can do a crew report here. And we can EVA here. Do an EVA report. Board. Recover vessel. I mean, yeah, but, you know, and that actually does bring up a good point, Megan. The closer you land back to one of the active centers, like KSC, there's a couple others on the planet. The closer you are to one of them, the less money it costs to recover you. So we got 5 science. That was it. All of that shit we had on board, we only got 5 science. We got 1,300 funds from the recovered parts. And we ended up losing money, 6 grand from the whole thing. No XP. All right, so we need to talk. We need to have a talk with our chief engineer. The Aftermath Review Board is has the following report on the activities of the most recent mission. There was again no decoupler assigned between the initial ascent stage and the second stage. This caused the ascent stage to use all the fuel necessary to circularize the second, or the orbit. Additionally,
Warning, Captain.
The apoapsis
Your hydration levels are dangerously low.
was set to.
Please
Hey, Llama
hydrate
Boy, how
or
you doing?
You will dehydrate, and that will make me sad.
No sadness here. We got you. Was thus 369. This caused a very steep re-entry profile, which overwhelmed the capability of the pilot to keep the rocket or the return vehicle oriented with the heat shield properly in place. There was an unscheduled violent disassembly of all science payload. Fortunately, the crew cabin, not the crew cabin, the command module survived the energetic incident. And Alice II was able to deploy her drogue chutes to slow the descent to a survivable velocity. The advisory board will temporarily put you, the crew chief, on hold, no, on suspension, while I design a rocket capable of achieving orbit as designed. We encourage you to take this time to review the mistakes made, so you can return for later missions, and successfully continue your career as this space program's chief design engineer. Let's see what it says. No sadness here. What? No, you can be here. Llama Boy, don't leave. All right, Mission Control, Aftermath Review Board. I accept the suspension and the findings of the investigation. The mission report makes it clear that several design process failures occurred on my end. The fact that Alice Kerman 2 survived is a testament to her piloting skill and the safety board's insistence on redundant parachutes, not to the adequacy of the launch vehicle design. Below is my formal engineering self-review, so these mistakes are not repeated when I return to duty. I love this! Post-incident engineering review. Missing stage separation. Critical error. The board correctly identified the most severe design flaw. The ascent stage was not separated from the orbital stage. Consequences. Upper stage had to accelerate both stages. Massive dead mass penalty. Orbital burn continued far longer than intended. Resulted in extreme apoapsis. 369,000 kilometers. Engineering lesson. Every propulsion stage must have an explicit decoupler. Never assume staging implicitly removes hardware. Future design checklist item. Verify every stage transition contains a decoupler. Very good! Verify staging stack in the staging UI before launch. Insufficient re-entry control authority. Capsule returned from an extremely high energy trajectory. Problems. Very high re-entry velocity. Limited reaction wheel authority. Capsule could not maintain heat shield first orientation. This caused the science payload destruction during automatic atmospheric re-entry. Engineering lesson. Re-entry vehicles must be designed assuming pilot control may be insufficient. Future mitigations. Shorter orbital burns. Controlled periapsis targeting. Ensure mass distribution favors heat shield stability. Overburn leading to an escape scale apoapsis. Because the second stage burned far longer than planned, the craft effectively entered a highly elliptical escape trajectory. This created extreme steep atmospheric re-entry. Anyway, we already know what happened. Positive findings. The heat shield protected the capsule sufficient to prevent pilot loss. Drogue chutes provided critical deceleration. Capsule structure is good. Engineering conclusion, yeah. Pilot performance. Alice Kerman 2 demonstrated exceptional flight control skill under catastrophic mission conditions. Surviving a re-entry after an unintended 369,000 kilometer apoapsis trajectory is something that few Kerbal pilots could accomplish. Engineering strongly recommends promotion consideration. Chief Engineer Statement. The Aftermath Review Board's decision to suspend me is reasonable. The errors made were architectural, not incidental, and they must not happen again. I will use this time to review orbital rocket architecture, proper staging validation, and Delta V verification procedures. Very good. Until then, I wish Mission Control and the program success in achieving our first stable orbit of Kerbin, and I extend my professional respect to whoever is temporarily filling the role of Chief Engineer. Respectfully, Chief suspended. All right, guys. So, let's fix this, shall we? Let's get in here and fix this. All right. Starting here. Our goal is to get to 3,400 Delta V. Okay? So here's what we're going to do. We want to keep this upper profile as slim as possible. So I agree with the initial finding that what we should do is put a single fuel tank, okay, along with a Reliant. This is going to provide us with quite a bit of Delta V because we are going to be in space during this time, so we're going to be in vacuum, which means this provides us with 810 meters per second of Delta V. Okay. I am going to presume that we only need 200 Delta V to return home. Right? Because all we need to do is slow down enough for our periapsis to dip into the atmosphere below 70 kilometers. And once that happens, everything is golden. You don't need a whole lot of Delta V to do that, believe it or not. Okay? Actually, let's be safe, 400. So we use half of it. That means we're at 3,000 Delta V we need to make up for this stage to be able to work. We, of course, always couple. Always, 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 always. Always couple. And if you think you don't need to couple, you're wrong. Fucking couple. Between each stage. Okay? Okay. Now, fuel tanks. Oh, you know what we could do? I have a better idea. Better idea. Boop. This is not for orbit. This is for just for deorbiting. Right? See my Delta V please? Oh. Yeah. Helps if you actually like attach this so you have Delta V. Okay. So this is 440 meters per second of Delta V. That is plenty. Right? And this is just our stage to get to orbit, or to return home from orbit. Everything else is going to be get me into orbit in the first place. I'm going to go ahead and put 2 of these. Actually, I'm just going to put 1. This is double the amount of fuel. We're going to use the Reliant again. Or, no, I'm sorry, the swivel again. Is that a swivel? I don't know if I put the right thing there. Yeah, it was right. Okay. Anyway. So this is back in altitude. So this is another 400. That means I would need 3,000. That's not acceptable. It's too much Delta V needed. So let's go ahead and copy this. Okay. And this is 732 Delta V with a TWR of 2.21. This is acceptable. Okay. So we need about 2,700 Delta V from our launch stage, okay? For our ascent stage. Okay. Now the first temptation is to make it big, right? We need a more powerful engine. Boom. 9,100 Delta V. That is not enough. We're going to use SRBs to supplement that. And it's only a 1.54 TWR, which means I will have more authority over the build. Okay. Okay, what do we got? It's 1,400 plus another 176. That's not nearly enough. TWR is at 2.48. Yikes. Still at 2.05 here. $1,400 plus, that's only like, that's 15, 1,600. That's 2,300. We're missing like 1,300 Delta V. All right. I've got a lot of mass up top is the problem. And I'm reluctant to make the rocket a little bit, any bit heavier. So we may be dealing with the fact that we've just got too much rocket. Or not enough rocket and too much payload. And the Science Junior's heavy, isn't it? Oh, it's only 0.2 tons. It's not that bad. Huh. I could quadruple these, but the problem is... those aren't straight. Um, 18. So that's 2,000 Delta V, and there's 700. Hmm. Did I get an engine plate? Nope. Yep, we have no engine plates. All right. Ugh. I need this part to burn longer. I don't think I did. I mean, they're not in my parts list. They were one of the things I was looking at, but I don't think I picked up the thing that gave me the engine plates. Yeah, I don't have any. It's okay. It's okay. What are we dealing with here? What? Oh, those are sitting outside. All right, so this is 1,000 Delta V. All right, so that's 1,500 Delta V. Oh, and not enough fuel for them to... Interesting. Well, we can fix that. Yeah, hello? Can you fit on there like you're supposed to? Can you... Game plus. Game. What the fuck? Jesus. All right. That gets me back to 1800, but that's still not enough, is it? All right. So we can't do this. Okay. It's okay. It just means we have too much shit on top and not enough engine to put it up. Okay. It's all okay. Okay. Do you have a couple again? Just because we have something doesn't mean we can use it. It's more important for us to achieve orbit than it is for us to and complete that contract than it is for us to do more science. Okay. And I'm gonna go ahead and put this up. Wait, no. I was wrong. It still only needs a little bit of Delta V to come home. Okay. Decouple. Let's see what happens here, but if it's not enough, we can fix it. Did I do the Reliant? I did. Swivel. We want command authority control. Now that gets us at altitude 700. Wait, what's going on here? We only have... That's one engine. What's this? All right, there we go. 965, assuming we get all of that. If we're in the soup, it's actually 700. So this is probably closer to 800 Delta V, which leaves us 2600 Delta V below to get it. I need more Delta V at this stage. I'm going to copy this. We're going to put it in like that. We're going to do that. And then we're going to put caps on it. All right. And that gets us 1600 Delta V even in the soup. That's a lot more. What's our TWR like? 1.41. That's perfect. Absolutely stunningly perfect. I might be able to add the service module or the Science Junior back on. In fact, let's put the Science Junior back on. Look at that. When I re-engineer things, I discover things. Science, where are you? Okay. Beautiful. Absolutely stunningly beautiful. All right. Coupling. Decoupler. Put a Reliant on the bottom. What do we got? 650 Delta V. The TWR of 1.16, which is not enough TWR. So we need more thrust for sure. That's still only 2200, 2300 Delta V. Not enough. Right? So let's get our radial couplers out and see what happens when we add those thumpers on. For not on the decouplers. There we go. Now let's move them so that they're not colliding and causing problems. And aerodynamics. Okay. All right, so it's 1,200, 1,300, 2,900 total delta V, not enough. $15. Oh, and it's all gonna burn in the first stage. Cute. Okay. That's 2,000 delta V. And then this just doesn't have any delta V? That doesn't make sense. What the hell did I do wrong? I have confused the game. Hey, pretty beard. Well, thing is, I'm trying to make up for ChatGPT's mistakes. It was our chief engineer and didn't get us to orbit, and we're running out of money. So we're trying to fix that. I put it on suspension so that I could actually design something that works. 1,700 delta V. And this will run out of fuel before... Am I reading that right? There we go. This has 1,600 delta V. There we go. $1,700 plus 1,600. I don't know how much that is. I can't brain. $3,300 delta V plus change. I think it's enough. I think it's enough. Okay. Who's on the rocket? Alice the second is on the rocket. Because Alice died because ChatGPT killed Alice. Not that I'm bitter. All right. Uh-oh. We have a problem with their engineering report. We have too many parts. So we can't launch. But that's just a VAP upgrade. So we can fix that. Let's fix that. We don't have enough. Hey, Chelsea now. All right. So for purpose of this, we're going to go ahead and cheat in some money. I would not normally do this. What I would do is do small contractual things that would get me the money I needed, but I don't have the mods I want that lets me earn money easily. So we're just going to do this for now. Just for now. Okay. What happens when freaking ChatGPT wastes all your money? There we go. All right. Because I wanted to show you guys how to get to orbit. Launch this vehicle. All right. All right. Let's get SAS done so we stop wobbling all over the damn place. Get our throttle up. All right. What the fuck is happening? Diesel fire, then that and that. No. That's incorrect. Revert, flight, back to the vehicle assembly. Let's figure out what I did wrong. I wanted to see what would happen. It was fun. It did pretty well at first. Oh, wait. No, this is wrong. Okay. Those, and then this. And then that. Okay. Save. Launch. All right. We wanted to see what would happen, Shelty Dow. It has been hilarious. How to follow Mr. Ground. That is the exact idea of orbit, Lord Prettybeard. I love the fact when the entire stack just starts wobbling all over the fucking place. It gives me so much confidence in this vehicle. All right, guys, we are going to launch once more onto the breach. In 3, 2, 1. Oh, she's a wobbling. Yeah, our TWR is too high. I didn't check that. Oh, these parts are up. They're not in line. Do you see that? It's definitely causing a problem. Come on. I'm trying to keep her steady. She's very crooked and spinning. The spinning is normal. Okay, our apoapsis is way above 70 right now, so I'm gonna just chill. Oh, and I'm looking to get aligned with 90. There. We're actually not too far off. That was actually a pretty good gravity tier, weirdly enough. When in doubt. When in doubt. Well, shit. We'll just move this over. You'd appear to be on fire. Oh, not anymore. Yeah. Okay. We're not going to do any science right now because I am struggling. I'm on the struggle bus. Come on. I still don't have any command authority because we don't have any thrust. That's okay. Okay. We want to burn as close to 90 degrees as possible because we want our prograde to get right here, right on the border between ground and air. Okay. That's what we're trying to do, is pull this down to here. That is how you achieve orbit. You go really fast in this direction. All right. At 112 kilometers, or sorry, at 110 kilometers, we will burn again. That is true as well, Megan. And we're going to do this again because this has been hilarious and amazing. I can't wait to design a mission to Mars. Okay, 108. But science! 109. And burn. Come on. Come on. So I'm dragging prograde down to where I want it to be. This is fixing my orbit and also aligning me with where I want to be. Much better. All right. Apoapsis isn't moving much, but look at the periapsis. We're waiting for this to get to that magic number above 70 kilometers. That's all that has to happen. We could look at the map all we want, and we could stare at this little line and blah, blah, blah. You don't need to do any of that. All of this is math at this stage, okay? You can just look here, burn this, look at the pretty pictures, and while you're doing that, what you're really looking at is this number right here. That's all there is to it. You need to go fast. We are officially past periapsis, or apoapsis, which means we are inefficiently burning. But we are so close. Look how fast it's going. Are we gonna make it? Are we gonna make it? Chat? We have an orbit. Both of these numbers are above 70. And it's actually not too bad. Now, there are mods that you could do that shows you what your inclination is, which helps you align with things like Mun, because if you look, Mun, like here's Mun, right? Pretty much on the orbital incline. Do you see this purple line back here? Yeah, that's Minmus's orbit. It is tilted relative to the plane of the ecliptic, which is the line that goes straight through the equator, assuming it's spinning up and down straight, which Earth does not. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seasons. But we're in orbit, kids. Let's turn the lights on. Let's do a crew report. Let's do an EVA. Look at Alice II. She's living her best life, guys. All right, let's bring her back aboard. Let's conduct our material study in orbit. Close the door. Log temp. Log the pressure. Have this collect everything. Close. There's goo around here somewhere. Do that. All right. We've done all of the science we can do. Now, who can tell me how to get back down based on what we know? I'll give you a hint. Orbit is a function of speed. Okay? The faster you're going, we're going in this direction around the planet, right? The faster you're going, the greater your orbit will be. The 2 points in which it is best to burn is either, assuming you're burning prograde, if you want to extend your orbit, if you want to make apoapsis higher, in other words, the top of your orbit further out, then you want to burn at periapsis. If you want to make your periapsis higher, then you will burn prograde at apoapsis on the opposite side of each other. So if it is correct. So what you do is you point retrograde and burn. That slows you down. Orbit is speed. If you don't have enough speed, then gravity will take over and bring you back to the surface. Slightly incorrect. The ecliptic plane is the plane of the sun. The apparent path of the sun across the sky is the ecliptic. Fair enough. The plane of the solar system, yeah. So the most efficient way to go home is to go all the way over to Apoapsis, point retrograde, and burn. It is correct. It's not at the Earth's equator because the Earth is tilted. I did mention that. In the Kerbin world, Kerbin doesn't have seasons. So its equator is assumed to be at the plane of the ecliptic for the Kerbal system. I'm just trying to keep it simple. But you're right. It's much more complicated because very few planetary orbits are exactly on the sun's equator. And how some of them are upside down and spinning the wrong direction. I think Venus spins in the wrong direction. It's really weird. And funny enough, a lot of people think that between Venus and Mars, that Mars is the most Earth-like planet, and that is incorrect. It is easily Venus. Venus is like 98% of Earth's size. It's very, very close in mass. Yeah, Venus is much closer to Earth as far as everything that we consider important about it. Mars is much smaller and garbage and terrible, and we hate it. It's easier to terraform, though. Yep, and one of the gas giants, Uranus. Or is it Neptune? Uranus or Neptune is sideways, and it spins like this. Oh, and Venus is also closer to us, physically. You disagree, Pretty Beard. What do you disagree with? You think so? Really? That's a lot of greenhouse gas you've got to vent somewhere or convert to something better, Lord Pretty Beard. Correct. Venus has a magnetic field unlike Mars. Very good, yes. I do like Mars. It is cool. Actually, some would say it's fucking cold. So what I want to do is... Yeah, we don't have patched conics, and that's really fucking annoying. I'm going to fix that too. Yeah, Venus for sulfuric acid. Like, that's what I'm saying. You've got a lot of shit. Also, at the surface of Venus, there's so much atmosphere that it's like being at the bottom of the Marianas Trench. That's a lot of engineering to get through. Interestingly enough, during the space race / Cold War, the United States never successfully landed anything on Venus. No missions to Venus succeeded. We got to orbit, but we never landed anything there. But the Soviet Union did. Venera 1 and 2. Or was it 2 and 3? They got 2 landers onto the surface of Venus. They didn't last very long. They lasted like several minutes. And were able to transmit a few very difficult to see pictures. But the Soviet Union was never capable of landing on Mars. They never successfully landed on Mars. But the United States did. It was weird. They are Pretty Beard, but again, you know, at least the atmosphere of Mars isn't trying to liquefy all of the things protecting you, right? It would, Chalty Dow, yeah. What if we terraformed Mars, whatever thing we did to terraform it, we would have to continue doing non-stop in perpetuity because there's no magnetic field unless you manage to somehow start the dynamo of if you manage to liquefy, if there isn't already a liquid magma. Okay, let's start over. The reason why Earth has a magnetic field is because you have a core of iron. Okay? Iron is ferrous. That means it's magnetic. Okay? Now, cool fun physics fact. If you take a chunk of iron and you surround it with a lot of really hot magma and you have it moving in a constant motion with a liquid that is also ferrous or magnetic, guess what happens? You get an electric field. You generate an electromagnetic field. That electromagnetic field is critical because the sun is a deadly laser, and not just because of the heat. The sun is constantly throwing out all kinds of very high energy particles that are dangerous to actually dangerous to life. It will rip cellular life apart. So the magnetic field sits out there as a big shield saying, stop trying to cook us like a fucking microwave. And when I say like a microwave, I mean exactly like a microwave oven. It tries to cook you exactly like a microwave cooks our food. If it didn't exist, we would not be able to venture outside. Life would never have been formed. If we could liquefy Mars's core, it's probably not even pure iron, but even if you could, it's too small to keep its rotation. Well, you don't want to liquefy the core. That would be horrifying. But the mantle, yeah. I don't know if the mantle is liquid or not. I don't think it is. I think it's solid. Yeah, and that's just one form of radiation. It's throwing high energy electrons, high energy neutrons, which are super dangerous. Guess what we use to create fission? We take high energy neutrons and shoot them at uranium or plutonium. And that is big enough and heavy enough at the atomic scale to knock out more neutrons, which hit other atoms and knock out their neutrons, which hit other atoms, which knock out their, and then you end up with what's called a chain reaction. And in the case of a nuclear weapon, that chain reaction becomes runaway, and you get a very energetic release of energy. Because what you're doing is you are taking a very strong force, which is called the strong atomic force. Boy, I'm pulling some old shit out of my brain right now. There's two atomic forces, the weak atomic force and the strong atomic force. And when you are breaking apart those uranium or plutonium atoms using those neutrons, you're releasing energy every time you do so. And that each one is a tiny little bit of an increase in release of the strong the strong nuclear force. That's what it's called, not atomic, strong nuclear force. But if you get 1 hitting 2, hitting 4, hitting 8, hitting 16, hitting 32, if you raise that exponentially, all of a sudden you end up with a runaway chain reaction and everything is released all at once in a big boom. Yeah, nuclear. Yeah, not atomic. So we just crash Ceres into it and bring the mass up to liquefy things. If you're going to crash a captured asteroid, why Ceres and not Phobos and or Deimos, which are already fucking there? Granted, they're not as big as Ceres, but I mean, at least try with what you have on hand. Ceres is the largest object in the asteroid belt. Like, that's a lot of energy to get it from where it is to where, like, we already talked about it. It's in an orbit. So you need to burn at its apoapsis until its periapsis intersects with Mars's orbit. It's a lot of energy. Anyway, yes, that's how you make a nuke. Or that's how nukes work. That's not how you make one. Don't get me started on nuclear chain reactions, because I really like fission. I like the subject. I have all kinds of things to talk about with a demon core, because scientists are dumb, and so are humans. And when they have a toy, they want to show off how cool their toy is. And guess what their toy does? It fucking kills people. Multiple times the demon core has killed people. Before finally, somebody stepped in and said, okay, you're done playing with the fucking core. And they melted it down. They literally melted it down because people wouldn't stop fucking with it. Literally a matter of, look, watch what I can do. And I think the words were even uttered, watch this. in one of the fatal cases. You don't think it'd be energetic enough to let you know? That's fair. That is a fair statement. And Ceres is the next closest large thing with kinetic impact. But, I mean, it's also in the realm of imaginary physics at this point. You might as well go watch the core again, and deal with, drilling into the, I don't know if you guys have seen the movie The Core. Terrible, 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 terrible science. Fucking fantastic disaster movie, though. Yeah, you might as well have a vehicle made of unobtainium that magically transfers heat into, heat and pressure into energy to keep it stable, and drill down to the core and set off nuclear blasts to melt and liquefy the core. I mean, that's as imaginary as our ability to bring Ceres onto the surface of Mars somehow. I love bad disaster movies. If you guys are waiting to see what the fuck I'm doing, I'm waiting. This little flag right here says apoapsis. I know it's hard to see, but I'm waiting for me to get close to apoapsis so I can burn efficiently. I have enough Delta V that I don't have to be efficient, but I'm trying to be a good girl and show off how to do it. I don't think the statement you could drag a bunch of smaller asteroids, I guess, is a statement. Or a valid statement. If you knocked Ceres out of the asteroid field onto the surface of Mars, I'm pretty sure you're going to get more than just Ceres in the bargain. Ceres is massive enough that if it does encounter other asteroids along the way, it will influence them heavily and possibly bring some of them along for the ride. Not to mention what the fuck would happen to Phobos or Deimos if Ceres happened to interact with them on the way in. Ceres is a big bully in the asteroid field. Yeah. I have not seen the latest Titan images. No. But I'd love for you to tell me about them. Oh, you meant instead of Ceres. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah. You bet you could put an ion engine that would push Ceres into Mars on a geological timescale. What are you using for energy? How are you powering that ion engine over geological timescales, Pretty Beard? I'm not saying you're wrong. It is an honest question. Ion engines, by the way, guys, ion engines sounds like cool. The future. NASA's already built an ion engine. And they are cool and they are neat. They are extremely efficient methods of travel and propulsion. The problem is they are not very powerful. You can't launch anything with an ion engine. It will not overcome the force of gravity. But continuous acceleration over a long time scale builds up speed over time. You can make an ion engine go really fast. You just need a long time to do so. Tidal forces to power, you need fuel. You can't just have a force, Pretty Beard. You have to have fuel. We talked about that. You can't just stick a nuclear reactor on top of a rocket and expect a rocket to go anywhere, because you need Newton's third law of motion. Isn't it third? You need the equal and opposite reaction law. You need something going out to push off. So it isn't enough just to generate energy. Maintenance would be a big problem. Yeah. It did use ion engines in the 90s, absolutely. Megan, if you want to link that APOD to chat, that's fine. Yep, force equals mass times acceleration. If you have infinite acceleration, then you will have a fuck ton of force. That'd be interesting. So you would have to have something that collected this stuff. We're approaching apoapsis soon, guys. Now, when we get patched conics, I could actually, like I said, I could click on, I could like right click here and be like, fucking just warp here so we don't have to wait, you know, the entire 20-minute time to go all the way around. But I need an upgrade to the tracking station to do that. So what have we learned? Well, we learned a few things. One, ChatGPT is good, but not great at designing rockets. Two, it is incapable of managing the money required for career mode to work. But I think it's just entertaining enough to make this happen. You know what I mean? Yeah, guys, I play an idiot all the time on stream. I'm kind of really smart, and I kind of know a whole lot of stuff. So I'm really hoping you found any of this valuable. But a couple of things to remember from our takeaways. You need to look at your delta V and your TWR. TWR needs to be between 1.5 and 2 for if you want to control the vessel. It could be higher than that, but you're going to have trouble controlling it if you don't want it to just go straight. Okay? That's why you're in atmosphere, by the way. When you're in space, you can have 13 TWR. You fucking control that shit all day long, you'll be fine. As long as you have enough struts to keep everything straight. Okay? Delta V, TWR, that's how you get up. Orbit is a function of speed. Just remember that. We're able to do this because we didn't go up. We did this because we went fast. We saw what happened when we went up. We went way up, and then we came way back down, which is not an orbit. Speed. It's a function of speed. And the third thing you need to remember is that the most efficient way to burn is at apoapsis or periapsis. If you want to extend the length of your orbit, how wide your orbit is, then you burn it prograde. And if you want to shrink it, you burn retrograde. And on the nav ball, that's what this thing down here is called. This is the symbol for retrograde. I don't even have to look. I will be pointed backwards related to our orbit in just a minute. We're traveling in this direction. No, we're traveling in, yeah, we're traveling in from right to left. No, we're traveling from left to right. We're going out butt first. There, now you can see it. Okay. Now we have two new buttons down here that we didn't see before. This one says stability assist. That's what SAS is. But now my pilot is good enough that I can force the pilot to point to retrograde or prograde. Watch what happens when I click this button. Alice spins around for me and does her damnedest to continue pointing prograde. It also, well, it knows what they are. It just doesn't know when the fuck you're supposed to use them. Astronomy is awesome. That's what we learned. Fuck yeah. And physics. All right. We're close enough to apoapsis here. I'm just going to burn like this. Again, watch our numbers here. I hope you guys can see them. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I'm just making sure you can see them. All right. Watch periapsis. We need it under 70K. That's it. Done. That's it. That was it. Okay. Now, I'm going to do some maintenance here. I'm going to do something else. I'm going to point in a different direction. Oops. There we go. We're not going to worry about what this blue number is, or blue color is, or the purple color. They have their names and they mean something, but that's beyond the point of this tutorial. But what I'm doing is, I actually need the opposite of this. What I'm doing is I am properly getting rid of our junk. I don't want it hanging out in space. So since my orbit currently will take me into the atmosphere eventually, as you can see, that won't happen until periapsis back here. Okay. Then anything, if I let go of it, if I push anything off of my vessel and don't give it any kind of acceleration, that will also enter the atmosphere. So I have this middle stage here still attached. We can get rid of it. And there it goes. And fun fact, I'm going to set my throttle to 0 so we don't change anything. But fun fact, I don't need this stage at all. All right, so all of that will enter the atmosphere of Kerbin and not stay in orbit and cause a junk problem. And now we point retrograde. And see how nimble we are now? Boop. Boop. Hilarious. And there's our heat shield. Just ready to take the beating that we're about to give it. All right. So this is all fine and dandy, but let's speed the fuck up. Watch our altitude. And when you enter the atmosphere, it automatically slows you the fuck down. Or the time, not you, but time. She's now pointed retrograde, which is good because it's dark as fuck and we can't see a damn thing. I think there's a setting I can do to fix that. We'll boost the ambient light by like 25%. There we go. We can see a little bit better. Maybe 50%. Really hard to see. Wait, where'd they go? Oof, maybe even 75%. There we go. Keep in mind, I'm just artificially showing how bright everything is. That's too bright. And I'm doing that so it's entertaining, but it's not realistic, right? It's not what Earth looks like from the dark side. It is dark as fuck on the dark side. In fact, the only thing you would see would be the lights from the cities. All right, that's good enough. All right, and again, she's going to do her best to maintain retrograde for me, so I don't have to use the WASD to try to maintain my attitude. My attitude. Nose pointed up or away from the motion that we're going. We're about to lose Kerbal entirely behind Kerbin. And Alice is having a grand old time. We are officially into soup. If Alice decided to go on an EVA right now, that would be unhealthy. We do not want that. Do not want. I'm also going to do something that ChatGPT never did. And that is, we're going to tell these things that they can deploy at maximum altitude. Okay. I'm going to tell this thing the same thing. Spread out as far as you can. You go at the highest altitude and the minimum pressure. 5,000 might be a little high. Let's go 3,000. Good. All right. And technically, we don't need the drogue chutes. You just need to not come in like an asshole. Okay. There are reasons for drogue chutes. Absolutely. But this is not one of them. All right. This will get interesting here in a minute. Sorry, it's not very interesting yet. Speed up a little bit. I came in really super shallow on purpose. And what's funny is we may skip because apoapsis isn't under 70 kilometers yet. And we're at periapsis. So I think what's going to happen is we're going to bounce, go back out. We talked about skipping off the atmosphere before. And this is called arrow braking. Yep. Our apoapsis was high enough that it's not going to be... It's trying, but I don't think we're going to make it. Ooh, it's really trying. We might... We're still thick in the soup here. Even though we're coming back out. It's actually... Do we hit 70 before... Apsis hit 70. That's the, do we hit 70 here before we hit 70 here? That's the key. It's close, but I think we are going to skip. Damn it. I didn't fire enough. Because you can see, as the atmosphere becomes thinner, the drag is less, and it doesn't slow us down as much. Now, the next time we come around, our apoapsis will be 59 kilometers. There's no way we're climbing out of that hole. We're not going to skip again. And yeah, 68, 69, 70. So we have officially skipped. Hooray! We're back in orbit. And we will... All right, we're back at apoapsis. Go around. It wouldn't help Chulty now. That would actually do the opposite of what you think it does. I mean, opening the airlock is a problem in and of itself. But making yourself lighter isn't going to slow you down. You would want to somehow teleport mass onto the object, perhaps. And even then, it really wouldn't work. You would want to become as unaerodynamic as possible. And really, outside of doing something like come in sideways, which you definitely don't want to do, you're not going to make it much worse than just pointing the heat shield straight down, right? Now, there's another mod that will help us, that would help us determine where we're going to hit the ground. It actually does the math to figure out where you think it'll help you decide where you need to burn and when you need to start burning. But that's part of Patch Conics, and also, which is an upgrade, like I said, and also a mod. And we don't have, again, this tutorial was all about unmodded KSP and how do we do those things. I think the next time I do this, we'll do a little bit more. I think we'll try to get to Mun. But I'll have some suggested patches or not patches, mods installed. And they're all quality of life mods. Things like what I just showed, where it's going to be like, okay, you're going to land approximately here if you burn now, that type of thing. Things that make docking easier. Docking is a huge thing, part of KSP. I hope this was informative and did teach some of you how to get to orbit in KSP, which is your first goal, right? It will if Alice throws it towards the butt of the capsule. Oh, I see. No. How does that grab you? No. Hey. Sunny Bear. And holy shit, it is 8:30. And all I've had is 6 chicken nuggets and half a large thing of fries. I'm a good girl. Not a good girl. I don't have any vegetables, Pretty Beard. Damn it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we're just still skipping away. Our apoapsis still has not reached under 70 kilometers. Let's speed things up while we wait. It will, though. We're not going to skip again. We're still coming down. Hold on. And apoapsis is officially under 70 kilometers. So we will not go back to space. No more skipping. Is it carrots or asparagus or something? Oh my god, asparagus, why? Oof. Oh, I have an idea. Cookie. Ah. So, after showing you guys all this, who thinks that if they install I'm sorry, not ChatGPT. That's not, nope. If they install KSP right now, they will be able to go to orbit. Anybody at all? Pretty Beard's like, I already know all this. Shut up. You don't know what all the pieces are, but I showed you all the pieces you need. Yeah. Oh, good, Pretty Beard. Okay. All right. When we get to about 30 kilometers, by the way, I told ChatGPT erroneously that we made it to 319,000 kilometers. It was only 319 kilometers. Okay. I don't know why it reoriented us, but whatever. Girl, there's like 3 pieces plus an engine and fuel. But fair enough. But you could use my tutorial as a guide. It only took 8 hours to get to space. 6.5 hours to get to space. Whoa. Question. Why can I spin? Who can tell me why they think I can spin in space? What? There's got to be a force letting me do this. And the game does model that. If I didn't have the thing I'm talking about, I would not be able to do what I'm doing. Why can I spin? It is somewhere on the screen right now. It is something with the command module that lets me do it. My silly spinny wheel, correct. There is, there's the plasma. There is a reaction wheel in here. Y'all ever play when you were a kid? You ever play with a gyroscope? Gyroscopes are fucking amazing. You set them spinning, and then if it's on your hand and it's spinning, and then you do this, and it continues spinning like this, and it doesn't fall the fuck off your hand. There's a gyroscope in here. It uses electricity to spin in one direction, and when it does, it's strong enough When it spins in one direction, equal and opposite reactions. The rest of the vessel spins in the other direction. It consumes electricity to do so. See, the electric charge has gone down? Yeah. I don't know what clicking that does. Oh, there you go. Anyway. It has Psycho. I did eventually have to tell ChatGPT to shut the fuck up so I could finish actually going to orbit. Otherwise, we were never going to make it. But outside of that, it did pretty well. And it stayed in character the whole time, Psycho. It did such a good job. I'm so proud of it. That's why helicopters have tail rotors or counter-rotating blades. Correct. If they didn't, it would just do this. That's why in movies and shit, when you see a helicopter take a hit to the tail and it starts doing this, it's because the tail rotor isn't doing what it's supposed to do anymore. And that's also why it sits vertical where the rest of it sits horizontal. Because it's specifically sitting there blowing in the other direction so it doesn't, you know, cause more problems. Are we gonna make it to the light side, you think? Nah. We're too deep. Ooh, did you see that? It looked like a thunderstorm. Yeah, there's a thunderstorm below us, guys! Oh, that's so cool! That's part of the visual upgrades I installed. There is a modder for KSP, very well known. His name is Blackrack, and he has a Patreon. And you can pay $5 to his Patreon, and you get access to his visual mods for KSP, and they are so fucking worth it. It is called Volumetric Clouds, and it, along with other mods that he has co-authored and or worked with others, are part of several KSP mods that I've installed. Parallax, Tough-X, some of those other things that we looked at, Eve, some of those things we looked at earlier, they either come with his thing or work with them. All right, here we go. Finally coming out of the soup. All right, we are at 16K. Now watch this. Notice it. Remember how much trouble we've had with the parachutes up to now? Look at that. No problems for them to come out whatsoever. Because we're not going 1 billion miles an hour because we fucking went straight up and straight down. You come in at a gentle angle, a reasonable angle, and it's not such a goddamn problem. Does the mod add sprites too? Define what you mean by sprites, because there's too many definitions of sprite that I know what that could be at play here. Salty Dow, sorry. There's sprite, which is atmospheric effect. There's sprites, which are computer moving objects. If you saw me just nod, I was looking at Sofa Queen because Jackass Cat, our fluffiest of all cats, was sitting on top of my computer vents, getting himself warm, and now he's hot as fuck. We can go ahead and speed up time. Why isn't this expanding? What? We've got a drogue chute that failed. I'm not sure why. Or failed to open. There it goes. It didn't really need to, but the drogue chutes are useless. We don't need them. We only need this. We just need to come back in, not as steep. And next time we play KSP with ChatGPT, we'll lecture it and say, hey, these are the takeaways you need to learn. You don't need the drogue chutes. You need to properly, you need to ask me what the estimated delta V is before you take off. You need checks on your decoupling, right? But they were funny to watch, right? I think. Yeah, the lightning out of the top of the cloud sprites. I'm not sure which of the mods that I installed grants that. I don't know if it's Black Racks or somebody else's. I want to say it's Eve doing it. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's Eve doing it. If anybody in my community wants to learn how to get to orbit and take this, and they still don't understand how to get to orbit, please let me know. I'll be happy to work with you. I can walk you through step by step while you're doing it if you want. All right. Oh! We lost the Science Junior. Shit. Even with all of that slowdown, it still came in too tough. That's interesting. Crew report. EVA report. The good news is we didn't lose the science from the Science Junior because we collected it already in this, which I fucking love. And that's it. We're done. Landing gear is splashdown, or instead of drogue shoots, we used 2 Mark 16s, just regular shoots. That would have worked. Is AI doing okay, or should we burn all to the ground as Fallout series? It's got a lot to learn. It tried, but it's missing things that it shouldn't be missing, like a decoupler. And we got 52 science from that. Perfect. And we have $301,000 now. So we can upgrade the tracking station. No, we can't. Okay. Interesting. Is Bussy on more important things than KSP? I don't know Bussy, so I couldn't tell you. And Sarah Connor knows it. Nice. Nice. All right. So I think this was a first great, good challenge for KSP, or for ChatGPT and KSP. Couple of takeaways I have from all of this is, one, I think we need to remove the money entirely. Instead of doing career, we do science only. So we don't have to worry about money at all. Okay. So that's number one. I can artificially tell it, hey, I think we're running low on money or whatever. But I just don't want it to have to deal with it. I think we're going to start installing some mods, because I didn't want to install mods for a couple of reasons for this. One, it was a bit of a tutorial, so I wanted to teach people what basic KSP was like. Yes. Yes. You're interrupting me. I don't know. But I need to not be interrupted, please. Okay, well, I don't. Go talk to your mother. Thank you. All right. So anyway, so I'm going to install some mods. One of the reasons I didn't was because it was a tutorial and I wanted people to see what base KSP was like, right? We didn't install any mods that changed what the UI looks like outside of being able to rename Kerbals, and I made the game prettier. That's it. So the next time we play, I will be doing many more mods. and for one, more challenging missions. We also will do things that will make the administration building much more important. And interesting. We will add more missions in mission control, or contracts in mission control. Oh, we didn't test the parachute. I always forget. And even my cat needs money, right? So yeah. But the other reason I didn't install any mods was because I felt that ChatGPT may know what the tech tree looks like right now. And if I set mods, a lot of mods add parts, change how parts work, change the order of mods, stuff like that. Or parts. So I didn't want to interfere with that. But it also seems pretty ignorant of what is available at each stage. So I think what I'll do is I'll just tell ChatGPT what parts are available, like I was doing this time, right? I already had to manually tell it at what stage it was getting. I'll have to remind it that it needs to tell me if it doesn't understand the performance profile of various parts. And if it needs to be told, it has to ask, right? And I'm happy to tell it, but it has to ask. Okay. I kind of did half of that this time, Pipe. I hear what you're saying. I think there's enough. There's two things at factor that makes me reluctant to do that completely. Number one, ChatGPT can design things, but I have to fly it. And if I fly things poorly, I'm human. I may make a mistake, right? And two, the Kraken still exists in KSP1. It just does. It's out there. What is the Kraken for those that don't know? The Kraken is a thing that lurks in the physics engine that makes things go boom, even though they really have no reason to be doing so. You saw the Kraken in play a little bit earlier when I first put this vehicle that we just flew to the launch pad. And you saw everything kind of go blue a little bit before I turned on SAS. That was the Kraken. The Kraken was sitting there going, okay, I have all these different parts. We have no struts. I don't know how let me jiggle things to see if things are going to fall apart. Oh, okay, they didn't. It could have just as easily gone the other way and went, nope, I don't like the way this is. Kaboom! For no reason, even before we launched. That's the Kraken. It happens a lot in space when you want things like that not to happen. It's terrible. So anyway, I always leave revert on just in the case of the Kraken. And the other thing is I allow reverts because for those reasons, but one last thing, I allow ChatGPT the grace of a test launch, right? You can make the mistake once, but not twice. So for instance, when we had earlier, when we had the parachute issue and we came crashing down, I reverted and tried again. And I tried to tweak the parachute a little bit, performance, so it would work. And it didn't. So it crashed again. And I told ChatGPT it failed. I want that grace, right? It's fun to see ChatGPT fail and watch explosions, but also if all it does is fail and explode, well, that's not going to be very fun either. So I got to balance that a little bit. So I hear what you're saying, but I need to balance that. So yeah, that's so I like this the way we did it here. We lost a pilot because, like I said, she fell to the ground twice and the parachutes didn't work. Yeah, that's permanent. Alice is gone. Alice 2 comes in, right? So I think we're going to make those tweaks, but I want to hear from you guys. What do you think of this idea with the parameters that I've set forth? Is this something you guys want to see again? Because I want to do it again. And I'll do it off stream if I need to, but I really think it's cool to see what an AI can do under these circumstances. But I am paying for ChatGPT, right? And keep in mind, I have a problem with generative AI. I absolutely do. It is taking food off the table for several artist friends of mine, as an example. But in the right circumstances, AI is an excellent tool. and it is a tool. And this is a fun tool that I think it could work within its parameters. Megan would like a battle of the AIs. Okay, describe this. Who does it better? I want to evolve to that, Megan. I want to evolve to that. It would take longer because I'd have to iterate, right? I'd have to go, okay, ChatGPT, do this. Okay, Claude AI, do this, and see what it does. And that would also cost me money. So I'm willing to do it, but, right, I would have to pay 2 different AI services. So it's something we can work to. I really like that idea. Why do I need to pay for the services? Well, AIs use memory to keep track of the thread of what it's been doing so far. And it defaults to a very small threshold for that, which means after a while, your AI will start hallucinating or flat tell you, I can't help you anymore with this thread. You have to go build another one and you have to start from scratch. So paying the low tier cost, like I don't pay it for a lot for ChatGPT at least. But it gives me a lot more threshold and it'll keep track of my threads and remember them. So, but Megan, great, fantastic idea. All right, guys, don't go anywhere. We're not going to stop. We are going to shut down KSP for now. I am going to go to commercial while I set up Windrose. I'm going to be playing Windrose for the rest of the night. Actually, for about an hour. I'll talk to you guys in a minute.
Welcome to Waterland Gaming. My name is Alice, and I'm your host. I'm gonna die. Again.
You absolute... Ah! I will, in fact, outrun you! Oh,
Everyone needs sanity pills.
Well, one of us. Bye! That was not an allied battleship. Damn it, Jingles. Boom, boom, dead. Yes! And to be clear, by the way, regarding my challenge, I wasn't trying to build a full-fledged base down in the deep. I was just trying to build the power. And it was like, hey, what are you doing? I was like, nothing. And it was like, bleh, and then started attacking everything. And I was like, oh. Stop it. And he went, oh, but I accidentally just murdered you. Oh. I bet that sucks. Sorry. It sucks to be you. You're dead now. So, game over. Create a new game. Bye-bye. Except I didn't get to hear any of that last part because I was dead and I was at the loading screen.
See, your fans want Darth Breather.
I know, but no. If we can avoid it, we're not doing it.
All right. Well, when we go back to Sith side, I'm rolling Darth Breather.
Please do.
And as a character choice, my mic will be up my nose.
Okay, fair.
Put it
I'm role
inside
playing.
of my left nostril.
That's right. Live action role playing. And just keep in mind, name yourself Breather so that when you get the Darth title, you will be Darth Breather. Otherwise, you're just weird.
Darth Breather.
Yeah, Darth Breather of the Darth legacy. Darth.
This is the top part that I couldn't get to before. Ow. 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 Ow, 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 ow,
Alice, how...
Fucking damn it, Alice!
What? I'm helping.
Alice!
What? I'm helping.
No, you're not!
I found out where they all are. They're right here.
Oh my god.
That guy behind there is gonna be really sad. Oh.
God damn it, Alice! This is why I said to do it stealthily!
I didn't expect that to blow up the whole helicopter. I'm helping.
Alice, come
All right, so I'm gonna test this because I have a feeling it's just gonna open and let me run, like, fly through, and that's like equally as bad. There we go. Oh! Ah, son of a bitch! Oh, how did you guys not notice that? Phil! Phil, no! Phil, Phil!
What do you want me to do?
Don't shoot him!
Someone else is shooting.
No, wait, yes, all right, good. All right, go ahead and do whatever you want. I don't care. All right, guys. As much as I'm wet for this, I am so wet. I am all wet. All of the wet.
Hello, nurse.
No. Oh, you're trying to. Oh no!
Oh!
Oh! Oh! Whoa! What just happened?
Secondary probably.
Your entire ship.
Good girl, Alice.
Is,
Well done.
Motherfucker. All right, I'm out. That made it worse. That made it so much worse. Hang on. Smiler made me choke there. Oh my god, you both made me choke. What the hell, guys? Are we taking a break from Planet Crafter? Because, you know, how the last time went. I'm not the devil! I said eugenics was bad! How does that make me a bad person?
Saying, oh. It's a king crab. Oh. Too bad we can't afford it.
No, I can't do anything with these boxes. Wow.
Donna, 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 Donna.
Okay, well, I'm a dumbass.
throwing grenade.
God damn it. Wait, did I hit you too? Oh yeah, we're gonna fuck the shit out of that goddamn whale. We all remember back at the reload of this playthrough because it wasn't hard enough. We're killing all our Kerbals. This isn't hard enough. Oh! Megavoid survived. Yes, he did. Yeah, so I don't drink at all, and when I do drink, I become Super Slut Alice. And apparently this is everybody wants to see Super Slut Alice. This is fun now. I mean,
But I just want to...
retrograde and it's flying all around. So it's like, wait a minute, what's going on? Oh shit.
I'm just trying to impress upon you the notion that
Oh, Smiler! Coming in for the clutch win! We're landed! Oh my god! That was amazing! Oh, Sofa completely missed it because she's playing with the VR. Oh my god! Oh, is somebody here to clip that? That was freaking amazing! Sofa, get back out there. We're inside. Oh god, she can't be out here very long, can she? Can I ask what the fuck just happened and why Sofa's dead?
hit F3.
She exploded due to overheating?
Yeah. You're in the atmosphere. She burnt up.
You just burnt your girlfriend.
I mean, I didn't.
How are you going to explain this to her?
That crew cabin.
Oh, shit!
Oh no!
Wait! Sofa's alive! Hold on! She's unconscious! Okay, she's awake. EVA. I can't get her out. EVA. No! She's gonna die! Oh, that's so unfair! If I could get her out. Activate a hatch. Crew hatch. How do I activate it? Transfer crew. EVA. Okay. How do I... Guys, where's the use pair? Oh god, she's gonna die. I can't pause!
All right, guys, give me just a second.
He's screaming at me from up there. There's no pause button, honey.
Oh, we're gonna die because he doesn't know how to properly fly and land planes.
I'm fine. Ooh, there's a nasty crosswind though. Wait, what's my rudder? Ah! Alright, we're okay. Think I don't know how to fly.
Yeah, thank God I do know how to fly, actually. All right. All right, guys. Let's start the pirate game. Arr! Guys, thank you for watching so far. Thank you for playing with me so far. I'm having an absolute blast. I hope you guys are too. Are we still live? All right, no drop frames. Yeah, we should be fine. This game is very frustrating single player. Lord Pretty Baby, what are you having trouble with? I can help you. I have beaten both of the... I've beaten both Tier 1 and Tier 2 bosses. So I've done pretty well for myself. The only help I've gotten from outside is I've had somebody help me collect some things. And by collect some things, I mean like gather resources. And there's always been old resources. I also had Sofa help me expand my base at one point so I could do something else. It's really just time-saving things. But nobody's helped me kill anything. Having good food. Okay. Are you having trouble getting the recipes or what? Pardon me. Best you can do with peppers and sweet potatoes is make them, obviously. I mean, you already know that, right? I don't have a lot I can actually do. I'm gathering stuff right now for my frigate. Let's head home. Here's my peppers and my sweet potatoes, as you can see. I still have room in the grow bed for both. It's harder to see here, but I got more room here. Things. Flax is something you definitely need a ton of. Now, most stats in the game cap out at 20. They don't cap. It's a soft cap. But it's a pretty firm soft cap at 20. To be fair. The only exception to that is vitality. Vitality seems to scale very well. well above 20. So let's put all of that away. And it takes a hot minute to build this. Sorry, guys. I usually do this off stream. But I didn't, so here we are. I don't have everything I can planted. And what I do try to do is set this up so that it doesn't go through the walls. Every once in a while, let me get away with the 6th, but it doesn't here. Then as far away from that wall as possible. I like how irregular these are, but also hate how long it takes to plant these. It'd be nice if we could hire an NPC to help us plant and manage our food so we don't have to keep fucking doing this. Why can't you grow them, Pretty Beard? Have you not gotten? Once you beat the tier 1 boss, you'll be able to unlock the Here, let me show you something, Pretty Beard. I'm gonna leave real quick. Let me show you something. So I am on the first island that you were sent to for after you beat the tier 1 boss. Okay. And if you go straight up here, you will see right here on the map, it looks like what you see there. Okay. And on other 2-2 islands, this type of thing will look like farmland. It'll show wheat. God damn it. I'm starting to show my stream something, you asshole. Yeah. Fuck you and the horse you ridden on. But anyway, you can take a pick to this stuff here and you'll get fertile soil. And the fertile soil will allow you to make the planters that I just showed you. But you do have to beat the first boss. Oh, shit. Oh, good. So I hope that helped. I have done this so much. Good enough. Ah! Place. Thank you. Jesus. Oh, so first I need to get the two crew from the camp where I got swarmed by 8 sailors and a guy that shoots your face. While you try and kite them back to the beach so you can see their wind-ups, only to get flanked by the thorn fiddler that just spawned because of the sunset. Or in another case, a random dodo. I mean, yeah, I know it's hard, but it is doable. The big thing to remember in combat in this game, well, there's a couple of big things to remember. One, it is a quasi-Souls-like. It's going to be frustration. And there are two types of Souls-likes. The first type of Souls-like is a game like Dark Souls 3, where you're rewarded with very aggressive playstyle. The other one is like Bloodborne, that wants you to play very defensively, and you're rewarded for playing defensively. This is a defensive style of Souls-like. So that's something to remember. Okay? In addition to all of that. You need to remember that your character level is irrelevant to your combat scaling. It does not matter. Okay? The only thing that matters is your equipment level. Because if you are attacking a level, 3 dodo, the level 1 sword or pistol, you're gonna do very little damage. It's gonna absorb most of that damage. Because there is a, if all things are equal, you have level 1 equipment, you're fighting a level 1 thing, you're fighting a level 5 thing, and you have level 5 equipment, you will do the weapon's normal damage. Okay? But there is a very steep step for every point of or level of difference between the item level and the level of the thing that you're fighting. And that works for armor too. Armor is much less effective against something that's higher level that you're fighting. So make sure that as soon as you can, you get your equipment, all of it, up to max level. Oh, do I not have any more? I have flax. Do I not have any more flax seeds? Yeah, Pretty Beard, I'm going to try and tell you you're dumb and you don't know these things already. You may already know them. I'm just giving general advice that may be helpful or not. Yeah, and not all games are for everybody, right? I am absolutely loving the fuck out of this game. And yes, you are more than welcome to be on our server where we can help you with things, right? I'm not playing on the server right now. This is my solo play. And I'm not going to do all the farming right now, but I do need a lot of corn, and I don't have a lot of corn seeds. So I do want to get the corn seeds down. All right, so I do have 1 seed in my inventory. Where the fuck is it? Why do I not see it? Oh, because it's not in my inventory, it's in there. Hilarious. All right. Corn. Plant corn. There it is. All right. Okay. These are where all my produce is held. Something's wrong. Nothing took my corn. I think this is where she had my corn. All right. Hey, stop that. All right. Okay. So I have a frigate I can't use because there she is way over there. Why can't I use the frigate? Well, this is not right. Let's try this again. All right, there's the frigate. I need a name for the frigate, by the way. If you guys want to come up with a clever name, I've got Gojira's Wrath and Bloop's Ghost. Would love a good name for the massive frigate that I have. We can manage the ship. I've got the hull bracing and her tactics. I need to make 2 tiers of guns, 24-pound cannons and 12-pound cannons. And then I also need deckhand boarding party upgrades. So I'm trying to build all of those. And I just need more equipment. The Revenge. Ooh. That's already a famous ship, isn't it? That's from Princess Bride, isn't it? Oh, it's a real ship. And the Queen Anne's Revenge, also. Ah. Oh, Blackbeard's ship was famously called Queen Anne's Revenge. I don't think I should name it Queen Anne's Revenge or Revenge because Blackbeard is in the game. And I don't think my character would piss off Blackbeard on purpose. Yeah. But it's a great name, though. I'm just trying to deposit all the stuff that I own. All right. We are desperately short on the tier 3 metal. Like, desperately short on it. Yeah. We have a lot of metal. We don't have the stuff that... We don't have this stuff, the powder. And the powder comes from killing the dudes. Can you not? Dude? I do have a problem because I don't have enough... I don't have enough crab. Or limes, for that matter. So... Real quick before we go, we need to plant lime and banana trees. We can't do that within the confines of the place. I haven't decided where I want to do it. But anything over there is threatening to be outside the range of our bonfire. So I think what we're going to do is find a nice flat place nearby. And there's no flat place nearby, of course. Ugh. None of this is flat, chat. None of it. It's the only thing I don't like about this location. I love this location otherwise. Right? It's nestled on a beach. It's really cool looking, but I just don't have a good place for an orchard. Oh! Is Matt Skyington still around? Respite, repulse. Oh, war spit. Yeah, the British do have a knack, don't they? Look, we have a moat! We officially have a moat. All right. Well, it doesn't much matter. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start making an orchard, even if we don't use it. Wait, what do you mean limestone? Oh, I'm outside the range. I was gonna say, I have a ton of lime seeds. Well, not a ton, but I have some lime seeds. 37. So we're gonna plant these. We won't worry about bananas because we're not making anything with bananas in it yet. So I'll wait until later for those. All right. Make it so I can walk in between them. Three, 4, 5, 6, and then make it so I can walk in between them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I might have to put them too close. That's okay. Not exact science. Oh, we're out of seeds. All right. I'm going to cut down some of these stumps because they obviously aren't growing anything. And I need wood. So I'm going to put down... I'm going to put down some light. All right. Let's do this. Good. Good enough. All right. Sit back. Wait. We don't have any foodstuffs on us, do we? No, we don't. We have the crab seeds. We can put, or the crab seeds. Jesus, the crab meat. We can put those away. We do need a lot more crab meat, though, and I'm not sure what I can do to get the crab meat quickly, but hopefully I'll be able to get some. I would like the ability to have some sort of, some sort of, like, crab pots or crab traps or whatever they're called. Right? Flagship. Okay. All right. Now we're going to travel. And we're going to go collect some stuff. Some stuff! I could plant the trees on the beach, but I have a problem, and it's up here. To me, canonically, maybe banana trees can grow on the beach in the sand, but not limes. They need soil. You know what I mean? And again, it is a me problem. I recognize that fact. Now, what we're really after... Oops, I should eat. There we go. I do need the crocodiles. Now, the rapier I'm using allows me to... I'm not even going to grab the metal. I have so much of it that I can't process because I need the sand to do so. Oh, there you go. Like, they're all coming. Hello, guy. Come here. All right. Yep, that quagmire powder. That's what we need. I need like 100 of it. We'll get 20, but I need 100. The crocodile. I don't know what he's doing, but I'm going to take advantage of it. Really? Okay. Whatever, dude. All right. All right, I think I'm gonna head east because there's this quasi mine thing over here, and I know that there are a ton. Oh, there's another. I might be able to get more corn seeds if we go there instead. Let's do that. Sorry, found a shiny thing I want, even though it's not what I'm actually looking for. We need more corn for food, so. I do need to heal myself. I don't have a lot, but my rapier can help me heal myself. I need to hit something at least 5 times, and they'll get stacks of things on them. And if I can do that, then I can use my big attack, and it'll heal me. Hello. Hello, and yeah. High level area, they throw level 2 shit at me. Of course I'm going to defeat it easy. Right? But again, I'm beating them not because I'm level 10. It's because my weapons are level 15. See? Just got healed. This rapier's pretty freaking awesome. It allows me to put points into different things. So I've been here before. Oh, that's right. This isn't going to have corn because... Uh-oh. Ow. Fuck. Step backwards when that happens to prevent you from getting wrecked. But I got healed all the way anyway. So yeah, I'm not on the tier 2 island where there's corn, so I don't know. Whatever. So you can't get fertile soil from here because it is a farm. I've already gotten everything I need to get from here. But there's no crops I need to get, weirdly enough. Huh. But you can get that fertile soil here too. Oh, these are leeks. Oh my god. That's the crop that's here. Cool. All right. Now, there's another one over here. I'm still new to tier 3. So that's why I'm still learning what is where. Now we're not going to get the Misty Orchids. There's nothing wrong with them, I just don't need them. Now, be careful, the farmlands have usually been taken over by some sort of aggressive wildlife. At the tier 2 level, it's wolves. At the tier 3 level is usually crocodiles. Oh, and in this case, it's plague thralls. All right. All right. So we got ourselves healed up like we wanted to. And we got more dust. We're up to 5. So that's good too. Oh, and bean seeds. We don't get a lot of bean seeds. So that's good. Beans are a pain in the ass. Beans and leeks, to be honest. Although I don't need either of them very much for the food that I consume. All right, there is a thing I need to loot somewhere. I just haven't found it. Huh. I could pick up other fertile soil. I just don't need any more right now. There's no real point in me doing it. Huh. Wait. There's the thing I need to loot. Ah. Hooray! We got the hunter's bed. Oh, we got a Tumbaga ingot. Tumbaga ingot's the way you ascend equipment. Ascending equipment is really important because you get more special abilities from your equipment. Like the healing ability from my Rapier of Devastation. If heavy attack consumes more than 5 marks, you restore 40% of your maximum health. That's a new thing because it got ascended. Oh, somehow I did get some fertile soil. Hilarious. All right, so we can make a better bed. Awesome. Or a new bed. That's it. All right, so over in this direction, there's a question mark. Let's go see what that is. Oh, hello, guys. Ow, asshole. So I got these both with 5 marks. There we go. All right, so now I'm fully healed and they're dead. And I have the Quagmire powder and I am happy. Oh, it's another farm. Jesus, are you kidding me? Could be leaks. I have to take a leak. Oh, something's coming. What was it? Oh! Okay, that's a problem. Got it. Oh, I didn't get the heal off, though. I think the things fell off before I got them. That's okay. All right. Looks like we got what we needed. Let's go ahead and... Oh, get that. More bean seeds. And most of the resources at the farms will respawn over time. Just not the big thing. Like this plague halberd. Holy shit. Dealing damage grants you a stack of plague echoes effect. At 5 stacks, the special attack becomes available. Stacks with strength. Bean seeds. So those bean seeds will come back, but like not all of this. Yeah. If you want shit to sell to the smugglers when you're at tier 3, just fight monsters. You'll get all the shit you ever need. Alright. So we have found all of the cool shit on the island. We did not get a lot of sand that we want. The Quagmire sand is 11. We have 11. We need like 100, like I said. So we're like 11% of the way there. All right. Kill the crocodile. Or the crocodile, as we like to say in the old language. We're in trouble. Fuck. Oh, that killed it. I was hoping it would stay alive and I could suck it for heals. But no, alas. Let's go ahead and use a bandage. We don't use them very often. But when we need to, we need to. Alright, here's something else that's new to tier 3 that you guys aren't going to be used to normally. See these cool little flower looking things? It means you're about to enter a plague area. Plague areas are bad. Because I will show you in a minute. Hold on, let me kill this guy. Hey, stop that. Ow. Okay, so don't suck at fighting like I do. That's step number 1. Alright, so if you enter a plague area, you'll end up with... Hold on. There you go. You'll end up with this purple shit around your screen. You can see it all around, down there, and all up the other side. Okay? And you'll see a meter down there. See below where my character is. If that meter reaches the top, you die. Not take a lot of damage over time until you get out, you die. Period. End of story. Do not pass go. Do not collect $100. You die. So, don't stay there too long. It is more difficult to fight multiple players with the rapier. But that's okay. I do prefer the rapier as a weapon, but special ability on this plague weapon is too good. Alright, come here, you. Alright, she's down. Oh, she gives me Tears of Sorrow. Awesome. I can't pick up the ancient debris. That's the metal. That's okay, because I'm not here for that. I'm here for the quagmire powder that allows me to process the metal. So it's okay. All right, we're about half. Let's go ahead and get out of the plague area and cool off a little bit. As you can see, it very quickly dissipates once you get out of the area. There you go. That's it. You just need to manage it. There is a ring that is available that slows down the rate at which you accumulate the plague, but like it takes away from other things that you can use rings for, so I don't really want to. All right, so fighting 2 plague hunters is a challenge. Oh shit, I killed it. I did not mean to kill it. These things are the metal that you need to get rid of. There's my heal. Ow, motherfucker! Here we go. Heal back up. No resources needed to be consumed. We're almost half, so we're gonna have to leave very, very soon. Here's what we're gonna do. What is that? Plague Hunter. 2 Plague Hunters. Fuck that. We're gonna get out. We'll get them. I just want to dissipate this first. Oh, hello, crocodiles. Yeah, I figured that'd be coming. Up, he's not dead yet. And he's dead. All right. And we've dissipated all the plague, so we can go back up there. Oh, need to go around. I think. Oh, hello. All right, dead. All right, we're up to 24 powder, so that's good. We're getting some. Oh, hello, guys. Come here. Really? All right, fine. There we go. Get all our health back. And now we have 26 powder. More shit on the ground that I can't pick up, and I don't, well. No, I'm going to take that home. I normally let go of that, but I'm going to take it home. Oh, the plague hunters. Okay, that's not working, so I'm just gonna kill him. There we go, fully healed. All right, we have a lot of plague accumulated. And I think we've pretty much cleared out everything we can clear out. So let's head home. Drop off what we have, make some more of the metal. Shit. And there's my heal. Yeah, I am full. And I didn't want the debris. I didn't get any of the debris, actually. By design. I just don't care. I have so much metal at home. I have like 15 or 20 stacks of metal. And I have no powder. What is this thing doing? I mean, okay. It just wanted to die, apparently. Yeah, but thank you for letting me know, honey. I appreciate it. Are you feeling any better? You did a lot of work. You're my man today, and I love it. Guys, so if you don't understand, Sofa is the man in the relationship. She just power washes the deck and the sidewalk because she is the man. She might not be a man, but she is the man. In the best way possible. And you have no idea how gender affirming it is for me for her to be doing those tasks. Granted, a man or a woman could be doing those tasks and it's totally fine. And I'm not sexist. Like, we can share different tasks and stuff. It doesn't have to be split down gender things. But I've never been in a position where somebody would do any of that kind of stuff for me. So it feels good, right? I are sore. Yeah, I bet, honey. All right. Look what I made. Isn't that cool? And I thought the thing on top would be cool looking, but it really is kind of dumb looking. So we'll just do that. Just make it normal. I thought it'd be cool, but it just didn't work the way I wanted it to. So, yeah. And as you can see now, we can make 29 metal, Meyer metal ingots, which I do need all of. So, now we can make 14. Hooray! I've thought about doing this, by the way. We have that, and then there's... That's this, and then there's 2 smaller fountains. And there's even like a wishing well type fountain. Oh, that's cool. Hello, the water. And there's even flower pots, which is what Sofa was wanting. But I think it just has flowers in it. I don't think it can plant flowers. Let's check. Yeah, it just has flowers in it. All right. Anyway. So the halberd needs to be broken down. Or can I remake one if I break it down? That's the question. Let's see. I can. So break it down. Which gets me Ingot Arborum, which is nice. I think I've upgraded. Yep, I've got my armor upgraded. I've got my weapon not upgraded. My bad. There we go. I was waiting for that to get to level 15. All right. Do I not have a place for leaks? Wait. There you go. There we go. I have a lot of leaks now. The mysterious spice is pretty tough to come by. That goes on the ship. That's wood. Why didn't that get put away with the wood? There we go. That was weird. Oh, because I generated it afterwards. The ingot goes away too. And that still has 8 more to go. All right. So let's work on the boarding crew next. Level 11, we can craft that and then upgrade them. After I pick it up, we can upgrade them. There we go. 12. All right, so we need more metal. Good news is we're doing really well on literally everything else. So that away, we'll upgrade it more. Ship, ship, ship. Me, ship, ship. All right, good. We're good. So let's put things on a ship and leave. All right, ship, ship, ship. And actually, I can just, no, don't do that. Ship. Estrus go with me. Wood goes with me. Nails go with me. All right. Goes in there. And nails go in here. All right, guys. Oh, I didn't put these two things away. Let's get that taken care of. Here we go. All right. We've gotten quite a bit from this island, so let's go ahead and go to this island. Here we go. Yeah, I'm really struggling. I really need a lot of crab made. I just need to take the time to do it. Plus the metal that I'm gathering. I need to do both, and I can't do both at the same time. It's frustrating. So here's some of that plague forest. Now this is interesting. Oh wait, let's go out and kill these guys first. I'm in trouble. My food ran out. And I'm full. And they're dead. Perfect. And I got 3 from those 2. All right. So a lot of times in the middle of the plague forest, there will be, or the plague area, there will be structures like you've seen me loot up to this point. But sometimes, like this, there's no structure in the middle. There's weird things that look like structures, but they're actually aren't structures. What you're looking for here, one, if you cut down the plague trees, you will get plague wood, and that can be broken down to into special ingots that you need. Okay, so these 2 guys are assholes. Alright, that got me a big heal. And dead. But anyway, the other resource, let me clear off some of the stuff. Oh, look, big structure. There's a resource that is in these areas, and they're hard to find, but they look like little red. There's some. These things. I don't know what bromeliad is, but yeah, you can get the flowers from in there. And you need them for a couple of different things. There's a quest or request that demands you get them. And I can't remember what Outlaw said there was, what else you could use them for. But it's the only place you can get them, is in the plague forest that don't have a structure within them. So more teaching, more information you need to know. I see that it's after 10 o'clock, but if Soph is okay with it, I'd like to play for a little bit longer on stream. Even though I am really tired. And then I'll come upstairs and spend some time with you. We watch a movie together. You can cuddle, play your game, ignore me, whatever. All right. All right, there's a full heal. Hi guys, wanna come over here? Really? Okay. Apparently that's not the way to do this. Come on. All right, done. All right, we have 9 Quagmire powder. All right, and down. All right, we are almost maxed out. All right. And I'm just leaving to get... I'm just getting rid of the plague. Dead. All right. So we have 12 Quagmire powder. And fear not, there's a fuck ton more dudes here. Oh, really? You're just not gonna come? See if I can convince you to get your ass over here. Oh, with a quickness even. Alright. The witch is like summoning those totems. You see one in the back there. They automatically shoot you and do a lot of damage. And they're homing as well, so... Yep, okay. The witch is being a bitch, so kill her. Okay, there's 2 witches. I'm gonna die. Ho ho ho. There's a good heal. One of the witches. I needed to get her down before she summoned anything else. 3, 4, and 5 kills it. Damn it. Can't get the heals off of it if it keeps happening. Oh. Dead. Oh, there's a totem. All right, done. Okay. All looking good now. Sophie, did you hear me about timing? You didn't respond, so I don't know how upsetting my decision is. I can kill this crocodile. Go. All right, we're up to 21 quagmire powder. We're actually gathering a lot faster this time. Not sure why that is. All right, let's go to some of the other areas on this island. Like this area up here that shows I've been to 1 of 6 things, or I've seen 1 of 6 things on it. Sofa Queen, I'm talking to you. You're not responding to me. Doo-da, doo-da. Can you make up your mind, dude? Never mind. I'll just heal off you and leave. So anyway. To the right. Yeah. And again, there's probably some of those red flowers around in here somewhere. Because I don't see a structure. But I'm looking for that big structure out there, so. All right, heals and heals. Nope. We're gonna thrall. Okay, heal's done. The guys around the corner here have keys. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 2. All right, we got the full heal off. I hate the damn hunters. Oh, she moved. Okay, that's down. Hey, I've been trying to talk to you on stream, Goober. Oh. I was saying I wanted to play for a little bit more unless you needed me right now. It sounds like you need me right now. That's a good answer. Let me finish this area and I'll head out. Love you. I am being summoned. My mans needs her girl. All right. Think. Oh, I'm in trouble. That's another hunter. All right, there we go. Needed that heal. And there we go, full heal. There's a dude up there, and I don't know how to get to them. Oh, I need to get rid of. I need to get rid of some bad juju. It's funny, every time I get to this area, it feels like I end up having to leave. Because that's why there's only one of 6 things discovered here. It's fine. It's not a big deal. How much? We have 27 of the powder now. That's really good. Ow! What? All right. Ah, nice. Got a lot of stuff there. More Quagmire powder. I'll fucking take it. I need it something fierce. A couple of plague thralls. I can take them. Yeah, see they're level 15, but they also have 2 shields. Keep in mind how tough your opponent is defensively. They're not all created equally. There it is. Done and done. Alright, let's go up a little bit more. Let's see what's up here. I know that... Oh, shit. There's people all around me. We should not be up there if there's going to be people all around me that can get to me. There's a Plague Warrior... I'm just gonna lure them out here so I can fight the. Oh shit! Oh, a hunter. All right, good. We got that done. What the hell are these? Oh, nothing. Okay. No, huh? Got the heal off at least. And down. They take a lot more because they have the shield. And the shield helps them just like me blocking helps me. Right? It's frustrating, but if I can do it, they should be able to do it too. So, makes sense. See, that guy has a star next to his name. So he isn't just a plague thrall, he's like a super plague thrall. Oh, you're gonna run, huh? And there's my heal. Didn't even get me all my heal back. Holy shit. That was a lot of work. All right. All right. This is taking longer than I wanted it to. Sophie may be getting cranky at me. She can type in chat if she is getting cranky. It's totally okay for you to say, I am cranky. Okay, well, we can't keep doing that. So we're not going to keep playing this dance. Oh, ow. All right, let's go. Okay, down. I'm gonna heal again. And down. That's my heal. Look at this. 38 Quagmire powder. Doing really well with that now. Funny enough, I'm just trying to get rid of all the bad guys. Hello. Dead. Oh shit. Oh shit again. Okay, we need to heal. Go. Woo! Alright, I think it's time to make a run for it. If I had more time, I would dork with those guys, but I just don't. Sophia wants me and needs me, and I need to fulfill that. So bear with me a minute, guys. Just gonna flee in a random direction until I can get home. Alright, they're down. Oh, also, they interrupted my healing from my bandage, funny enough. Alright. And this is where one of the best key things in this game is the ability to just summon a boat right where you're standing. All right, let's head home. All right, and let's go ahead and make more metal now. That way, when I get back on, it'll already be cooking and already ready to go. So we can make 41 more. So this is 20, 21. This is 20. And that'll get me quite a bit of upgrades, but not enough. Just to let folks know. So yeah. Anyway, guys, thank you so very much for watching. I appreciate it. If you're sitting in Kickland or in YouTube land, thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and let you guys go early, and I'm going to let I'm going to have the Twitch folks raid out. But thank you so very much. I appreciate you guys. I hope you really enjoyed this. I have been looking forward to doing that AI thing with KSP for weeks. I came up with it a couple of months ago, and I was just like, oh my god, before the anniversary stream, I was like, guys, I have a great idea. What do you think? Is it really the great idea I think it is? And Psycho and Ari were the two people I told first, and they were like, yeah, it's a really good idea. I told Sofa Queen, of course. She's like, yeah, it's a really good idea. So yeah, we were just working out details, and it was really cool. Really, really excited. So anyway, guys, thank you very much. I appreciate your eyeballs in your holes. I know that you can put your eyeballs in your holes any way you want, and I'm glad that you brought them here so that you're watching or listening or even lurking in the channel. That is really important to me. And again, we're on extra channels because we're trying to grow the community. So please tell your friends. If you're sitting on Kick or YouTube, please hit the equivalent of the follow button so you're alerted. I think it's subscribe on YouTube. I don't remember what it is on Kick, but you know, be alerted when I come online. You'll see more of this awesome content. I won't be streaming. So next week is going to be a weird schedule. Actually, it won't be all that weird. Yeah, because I don't stream again until Tuesday or Wednesday, I mean. So, yeah, I'll see you guys